Chapter 12 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Carl, St. Louis, Missouri, May 2009. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 12. Education of the Senses. In a pedagogical method which is experimental, the education of the senses must undoubtedly assume greatest importance. Experimental psychology also takes note of movements by means of sense measurements. Pedagogy, however, although it may profit by psychometry, is not designed to measure the senses, but educate the senses. This is a point easily understood, yet one which is often confused. While the proceedings of esthesiometry are not to any great extent applicable to little children, the education of the senses is entirely possible. We do not start from the conclusions of experimental psychology. That is, it is not the knowledge of the average sense conditions according to the age of the child which leads us to determine the educational applications we shall make. We start essentially from a method, and it is probable that psychology will be able to draw its conclusions from pedagogy so understood, and not vice versa. The method used by me is that of making a pedagogical experiment with a didactic object and awaiting the spontaneous reaction of the child. This is a method in every way analogous to that of experimental psychology. I make use of a material which, at first glance, may be confused with a psychometric material. Teachers from Milan, who had followed the course in the Milan School of Experimental Psychology, seeing my material exposed, would recognize among it measures of the perception of color, hardness, and weight, and would conclude that, in truth, I brought no new contribution to pedagogy since these instruments were already known to them. But the great difference between the two materials lies in this. The esthesiometer carries within itself the possibility of measuring. My objects, on the contrary, often do not permit a measure, but are adapted to cause the child to exercise the senses. In order that an instrument shall attain such a pedagogical end, it is necessary that it shall not weary, but shall divert the child. Here lies the difficulty in the selection of didactic material. It is known that the psychometric instruments are great consumers of energy. For this reason, when Pizzoli wished to apply them to the education of the senses, he did not succeed because the child was annoyed by them and became tired. Instead, the aim of education is to develop the energies. Psychometric instruments, or better, the instruments of esthesiometry, are prepared in their differential gradations upon the laws of Weber, which were, in truth, drawn from experiments made upon adults. With little children, we must proceed in the making of trials, and must select the didactic materials in which they show themselves to be interested. This I did in the first year of the Children's Houses, adopting a great variety of stimuli, with a number of which I had already experimented in the School for Deficients. Much of the material used for deficients is abandoned in the education of the normal child, and much that is used has been greatly modified. I believe, however, that I have arrived at a selection of objects, which I do not here wish to speak of in the technical language of psychology as stimuli, representing the minimum necessary to a practical sense education. These objects constitute the didactic system, or set of didactic materials, used by me. They are manufactured by the House of Labor of the Humanitarian Society at Milan. A description of the objects will be given as the educational scope of each is explained. Here I shall limit myself to the setting forth of a few general considerations. First, the difference in the reaction between deficient and normal children in the presentation of didactic material made up of graded stimuli. This difference is plainly seen from the fact that the same didactic material used with deficients makes education possible, while with normal children it provokes auto-education. This fact is one of the most interesting I have met with in all my experience, and it inspired and rendered possible the method of observation and liberty. Let us suppose that we use our first object, a block in which solid geometric forms are set. Into corresponding holes in the block are set 10 little wooden cylinders, the bases diminishing gradually about 10 millimeters. The game consists in taking the cylinders out of their places, putting them on the table, mixing them, and then putting each block back in its own place. The aim is to educate the eye to the differential perception of dimensions. With the deficient child, it would be necessary to begin with exercises in which stimuli were much more strongly contrasted, and to arrive at this exercise only after many others had preceded it. With normal children, this is, on the other hand, the first object which we may present, and out of all the didactic material, this is the game preferred by the very little children of 2½ and 3 years. Once we arrived at this exercise with the deficient child, it was necessary continually and actively to recall his attention, inviting him to look at the block and showing him the various pieces. And if the child once succeeded in placing all the cylinders properly, he stopped and the game was finished. Whenever the deficient child committed an error, it was necessary to correct it, or to urge him to correct himself. And when he was able to correct an error, he was usually quite indifferent. Now the normal child instead takes spontaneously a lively interest in this game. He pushes away all who would interfere or offer to help him, and wishes to be alone before his problem. It had already been noted that the little ones of 2 or 3 years take the greatest pleasure in arranging small objects, and this experiment in the children's houses demonstrates the truth of this assertion. Now, and here is the important point, the normal child attentively observes the relation between the size of the opening and that of the object which he is to place in the mold, and is greatly interested in the game, as is clearly shown by the expression of the attention on the little face. If he mistakes, placing one of the objects in an opening that is small for it, he takes it away and proceeds to make various trials, seeking the proper opening. If he makes a contrary error, letting the cylinder fall into an opening that is a little too large for it, and then collects all the successive cylinders in openings just a little too large, he will find himself at the last with the big cylinder in his hand, while only the smallest opening is empty. The didactic material controls every error. The child proceeds to correct himself, doing this in various ways. Most often he feels the cylinders or shakes them, in order to recognize which are the largest. Sometimes he sees at a glance where his error lies, pulls the cylinders from the places where they should not be, and puts those left out where they belong, and replaces all the others. The normal child always repeats the exercise with growing interest. Indeed, it is precisely in these errors that the educational importance of the didactic material lies, and when the child with evident security places each piece in its proper place, he has outgrown the exercise, and this piece of material becomes useless to him. This self-correction leads the child to concentrate his attention upon the differences of dimensions, and to compare the various pieces. It is in just this comparison that the psychosensory exercise lies. There is, therefore, no question here of teaching the child the knowledge of the dimensions through the medium of those pieces. Neither is it our aim that the child shall know how to use, without an error, the material presented to him, thus performing the exercises well. That would place our material on the same basis as many others, for example that of Froebel, and would require again the active work of the teacher, who busies herself furnishing knowledge, and making haste to correct every error in order that the child may learn the use of the objects. Here instead is the work of the child, the auto-correction, the auto-education which acts, for the teacher must not interfere in the slightest way. No teacher can furnish the child with the agility which he acquires through gymnastic exercises. It is necessary that the pupil perfect himself through his own efforts. It is very much the same with the education of the senses. It might be said that the same thing is true of every form of education. A man is not what he is because of the teachers he has had, but because of what he has done. One of the difficulties of putting this method into practice with teachers of the old school lies in the difficulty of preventing them from intervening when the little child remains for some time puzzled before the same error, and with his eyebrows drawn together and his lips puckered, makes repeated efforts to correct himself. When they see this, the old-time teachers are seized with pity, and long, with an almost irresistible force, to help the child. When we prevent this intervention, they burst into words of compassion for the scholar, but he soon shows in his smiling face the joy of having surmounted an obstacle. Normal children repeat such exercises many times. This repetition varies according to the individual. Some children, after having completed the exercise 5 or 6 times, are tired of it. Others will remove and replace the pieces at least 20 times with an expression of evident interest. Once, after I had watched a little one of 4 years repeat this exercise 16 times, I had the other children sing in order to distract her. But she continued unmoved to take out the cylinders, mix them up, and put them back in their places. An intelligent teacher ought to be able to make most interesting individual psychological observations, and, to a certain point, should be able to measure the length of time for which the various stimuli held the attention. In fact, when the child educates himself, and when the control and correction of errors is yielded to the didactic material, there remains for the teacher nothing but to observe. She must then be more of a psychologist than a teacher, and this shows the importance of a scientific preparation on the part of the teacher. Indeed, with my methods, the teacher teaches little and observes much, and, above all, it is her function to direct the psychic activity of the children and their physiological development. For this reason, I have changed the name of teacher into that of directress. At first this name provoked many smiles, for everyone asked whom there was for this teacher to direct, since she had no assistants, and since she must leave her little scholars in liberty. But her direction is much more profound and important than that which is commonly understood, for this teacher directs the life and the soul. Second, the education of the senses has, as its aim, the refinement of the differential preparation of stimuli by means of repeated exercises. There exists a sensory culture which is not generally taken into consideration, but which is a factor in esthesiometry. For example, in the mental tests which are used in France, or in a series of tests which De Sanctis has established for the diagnosis of the intellectual status, I have often seen used cubes of different sizes placed at varying distances. The child was to select the smallest and the largest, while the chronometer measured the time of reaction between the command and the execution of the act. Account was also taken of the errors. I repeat that, in such experiments, the factor of culture is forgotten, and by this I mean sensory culture. Our children have, for example, among the didactic material for the education of the senses, a series of 10 cubes. The first has a base of 10 centimeters, and the others decrease successively 1 centimeter as to base, the smallest cube having a base of 1 centimeter. The exercise consists in throwing the blocks, which are pink in color, down upon a green carpet, and then building them up into a little tower, placing the largest cube as the base, and then placing the others in order of size until the little cube of 1 centimeter is placed at the top. The little one must each time select, from the blocks scattered upon the green carpet, the largest block. This game is most entertaining to the little ones of 2 1/2, who, as soon as they have constructed the little tower, tumble it down with little blows of the hand, admiring the pink cubes as they lie scattered upon the green carpet. Then they begin again the construction, building and destroying a definite number of times. If we were to place before these tests one of my children from 3 to 4 years, and one of the children from the first elementary, 6 or 7 years old, my pupil would undoubtedly manifest a shorter period of reaction, and would not commit errors. The same may be said for the tests of the chromatic sense, etc. This educational method should therefore prove interesting to students of experimental psychology as well as to teachers. In conclusion, let me summarize briefly. Our didactic material renders auto-education possible, permits a methodical education of the senses. Not upon the ability of the teacher does such education rest, but upon the didactic system. This presents objects which, first, attract the spontaneous attention of the child, and second, contain a rational gradation of stimuli. We must not confuse the education of the senses with the concrete ideas which may be gathered from our environment by means of the senses. Nor must this education of the senses be identical in our minds with the language through which is given the nomenclature corresponding to the concrete idea, nor with the acquisition of the abstract idea of the exercises. Let us consider what the music master does in giving instruction in piano playing. He teaches the pupil the correct position of the body, gives him the idea of the notes, shows him the correspondence between the written notes and the touch and position of the fingers, and then he leaves the child to perform the exercise by himself. If a pianist is to be made of this child, there must, between the ideas given by the teacher and the musical exercises, intervene long and patient application to those exercises which serve to give agility to the articulation of the fingers and of the tendons, in order that the coordination of special muscular movements shall become automatic, and that the muscles of the hand shall become strong through their repeated use. The pianist must, therefore, act for himself, and the more his natural tendencies lead him to persist in these exercises, the greater will be his success. However, without the direction of the master, the exercise will not suffice to develop the scholar into a true pianist. The directress of the Children's House must have a clear idea of the two factors which enter into her work, the guidance of the child and the individual exercise. Only after she has this concept clearly fixed in her mind may she proceed to the application of a method to guide the spontaneous education of the child, and to impart necessary notions to him. In the opportune quality and in the manner of this intervention lies the personal art of the educator. For example, in the Children's House in the Prati di Castello, where the pupils belong to the middle class, I found, a month after opening the school, a child of 5 years who already knew how to compose any word, as he knew the alphabet perfectly. He had learned it in 2 weeks. He knew how to write on the blackboard, and in the exercises and free design showed himself not only to be an observer, but to have some intuitive idea of perspective, drawing a house and chair very cleverly. As for the exercises of the chromatic sense, he could mix together the 8 gradations of the 8 colors which we use, and from this mass of 64 tablets, each wound with silk of a different color or shade, he would rapidly separate the 8 groups. Having done this, he would proceed with ease to arrange each color series in perfect gradation. In this game, the child would almost cover one of the little tables with a carpet of finely shaded colors. I made the experiment, taking him to the window and showing him in full daylight one of the colored tablets, telling him to look at it well so that he might be able to remember it. I then sent him to the table on which all the gradations were spread out, and asked him to find the tablet like the one at which he had looked. He committed only very slight errors, often choosing the exact shade, but more often the one next to it, rarely a tint 2 grades removed from the right one. This boy then had a power of discrimination and a color memory which were almost prodigious. Like all the other children, he was exceedingly fond of the color exercises, but when I asked the name of the white color spool, he hesitated for a long time before replying uncertainly, "White." Now, a child of such intelligence should have been able, even without the special intervention of the teacher, to learn the name of each color. The directress told me that, having noticed that the child had great difficulty in retaining the nomenclature of the colors, she had up until that time left him to exercise himself freely with the games for the color sense. At the same time, he had developed rapidly a power over written language, which in my method is presented through a series of problems to be solved. These problems are presented as sense exercises. This child was, therefore, most intelligent. In him the discriminative sensory perceptions kept pace with great intellectual activities, attention and judgment, but his memory for names was inferior. The directress had thought best not to interfere, as yet, in the teaching of the child. Certainly the education of the child was a little disordered. and the directress had left the spontaneous explanation of his mental activities excessively free. However desirable it may be to furnish a sense education as a basis for intellectual ideas, it is nevertheless advisable at the same time to associate the language with these perceptions. In this connection, I have found excellent for use with normal children the 3 periods of which the lesson according to Séguin consists. First period, the association of the sensory perception with the name. For example, we present to the child 2 colors, red and blue. Presenting the red one, we simply say, "This is red," and presenting the blue, "This is blue." Then we lay the spools upon the table under the eyes of the child. Second period, recognition of the object corresponding to the name. We say to the child, "Give me the red," and then "Give me the blue." Third period, the remembering of the name corresponding to the object. We ask the child, showing him the object, "What is this?" and he should respond, "Red." Séguin insists strongly upon these 3 periods, and urges that the colors be left for several instants under the eyes of the child. He also advises us never to present the colors singly, but always 2 at a time, for the contrast helps the chromatic memory. Indeed, I have proved that there cannot be a better method for teaching color to the deficients, who with this method were able to learn the colors much more perfectly than normal children in ordinary schools who have had a haphazard sense education. For normal children, however, there exists a period preceding the 3 periods of Séguin, a period which contains the real sense education. This is the acquisition of a fineness of differential perception, which can be obtained only through auto-education. This, then, is an example of the great superiority of the normal child, and of the greater effect of education which such pedagogical methods may exercise upon the mental development of normal as compared with deficient children. The association of the name with the stimulus is a source of great pleasure to the normal child. I remember one day I had taught a little girl, who was not yet 3 years old, and who was a little tardy in the development of language, the names of 3 colors. I had the children place one of their little tables near a window, and seating myself in one of the little chairs, I seated the little girl in a similar chair at my right. I had on the table 6 of the color spools in pairs, that is, 2 reds, 2 blues, 2 yellows. In the first period I placed one of the spools before the child, asking her to find the one like it. This I repeated for all 3 of the colors, showing her how to arrange them carefully in pairs. After this I passed to the 3 periods of Séguin. The little girl learned to recognize the 3 colors and to pronounce the name of each. She was so happy that she looked at me for a long time, and then began to jump up and down. I, seeing her pleasure, said to her, laughing, "Do you know the colors?" And she replied, still jumping up and down, "Yes, yes." Her delight was inexhaustible. She danced about me, waiting joyously for me to ask her the same question, that she might reply with the same enthusiasm, "Yes, yes." Another important particular of the technique of sense education lies in isolating the sense, whenever this is possible. So, for example, the exercises on the sense of hearing can be given more successfully in an environment not only of silence, but even of darkness. For the education of the senses in general, such as the tactile, thermic, baric, and stereognostic exercises, we blindfold a child. The reasons for this particular technique have been fully set forth by psychology. Here it is enough to note that in the case of normal children, the blindfold greatly increases their interest without making the exercises degenerate into noisy fun, and without having the child's attention attracted more to the bandage than to the sense stimuli upon which we wish to focus the attention. For example, in order to test the acuteness of the child's sense of hearing, a most important thing for the teacher to know, I use an empiric test which is coming to be used almost universally by physicians in the making of medical examinations. This test is made by modulating the voice, reducing it to a whisper. The child is blindfolded, or the teacher may stand behind him, speaking his name in a whisper and from varying distances. I establish a solemn silence in the schoolroom, darken the windows, have the children bow their heads upon their hands, which they hold in front of their eyes. Then I call the children by name, one by one, in a whisper, lighter for those who are nearer me, and more clearly for those farther away. Each child awaits, in the darkness, the faint voice which calls him, listening intently, ready to run with keenest joy toward the mysterious and much desired call. The normal child may be blindfolded in the games where, for example, he is to recognize various weights, for this does help him to intensify and concentrate his attention upon the baric stimuli which he is to test. The blindfold adds to his pleasure, since he is proud of having been able to guess. The effect of these games upon deficient children is very different. When placed in darkness, they often go to sleep, or give themselves up to disordered acts. When the blindfold is used, they fix their attention upon the bandage itself, and change the exercise into a game, which does not fulfill the end we have in view with the exercise. We speak, it is true, of games in education, but it must be made clear that we understand by this term a free activity, ordered to a definite end, not disorderly noise, which distracts the attention. The following pages of Itard give an idea of the patient experiments made by this pioneer in pedagogy. Their lack of success was due largely to errors with which successive experiments have made it possible to correct, and in part to the mentality of his subject. 4. In this last experiment it was not necessary, as in the one preceding, to demand that the pupil repeat the sounds which he perceived. This double work, distributing his attention, was outside the plane of my purpose, which was to educate each organ separately. I therefore limited myself to following the simple perception of sounds. To be certain of this result, I placed my pupil in front of me with his eyes blindfolded, his fists closed, and had him extend a finger each time that I made a sound. He understood this arrangement, and as soon as the sound reached his ear, the finger was raised, with a species of impetuosity, and often with demonstrations of joy which left no doubt as to the pleasure the pupil took in these bizarre lessons. Indeed, whether it be that he found a real pleasure in the sound of the human voice, or that he had at last conquered the annoyance he at first felt on being deprived of the light for so long a time, the fact remains that more than once, during the intervals of rest, he came to me with his blindfold in his hand, holding it over his eyes and jumping with joy when he felt my hands tying it about his head. 5. Having thoroughly assured myself through such experience as the one described above, that all sounds of the voice, whatever their intensity, were perceived by Vittorio, I proceeded to the attempt of making him compare these sounds. It was no longer a case of simply noting the sounds of the voice, but of perceiving the differences, and of appreciating all these modifications and varieties of tone which go to make up the music of the word. Between this task and the preceding, there stretched a prodigious difference, especially for a being whose development was dependent upon gradual effort, and who advanced towards civilization only because I led thitherward so gently that he was unconscious of the progress. Facing the difficulty now presented, I had need to arm myself more strongly than ever with patience and gentleness, encouraged by the hope that once I had surmounted this obstacle, all would have been done for the sense of hearing. We began the comparison of vowel sounds, and here too made use of the hand to assure ourselves as to the result of our experiments. Each one of the fingers was made the sign of one of the 5 vowels. Thus the thumb represented A, and was to be raised whenever this vowel was pronounced. The index finger was the sign for E, the middle finger for I, and so on. 6. Not without fatigue, and not for a long time, was I able to give a distinct idea of the vowels. The first to be clearly distinguished was O, and then A. The 3 others presented much greater difficulty, and were for a long time confused. At last, however, the ear began to perceive distinctly, and then there returned in all their vivacity those demonstrations of joy of which I have spoken. This continued until the pleasure taken in the lessons began to be boisterous, the sounds became confused, and the finger was raised indiscriminately. The outbursts of laughter became indeed so excessive that I lost patience. As soon as I placed the blindfold over his eyes, the shouts of laughter began. Itard, finding it impossible to continue his educational work, decided to do away with the blindfold, and indeed the shouts ceased, but now the child's attention was distracted by the slightest movement about him. The blindfold was necessary, but the boy had to be made to understand that he must not laugh so much, and that he was having a lesson. The corrective means of Itard and their touching results are worth reporting here. I wished to intimidate him with my manner, not being able to do so with my glance. I armed myself with a tambourine and struck it lightly whenever he made a mistake. But he mistook this correction for a joke, and his joy became more noisy than ever. I then felt that I must make the correction a little more severe. It was understood, and I saw, with a mixture of pain and pleasure, revealed in the darkened face of the boy the fact that the feeling of injury surpassed the unhappiness of the blow. Tears came from beneath the blindfold. He urged me to take it off, but whether from embarrassment or fear, or from some inner preoccupation, when freed from the bandage, he still kept his eyes tightly closed. I could not laugh at the doleful expression on his face, the closed eyelids from between which trickled an occasional tear. Oh, in this moment, as in many others, ready to renounce my task, and feeling that the time I had consecrated to it was lost, how I regretted ever having known this boy, and how severely I condemned the barren and inhuman curiosity of the men who, in order to make scientific advancement, had torn him away from a life at least innocent and happy. Here also is demonstrated the great educative superiority of scientific pedagogy for normal children. Finally, one particular of the technique consists in the distribution of the stimuli. This will be treated more fully in the description of the didactic system, materials, and of the sense education. Here it is enough to say that one should proceed from few stimuli, strongly contrasting, to many stimuli in gradual differentiation, always more fine and imperceptible. So, for example, we first present together red and blue, the shortest rod beside the longest, the thinnest beside the thickest, etc., passing from these to the delicately differing tints, and to the discrimination of very slight differences in length and size. End of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwin Jain. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Annie E. George. Chapter 13. Education of the senses and illustrations of the didactic material. General sensibility, the tactile, thermic, baric, and stereognostic senses. The education of the tactile and thermic senses go together, since the warm bath and heat in general render the tactile sense more acute. Since to exercise the tactile sense, it is necessary to touch. Bathing the hands in warm water has the additional advantage of teaching the child a principle of cleanliness, that of not touching objects with hands that are not clean. I therefore apply the general notions of practical life regarding the washing of hands, care of the nails, to the exercises preparatory to the discrimination of tactile stimuli. The limitation of the exercises of the tactile sense to the cushioned tips of the fingers is rendered necessary by practical life. It must be made a necessary phase of education because it prepares for a life in which man exercises and uses the tactile sense through the medium of these fingertips. Hence, I have the child wash his hands carefully with soap in a little basin and in another basin I have him rinse them in a bath of tepid water. Then I show him how to dry and rub his hands gently, in this way preparing for the regular bath. I next teach the child how to touch, that is, the manner in which he should touch surfaces. What is necessary to take the finger of the child and to draw it very, very lightly over the surface. Another particular of the technique is to teach the child to hold his eyes closed while he touches, encouraging him to do this by telling him that he will be able to feel the differences better, and so leading him to distinguish, without the help of sight, the change of contact. He will quickly learn and will show that he enjoys the exercise. Often, after the introduction of such exercises, it is a common thing to have a child come to you and, closing his eyes, touch with great delicacy the palm of your hand or the cloth of your dress, especially any silken or velvet trimmings. They do verily exercise the tactile sense. They enjoy keenly touching any soft, pleasant surface, and become exceedingly keen in discriminating between the differences in the sandpaper cards. The didactic material consists of a regular wooden board divided into two equal rectangles, one covered with very smooth paper, or having the wood polished until a smooth surface is obtained, the other covered with sandpaper. B. A tablet like the preceding covered with alternating strips of smooth paper and sandpaper. I also make use of a collection of paper slips, varying through many grades from smooth, fine cardboard to coarsest sandpaper. The stuffs described elsewhere are also used in these lessons. As to the thermic sense, I use a set of little metal bowls which are filled with water at different degrees of temperature. These I try to measure with a thermometer, so that there may be two containing water of the same temperature. I have designed a set of utensils which are to be made of very light metal and filled with water. These have covers, and to each is attached a thermometer. The bowl touched from the outside gives the desired impression of heat. I also have the children put their hands into cold, tepid, and warm water, an exercise which they find most diverting. I should like to repeat this exercise with the feet, but have not had an opportunity to make the trial. For the education of the baric sense of weight, I use with great success little wooden tables 6 by 8 centimeters, having a thickness of half centimeter. These tablets are in 3 different qualities of wood: wisteria, walnut, and pine. They weigh respectively 24, 18, and 12 grams, making them differ in weight by 6 grams. These tables should be very smooth, if possible varnished in such a way that every roughness shall be eliminated, but so that the natural color of the wood shall remain. The child, observing the color, knows that they are of different weights, and this offers a means of controlling the exercise. He takes 2 of the tablets in his hands, letting them rest upon the palm at the base of his outstretched fingers. Then he moves his hands up and down in order to gauge the weight. This movement should come to be, little by little, almost insensible. We lead the child to make his distinction purely through the difference in weight, leaving out the guide of the different colors, and closing his eyes, He learns to do this of himself and takes great interest in guessing. The game attracts the attention of those near, who gather in a circle about the one who has the tablets, and who take turns in guessing. Sometimes children spontaneously make use of the blindfold, taking turns and interspersing the work with peals of joyful laughter. Education of the Stereognostic sense. The education of this sense leads to the recognition of objects through feeling, that is, through the simultaneous help of the tactile and muscular senses. Taking this union as a basis, we have made experiments which have given marvelously successful educational results. I feel that for the help of teachers, these exercises should be described. Their first didactic material used by us is made up of the bricks and cubes of Froebel. We call the attention of the child to the form of the two solids, have him feel them carefully and accurately, with his eyes open, repeating some phrase serving to fix his attention upon the particulars of the forms presented. After this, the child is told to place the cubes to the right, the bricks to the left, always feeling them and without looking at them. Finally, the exercise is repeated by the child blindfolded. Almost all the children succeeded in the exercise, and after 2 or 3 times are able to eliminate every error. There are 24 of the bricks and cubes in all, so that the attention may be held for some time to this game, but undoubtedly the child's pleasure is greatly increased by the fact of his being watched by a group of his companions, all interested and eager. One day, a directress called my attention to a little girl of 3 years, one of her very youngest pupils, who had repeated this exercise perfectly. We seated the little girl comfortably in an armchair close to the table. Then, placing the 24 objects before her upon the table, we mixed them, and calling the child's attention to the difference in form, told her to place the cubes to the right and the bricks to the left. When she was blindfolded, she began the exercise as taught by us, taking an object in each hand, feeling each and putting it in its right place. Sometimes she took 2 cubes or 2 bricks. Sometimes she found a brick in the right hand, a cube in the left. The child had to recognize the form and to remember throughout the exercise the proper placing of the different objects. This seemed to me very difficult for a child of 3 years. But observing her, I saw that she not only performed the exercise easily, but that the movements with which we had taught her to feel the form were superfluous. Indeed, the instant she had taken the 2 objects in her hands, if it so happened that she had taken a cube with the left hand and a brick in the right, she exchanged them immediately, and then began the laborious feeling the form which we had taught, and which she perhaps believed to be obligatory. But the objects had been recognized by her through the first light touch, that is, the recognition was contemporaneous to the taking. Continuing my study of the subject, I have found that this little girl was possessed of a remarkable functional ambidextrity. I should be very glad to make a wider study of this phenomenon, having in view the desirability of a simultaneous education of both hands. I repeated the exercise with other children and found that they recognized the objects before feeling their contours. This was particularly true of the little ones. Our educational methods in this respect furnished a remarkable exercise in associative gymnastics, leading to a rapidity of judgment which was truly inspiring and had the advantage of being perfectly adapted to very young children. These exercises of the stereognostic sense may be multiplied in many ways. They amuse the children who find delight in the recognition of a stimulus, as in the thermic exercises. For example, they may raise any small objects, toy soldiers, little balls, and above all, the various coins in common use. They come to discriminate between small forms varying very slightly, such as corn, wheat, and rice. They are very proud of seeing without eyes, holding out their hands and crying, "Here are my eyes. I can see with my hands." Indeed, our little ones walking in the ways we have planned make us marvel over their unforeseen progress, surprising us daily. Often, while they are wild with delights over some new conquest, we watch in deepest wonder and meditation. Education of the senses of taste and smell. This phase of sense education is most difficult, and I have not as yet had any satisfactory results to record. I can only say that the exercises originally used in the test of psychometry do not seem to me to be practical for use with young children. The olfactory sense in children is not developed to any great extent, and this makes it difficult to attract their attention by means of this sense. We have made use of one test which has not been repeated often enough to form the basis of a method. We have the child smell fresh violets and jessamine flowers, we then blindfold him, saying, "Now we are going to present you with flowers." A little friend then holds a bunch of violets under the child's nose, that he may guess the name of the flower. For greater or less intensity, we present fewer flowers, or even one single blossom. But this part of education, like that of the sense of taste, can be obtained by the child during the luncheon hour, when he can learn to recognize various odors. As to taste, the method of touching the tongue with various solutions, bitter or acid, sweet, salty, is perfectly applicable. Children of 4 years readily lend themselves to such games, which serve as a reason for showing them how to rinse their mouths perfectly. The children enjoy recognizing various flavors and learn, after each test, to fill a glass with tepid water and carefully rinse their mouths. In this way, the exercise for the sense of taste is also an exercise in hygiene. Education of the sense of vision. 1. Differential visual perception of dimensions. First, solid insets. This material consists of 3 solid blocks of wood, each 55 cm long, 6 cm high, and 8 cm wide. Each block contains 10 wooden pieces set into corresponding holes. These pieces are cylindrical in shape and are to be handled by means of a little wooden or brass button which is fixed in the center of the top. The cases of cylinders are in appearance much like the cases of weights used by chemists. In the first set of the series, the cylinders are all of equal height, 55 mm, but differ in diameter. The smallest cylinder has a diameter of 1 cm, and the others increase in diameter at the rate of ½ cm. In the second set, The cylinders are all of equal diameter, corresponding to half the diameter of the largest cylinder in the preceding series, 27 mm. The cylinders in this set differ in height, the first being merely a little disc only a centimeter high, the others increase 5 mm each, the 10th one being 55 mm high. In the third set, the cylinders differ both in height and diameter, the first being 1 cm high and 1 cm in diameter, and each succeeding one increasing half centimeter height and diameter. With these insets, the child, working by himself, learns to differentiate objects according to thickness, according to height, and according to size. In the schoolroom, these three sets may be played with by three children gathered about a table, an exchange of games adding variety. The child takes the cylinders out of the molds, mixes them upon the table, and puts each back into its corresponding opening. These objects are made of hard pine, polished and varnished. Second, large pieces in graded dimensions. There are three sets of blocks which come under this head. It is desirable to have two of each of these sets in every school. A. Thickness. This set consists of objects which vary from thick to thin. There are 10 quadrilateral prisms, the largest of which has a base of 10 cm, the others decreasing by 1 cm. The pieces are of equal length, 20 cm. These prisms are stained a dark brown. The child mixes them, scattering them over the little carpet, and then puts them in order, placing one against the other according to the gradations of thickness, observing that the length shall correspond exactly. These blocks, taken from the first to the last, form a species of stair, the steps of which grow broader towards the top. The child may begin with the thinnest piece or with the thickest, as suits his pleasure. The control of the exercise is not certain, as it was in the solid cylindrical insets. There, the last cylinders could not enter the small opening. The taller ones would project beyond the top of the block, etc. In this game of the big stair, the eye of the child can easily recognize an error, since if he mistakes, the stair is irregular. That is, there will be a high step, behind which the step would have extended, decreases. B. Length. Long and short objects. This set consists of 10 rods. These are four-sided, each face being 3 cm. The first rod is a meter long, the last a decimeter. The intervening rods decrease from first to last 1 decimeter each. Each space of 1 decimeter is painted alternately red or blue. The rods, placed close to each other, must be so arranged that the colors correspond, forming so many transverse stripes. The whole set, when arranged, has the appearance of a regular triangle made up of organ pipes, which decrease on the side of the hypotenuse. The child arranges the rods, which have first been scattered and mixed. He puts them together according to the gradation of length and observes the correspondence of colors. This exercise also offers a very evident control of error, for the regularity of the decreasing length of the stairs along the hypotenuse will be altered if the rods are not properly placed. This most important set of blocks will have its principal application in arithmetic, as we shall see. With it, one may count from 1 to 10 and may construct the addition and other tables, and it may constitute the first steps in the study of the decimal and metric system. C. Size. Objects larger and smaller. This set is made up of 10 wooden cubes painted in rose-colored enamel. The largest cube has a base of 10 centimeters, the smallest of 1 centimeter. The intervening ones decrease 1 centimeter each. A little green cloth carpet goes with these blocks. This may be of oilcloth or cardboard. The game consists of building the cubes up, one upon another, in the order of their dimensions, constructing a little tower of which the largest cube forms the base and the smallest the apex. The carpet is placed on the floor and the cubes are scattered upon it. As the tower is built upon the carpet, the child goes through the exercise of kneeling, rising, etc. The control is given by the irregularity of the tower as it decreases towards the apex. A cube misplaced reveals itself because it breaks the line. The most common error made by the children in playing with these blocks at first is that of placing the second cube as a base and placing the first cube upon it, thus confusing the two largest blocks. I have noted the small error was made by deficient children in the repeated trials I made with the tests of De Sanctis. At the question, which is the largest, the child would take not the largest, but that nearest it in size. Any of these three sets of blocks may be used by the children in a slightly different game. The pieces may be mixed upon a carpet or table and then put in order on another table at some distance. As he carries each piece, the child must walk without letting his attention wander, since he must remember the dimensions of the piece for which he is to look among the mixed blocks. The games played in this way are excellent for children of 4 or 5 years, while the simple work of arranging the pieces in order upon the same carpet where they have been mixed is more adapted to the little ones between 3 and 4 years of age. The construction of the tower with the pink cubes is very attractive to the little ones of less than 3 years, who knock it down and build it up time after time. 2. Differential visual perception of form and visual tactile muscular perception. Didactic material. Plain geometric insets of wood. The idea of these insets goes back to Itard and was also applied by Seguin. In the school for deficients, I had made and applied these insets in the same form used by my illustrious predecessors. In these there were 2 large tablets of wood, placed one above the other and fastened together. The lower board was left solid, while the upper one was perforated by various geometric figures. The game consisted in placing in these openings the corresponding wooden figures which, in order that they might be easily handled, were furnished with a little brass knob. In my school for deficients, I had multiplied the games, calling for these insets, and distinguished between those used to teach color and those used to teach form. The insets for teaching color were all circles. Those used for teaching form were all painted blue. I had great numbers of these insets made in gradations of color, and in an infinite variety of form. This material was most expensive and exceedingly cumbersome. In my later experiments with normal children, I have, after many trials, completely excluded the plain geometric inserts as an aid to the teaching of color, since this material offers no control of errors, the child's task being that of covering the forms before him. I have kept the geometric inserts, but I have given them a new and original aspect. The form in which they are now made was suggested to me by a visit to the splendid manual training school in the Reformatory of St. Michael in Rome. I saw there wooden models of geometric figures which could be set into corresponding frames or placed above corresponding forms. The scope of these materials was to lead to exactness in the making of the geometric pieces in regard to control of dimension and form, the frame furnishing the control necessary for the exactness of the work. This led me to think of making modifications in my geometric inserts, making use of the frame as well as that of the insert. I therefore made a rectangular tray which measured 30 x 20 centimeters. This tray was painted a dark blue and was surrounded by a dark frame. It was furnished with a cover so arranged it would contain 6 of the square frames with their insets. The advantage of this tray is that the forms may be changed, thus allowing us to present any combination we choose. I have a number of blank wooden squares which make it possible to present as few as 2 or 3 geometric forms at a time, the other spaces being filled in by the blanks. To this material, I have added a set of white cards, 10 cm square. These cards form a series presenting the geometric forms in other aspects. In the first of the series, the form is cut from blue paper and mounted upon the card. In the second box of cards, the contour of the same figures is mounted in the same blue paper, forming an outline 1 cm in width. On the third set of cards, the contour of the geometric form is outlined by a black line. We have then the tray, the collection of small frames with the corresponding insets, and the set of the cards in 3 series. I also designed a case containing 6 trays. The front of this box may be lowered when the top is raised, and the trays may be drawn out as one opens the drawers of the desk. Each drawer contains 6 of the small frames with the respective insets. In the first drawer, I keep the 4 plain wooden squares and 2 frames, one containing a rhomboid and the other a trapezoid. In the second, I have a series consisting of a square and 5 rectangles of the same length but varying in width. The third drawer consists 6 circles which diminish in diameter. In the fourth are 6 triangles. In the fifth, 5 polygons from a pentagon to a decagon. The sixth drawer contains 6 curved figures, an ellipse, an oval, etc., and a flower-like figure formed by 4 crossed arcs. Exercise with the insets. This exercise consists in presenting to the child the large frame or tray in which we arrange the figures as we wish to present them. We proceed to take out the insets, mix them upon the table, and then invite the child to put them back in place. This game may be played by even the younger children and holds their attention for a long period, though not for so long time as the exercise with the cylinders. Indeed, I have never seen a child repeat this exercise more than 5 or 6 times. The child, in fact, expends much energy upon this exercise. He must recognize the form and must look at it carefully. At first, many of the children only succeed in placing the insets after many attempts, trying, for example, to place a triangle in a trapezoid, then in a rectangle, etc. Or when they have taken a rectangle, recognize where it should go, they will still place it at the long side of the inset across the short side of the opening, and will only after many attempts succeed in placing it. After 3 or 4 successive lessons, the child recognizes the geometric figures with extreme facility and places the insets with a security which has a tinge of nonchalance or of slight contempt for an exercise that is too easy. This is the moment in which the child may be led to a methodical observation of the forms. We change the forms in the frame and pass from contrasted frames to analogous ones. The exercise is easy for the child, who habituates himself to placing the pieces in the frames without errors or false attempts. The first period of these exercises is at the time when the child is obliged to make repeated trials with figures that are strongly contrasted in form. The recognition is greatly helped by associating with the visual sense the muscular tactile perception of the forms. I have the child touch the contour of the piece with the index finger of his right hand, and then have him repeat this with the contour of the frame into which the pieces must fit. We succeed in making this a habit with the child. This is very easily attained, since all children love to touch things. I have already learned through my work with deficient children that among the various forms of sense memory, that of the muscular sense is the most precocious. Indeed, many children who have not arrived at the point of recognizing a figure by looking at it could recognize it by touching it, that is, by computing the movements necessary to the following of its contour. The same is true of the great number of normal children. Confused as to where to place a figure, they turn it about trying in vain to fit it in. Yet as soon as they have touched the 2 contours of the piece and its frame, they succeed in placing it perfectly. Undoubtedly, the association of the muscular tactile sense with that of vision aids in a most remarkable way the perception of forms and fixes them in memory. In such exercises, control is absolute, as it was in the solid insets. The figure can only enter the corresponding frame. This makes it possible for the child to work by himself and to accomplish a genuine sensory auto-education in the visual perception of form. Exercise with the 3 series of cards. First series. We give the child the wooden forms and the cards upon which the white figure is mounted. Then we mix the cards upon the table. The child must arrange them in a line upon this table, which he loves to do, and then place the corresponding wooden pieces upon the cards. Here the control lies in the eyes. The child must recognize these figures and place the wooden piece upon it so perfectly that it will cover and hide the paper figure. The eye of the child here corresponds to the frame, which materially led him at first to bring the 2 pieces together. In addition to covering the finger, the child is to accustom himself to touching the contour of the mounted figures as a part of the exercise. The child always voluntarily follows those movements. and after he has placed the wooden inset, he again touches the contour, adjusting with his finger the superimposed piece until it exactly covers the form beneath. Second series. We give a number of cards to the child together with corresponding wooden insets. In this second series, the figures are repeated by an outline of blue paper. The child, through these exercises, is passing gradually from the concrete to the abstract. At first, he handled only solid objects. He then passed to a plane figure, that is, to the plane which in itself does not exist. He is now passing to the line, but this line does not represent for him the abstract contour of a plane figure. It is to him the path which he has so often followed with his index finger, that this line is the trace of a movement. Following again the contour of the figure with his finger, the child receives the impression of actually leaving a trace, for the figure is covered by his finger and appears as he moves it. It is the eye now which guides the movement, but it must be remembered that this movement was already prepared when the child touched the contours of the solid pieces of wood. Third series. We now present to the child the cards upon which the figures are drawn in black, giving him, as before, the corresponding wooden pieces. Here, he has actually passed to the line, that is, to an abstraction, yet here, too, there is the idea of the result of a movement. This cannot be, it is true, the trace left by the finger, but, for example, that of a pencil which is guided by the hand in the same movements made before. These geometric figures in simple outline have grown out of a gradual series of representations which were concrete to vision and touch. These representations return to the mind of the child when he performs the exercise of superimposing the corresponding wooden figures. 3. Differential visual perception of contours. Education of the chromatic sense. In many of our lessons on the colors, we make use of pieces of brightly colored stuffs and of balls covered with wool of different colors. The didactic material for the education of the chromatic sense is the following, which I have established after a long series of tests made upon normal children. In the Institute for Deficients, I used, as said above, the geometric inserts. The present material consists of small flat tablets, which are wound with colored wool or silk. These tablets have a little wooden border at each end, which prevents the silk-covered card from touching the table. The child is also taught to take hold of the piece by these wooden extremities, so that he need not soil the delicate colors. In this way, we are able to use this material for a long time without having to renew it. I have chosen 8 tints, and each one has with it 8 gradations of different intensity of color. There are, therefore, 64 colored tablets in all. The 8 tints selected are black, from grey to white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, and brown. We have duplicate boxes of these 64 colors, giving us 2 of each exercise. The entire set, therefore, consists of 128 tablets. They are contained in 2 boxes, each divided into equal compartments, so that one box may contain 64 tablets. Exercises with the colored tablets. For the earliest of these exercises, we select 3 strong colors, for example, red, blue, and yellow in pairs. These 6 tablets we place upon the table before the child. Showing him one of the colors, we ask him to find its duplicate among the mixed tablets upon the table. In this way, we have him arrange the color tablets in a column, 2 by 2, pairing them according to color. The number of tablets in this game may be increased until the 8 colors, or 16 tablets, are given at once. When the strongest tones have been presented, we may proceed to the presentation of the lighter tones. In the same way, finally, we present 2 or 3 tablets of the same color but of different tone, showing the child how to arrange these in order of gradation. In this way, the 8 gradations are finally present. Following this, we place before the child the 8 gradations of 2 different colors, red and blue. He is shown how to separate the groups and then arrange each group in gradation. As we proceed, we offer groups of more nearly related colors, for example blue and violet, yellow and orange, etc. In one of the children's houses, I have seen the following game played with the greatest success and interest, and with surprising rapidity. The directress places upon a table about which the children are seated as many color groups as there are children, for example 3. She then calls each child's attention to the color each is to select, or which she assigns to him. Then she mixes the 3 groups of colors upon the table. Each child takes rapidly from the mixed heap of tablets all the gradations of his color and proceeds to arrange tablets which, when thus placed in a line, give the appearance of a strip of shaded ribbon. In another house, I have seen the children take the entire box, empty the 64 colored tablets upon the table, and after carefully mixing them, rapidly collect them into groups and arrange them in gradation, constructing a species of little carpet of delicately colored and intermingling tints. The children very quickly acquire an ability before which we stand amazed. Children of 3 years are able to pull all of the tints into gradation. Experiments in color memory. Experiments in color memory may be made by showing the child a tint, allowing him to look at it as long as he will, and then asking him to go to a distinct table upon which all of the colors are arranged and to select from among them tint similar to the one at which he has looked. The children succeed in this game remarkably, committing only slight errors. Children of 5 years enjoy this immensely, taking great pleasure in comparing the 2 spools and judging as to whether they have chosen correctly. At the beginning of my work, I made use of an instrument invented by Pizzoli. This consisted of a small broken disc having a half-moon shape opening at the top. Various colors were made to pass behind this opening by means of a rotary disc which was composed of strips of various colors. The teacher called the attention of the child to a certain color, then turned the disc, asking him to indicate the same disc when it again showed itself in the opening. The exercise rendered the child inactive, preventing him from controlling the material. It is not, therefore, an instrument which can promote the education of the senses. Exercise for the discrimination of sounds. It would be desirable to have in this connection the didactic material used for the auricular education in the principal institutions for deaf-mutes in Germany and America. These exercises are an introduction to the acquisition of language and serve in a very special way to center the children's discriminative attention upon the modulations of the sound of human voice. With very young children, linguistic education must occupy a most important place. Another aim of such exercises is to educate the ear of the child to noises so that he shall accustom himself to distinguish every slight noise and compare it with sounds, coming to resent hard or disordered noises. Such sense education has a value in that it exercises aesthetic taste and may be applied in a most noteworthy way to practical discipline. We all know how the younger children disturb the order of the room by shouts and by the noise of overturned objects. The rigorous scientific education of the sense of hearing is not practically applicable to the didactic method. This is true because the child cannot exercise himself through his own activity as it does for the other senses. Only one child at a time can work with any instrument producing the gradation of sounds. In other words, absolute silence is necessary for the discrimination of sounds. Signorina Maccheroni, directress, first of the Children's House in Milan and later in the one in the Franciscan convent at Rome, has invented and has had manufactured a series of 13 bells hung upon a wooden frame. These bells are, to all appearances, identical, but the vibrations brought about a blow of a hammer produced the following 13 notes. The set consists of a double series of 13 bells, and there are 4 hammers. Having struck one of the bells in the first series, the child must find the corresponding sound in the second. This exercise presents grave difficulty, as the child does not know how to strike each time with the same force, and therefore produces sounds which vary in intensity. Even when the teacher strikes the bells, the children have difficulty distinguishing between sounds. So we do not feel that this instrument in its present form is entirely practical. For the discrimination of sounds, we use Pizzoli's series of little whistles. For the gradation of noises, we use small boxes filled with different substances, more or less fine, sand or pebbles. The noises are produced by shaking the boxes. In the lessons for the sense of hearing, I proceed as follows. I have the teachers establish silence in the usual way, and then I continue the work, making the silence more profound. I say st, st in a series of modulations, now sharp and short, now prolonged and light as a whisper. The children, little by little, become fascinated by this. Occasionally I say, more silent still, more silent. I then begin the sibilant st, st again, making it always lighter and repeating, more silent still, in a barely audible whisper. Now I hear the clock. Now I can hear the bustle of a fly's wing. Now I can hear the whisper of the trees in the garden. The children, ecstatic with joy, sit in such absolute and complete silence that the room seems deserted. When I whisper, "Let us close our eyes." This exercise repeated so habituates the children to immobility and absolute silence that, when one of them interrupts, it needs only a syllable, a gesture to call him back immediately to perfect order. In the silence, we proceeded to the production of sounds and noises, making these at first strongly contrasted, then more nearly alike. Sometimes we present the comparisons between noise and sound. I believe that the best results can be obtained with the primitive means employed by the Itard in 1805. He used the drum and the bell. His plan was a graduated series of drums for the noises, or, better, for the heavy harmonic sounds, since these belong to a musical instrument, and a series of bells. The diapason, the whistles, the boxes, are not attractive to the child, and do not educate the sense of hearing as do these other instruments. There is an interesting suggestion in the fact that the two great human institutions, that of hate, war, and that of love, religion, have adopted these two opposite instruments, the drum and the bell. I believe that after establishing silence, it would be educational to ring well-toned bells, now calm and sweet, now clear and ringing, sending their vibrations through the child's whole body. And when, besides the education of the ear, we produced a vibratory education of the ear, we produced a vibratory education of the whole body, through these wisely selected sounds of the bells, giving a peace that pervades the very fibers of his being. Then I believe these young bodies would be sensitive to crude noises, and the children would come to dislike and to cease from making disordered and ugly noises. In this way, one whose ear has been trained by a musical education suffers from strident or discordant notes. I need give no illustration to make clear the importance of such education for the masses in childhood. The new generation would be calm, turning away from the confusion and the discordant sounds which strike the ear today in one of the wild tenements where the poor live, crowded together, left by us to abandon themselves to the lower, more brutal human instincts. Musical education. This must be carefully guided by method. In general, we see little children pass by the playing of some great musicians as an animal would pass. They do not perceive the delicate complexity of sounds. The street children gather about the organ grinder, crying out as if to hail with joy the noises which will come instead of sounds. For the musical education, we must create instruments as well as music. The scope of such an instrument, in addition to the discrimination of sounds, is to awaken a sense of rhythm, and, so to speak, to give the impulse toward calm and coordinate movements to those muscles already vibrating in the peace and tranquility of immobility. I believe the stringed instruments, perhaps some very much simplified harp, would be the most convenient. The stringed instruments together with the drum and the bells form the trio of the classic instruments of humanity. The harp is the instrument of the intimate life of the individual. Legend places it in the hands of Orpheus, folklore puts it into fairy hands, and romance gives it to the princess who conquers the heart of a wicked prince. The teacher who turns her back upon her scholars to play, far too often badly, will never be the educator of the musical sense. The child needs to be charmed in every way, by the glance as well as by the pose. The teacher who, bending towards them, gathering them about her, and leaving them free to go or to stay, touches the chord in a simple rhythm, puts herself in communication with them, in relation with their very souls. So much the better if this touch can be accompanied by her voice, and the children left free to follow her, no one being obliged to sing. In this way, she can select as adapted to education those songs which were followed by all the children, so she may regulate the complexity of rhythm to various ages, for she will see now only the older children following the rhythm, now also the little ones. At any rate, I believe that simple and primitive instruments are the ones best adapted to the awakening of music in the soul of the little child. I have tried to have the directress of the Children's House in Milan, who is a gifted musician, make a number of trials and experiments, with a view to finding out more about the muscular capacity of young children. She has made many trials with the pianoforte, observing how the children are not sensitive to the musical tone, but only to the rhythm. On a basis of rhythm, she arranged simple little dances, with the intention of studying the influence of the rhythm itself upon the coordination of muscular movements. She was greatly surprised to discover the educational disciplinary effect of such music. Her children, who have been led with great wisdom and art through liberty to a spontaneous ordering of their acts and movements, had nevertheless lived in the streets and courts, and had an almost universal habit of jumping. Being a faithful follower of the method of liberty, and not considering that jumping was a wrong act, she had never corrected them. She now noticed that as she multiplied and repeated the rhythm exercises, the children, little by little, left off their ugly jumping, until finally it was a thing of the past. The directress one day asked for an explanation of this change of conduct. Several little ones looked at her without saying anything. The older children gave various replies, whose meaning was the same. It isn't nice to jump. Jumping is ugly. It's rude to jump. This was certainly a beautiful triumph for our method. This experience shows that it is possible to educate the child's muscular sense, and it shows how exquisite the refinement of this sense may be as it develops in relation to the muscular memory, and side by side with the other forms of sensory memory. Tests for acuteness of hearing. The only entirely successful experiments which we have made so far in the children's houses are those of the clock and of the lowered or whispered voice. The trial is purely empirical and does not lend itself to the measuring of the sensation, but it is, however, most useful in that it helps us to an approximate knowledge of the child's auditory acuteness. The exercise consists in calling attention, when perfect silence has been established, to the ticking of the clock and to all the little noises not commonly audible to the ear. Finally, we call the little ones, one by one, from an adjoining room, pronouncing each name in a low voice. In preparing for such an exercise, it is necessary to teach the children the real meaning of silence. Toward this end, I have several games of silence, which help in a surprising way to strengthen the remarkable discipline of our children. I call the children's attention to myself, telling them to see how silent I can be. I assume different positions, standing, sitting, and maintain each pose silently, without movement. A finger moving can produce a noise, even though it be imperceptible. We may breathe so that we may be heard, but I maintain absolute silence, which is not an easy thing to do. I call a child and ask him to do as I am doing. He adjusts his feet to a better position, and this makes a noise. He moves an arm, stretching it out upon the arm of his chair. It is a noise. His breathing is not altogether silent. It is not tranquil, absolutely unheard as mine is. During these maneuvers on the part of the child, and while my brief comments are followed by intervals of immobility and silence, the other children are watching and listening. Many of them are interested in the fact, which they have never noticed before, namely, that we make so many noises of which we are not conscious, and there are degrees of silence. There is an absolute silence where nothing, absolutely nothing moves. They watch me in amazement when I stand in the middle of the room so quietly that it is really as if I were not. Then they strive to imitate me, and to do even better. I call attention here and there to a foot that moves, almost inadvertently. The attention of the child is called to every part of his body in an anxious eagerness to attain to immobility. When the children are trying in this way, there is established a silence very different from which we carelessly call by that name. It seems as if life gradually vanishes and the room becomes little by little empty, as if there were no longer anyone in it. Then we begin to hear the tick-tock of the clock, and this sound seems to grow in intensity as the silence becomes absolute. From without, from the court which before seemed silent, there come varied noises. A bird chirps, a child passes. The children sit fascinated by the silence as if some conquest of their own. Here, says the directress, here there is no longer anyone. The children have all gone away. Having arrived at that point, we darken the windows and tell the children to close their eyes, resting their heads upon their hands. They assume this position, and in the darkness, the absolute silence remains. Now listen, we say. A soft voice is going to call your name. Then, going to a room behind the children, and standing within the open door, I call in a low voice, lingering over the syllables as if I were calling from across the mountains. This voice, almost occult, seems to reach the heart and to call to the soul of the child. Each one, as he is called, lifts his head, opens his eyes, as if altogether happy, then rises, silently seeking not to move the chair, and walks on the tips of his toes, so quietly that he is scarcely heard. Nevertheless, his step resounds in the silence and immobility which persists. Having reached the door, with a joyous face, he leaps into the room, choking back soft outbursts of laughter. Another child may come to hide his face against my dress. Another, turning, will watch his companions sitting like statues, silent and waiting. The one who is called feels that he is privileged, that he has received a gift, a prize, and yet they know that all will be called, beginning with the most silent one in the room. So each one tries to merit by his perfect silence the certain call. I once saw a little one of 3 years try to suffocate a sneeze and succeed. She held her breath in a little breast and resisted, coming out victorious. A most surprising effort. This game delights the little ones beyond measure. Their intent faces, their patient immobility, reveal the enjoyment of a great pleasure. In the beginning, when the soul of the child was unknown to me, I had thought of showing them sweetmeats and little toys, promising to give them to the ones who were called, supposing that the gifts would be necessary to persuade the child to make the necessary effort. But I soon found that this was unnecessary. The children, after they had made the effort necessary to maintain silence, enjoyed the sensation, took pleasure in the silence itself. They were like ships safe in a tranquil harbor, happy in having experienced something new, and to have won a victory over themselves. This indeed was their recompense. They forgot the promise of sweets and no longer cared to take the toys which I had supposed would attract them. I therefore abandoned that useless means and saw with surprise that the game became constantly more perfect until even children of 3 years of age remained immovable in the silence throughout the time required to call the entire 40 children out of the room. It was then that I learned the soul of the child has its own reward and its particular spiritual pleasures. After such exercises, it seems to me that the children became closer to me. Certainly, they became more obedient, more gentle and sweet. We had, indeed, been isolated from the world, and had passed several minutes during which the communion between us was very close. I wishing for them and calling to them, and they receiving in the perfect silence the voice which was directed personally toward each one of them, crowning each in turn with happiness. A lesson in silence. I am about to describe a lesson which proved most successful in teaching the perfect silence to which it is possible to attain. One day, as I was about to enter one of the children's houses, I met in the court a mother who held in her arms her little baby of 4 months. The little one was swaddled, as is still the custom, among the people of Rome. An infant thus in the swaddling bands is called by us a pupa. This tranquil little one seemed the incarnation of peace. I took her in my arms, where she lay quiet and good. Still holding her, I went toward the schoolroom, from which the children now ran to meet me. They always welcomed me thus, throwing their arms about me, clinging to my skirts, and almost tumbling me over in their eagerness. I smiled at them, showing them the pupa. They understood and skipped about me, looking at me with eyes brilliant with pleasure, but did not touch me through respect for the little one that I held in my arms. I went into the schoolroom, where the children clustered about me. We sat down, I seating myself in a large chair instead of, as usual, in one of the little chairs. In other words, I seated myself solemnly. They looked at my little one with a mixture of tenderness and joy. None of us had yet spoken a word. Finally, I said to them, "I have brought you a little teacher." Surprised glances and laughter. A little teacher, yes, because none of you know how to be quiet as she does. At this, all the children changed their positions and became quiet. Yet no one holds his limbs and feet as quietly as she. Everyone gave closer attention to the position of limbs and feet. I looked at them smiling. Yes, but they can never be as quiet as hers. You move a little bit, but she, not at all. None of you can be as quiet as she. The children looked serious. The idea of the superiority of the little teacher seemed to have reached them. Some of them smiled and seemed to say with their eyes that the swirling bands deserved all the merit. Not one of you can be silent, voiceless as she. General silence. It is not possible to be as silent as she, because listen to her breathing, how delicate it is. Come near to her on your tiptoes. Several children rose and came slowly forward on tiptoe, bending toward the baby. Great silence. None of you can breathe so silently as she. The children looked about amazed. They had never thought that even when sitting quietly they were making noises, and the silence of a little babe is more profound than the silence of grown people. They almost ceased to breathe. I rose. "Go out quietly, quietly," I said. "Walk on the tip of your toes and make no noise." Following them, I said, "And yet I still hear some sounds, but she, the baby, walks with me and makes no sound. She goes out silently." The children smiled. They understood the truth and the jest of my words. I went to the open window and placed the baby in the arms of the mother who stood watching us. The little one seemed to have left behind her a subtle charm which enveloped the souls of the children. Indeed, there is in nature nothing more sweet than the silent breathing of a newborn babe. There is an indescribable majesty about this human life, which in repose and silence gathers strength and newness of life. Compared to this, Wordsworth's description of the silent peace of nature seems to lose its force. What calm, what quiet, the one sound, the drip of the suspended oar. The children, too, felt the poetry and beauty in the peaceful silence of a newborn human life. Footnote: here and elsewhere throughout the book, the word touch is used not only to express contact between the fingers and an object, but the moving of fingers or hand over an object or its outline. End of chapter 13. Education of the senses and illustrations of the didactic material. General sensibility, the tactile, thermic, baric, and stereognostic senses. Recording by Ashwin Jain.
Chapter 14 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Stripling. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 14. General Notes on the Education of the Senses. I do not claim to have brought to perfection the method of sense training as applied to young children. I do believe, however, that it opens a new field for psychological research, promising rich and valuable results. Experimental psychology has so far devoted its attention to perfecting the instruments by which the sensations are measured. No one has attempted the methodical preparation of the individual for the sensations. It is my belief that the development of psychometry will owe more to the attention given to the preparation of the individual than to the perfecting of the instrument. But putting aside this purely scientific side of the question, the education of the senses must be of the greatest pedagogical interest. Our aim in education in general is twofold, biological and social. From the biological side, we wish to help the natural development of the individual. From the social standpoint, it is our aim to prepare the individual for the environment. Under this last head, technical education may be considered as having a place, since it teaches the individual to make use of his surroundings. The education of the senses is most important from both these points of view. The development of the senses indeed precedes that of superior intellectual activity, and the child between 3 and 7 years is in the period of formation. We can then help the development of the senses while they are in this period. We may graduate and adapt the stimuli just as, for example, it is necessary to help the formation of language before it shall be completely developed. All education of little children must be governed by this principle, to help the natural psychic and physical development of the child. The other aim of education, that of adapting the individual to the environment, should be given more attention later on when the period of intense development is past. These two phases of education are always interlaced, but one or the other has prevalence according to the age of the child. Now, the period of life between the ages of 3 and 7 years covers a period of rapid physical development. It is the time for the formation of the sense activities as related to the intellect. The child in this age develops his senses. His attention is further attracted to the environment under the form of passive curiosity. The stimuli, and not yet the reasons for things, attract his attention. This is, therefore, the time when we should methodically direct the sense stimuli in such a way that the sensations which he receives shall develop in a rational way. This sense training will prepare the ordered foundation upon which he may build up a clear and strong mentality. It is, besides all this, possible with the education of the senses to discover and eventually to correct defects which today pass unobserved in the school. Now the time comes when the defect manifests itself in an evident and irreparable inability to make use of the forces of life about him, such defects as deafness and nearsightedness. This education, therefore, is physiological and prepares directly for intellectual education, perfecting the organs of sense and the nerve paths of projection and association. But the other part of education, the adaptation of the individual to his environment, is indirectly touched. We prepare with our method the infancy of the humanity of our time. The men of the present civilization are preeminently observers of their environment because they must utilize to the greatest possible extent all the riches of this environment. The art of today bases itself, as in the days of the Greeks, upon observation of the truth. The progress of positive science is based upon its observations and all its discoveries and their applications, which in the last century have so transformed our civic environment, were made by following the same line, that is, they have come through observation. We must therefore prepare the new generation for this attitude, which has become necessary in our modern civilized life. It is an indispensable means. Man must be so armed if he is to continue efficaciously the work of our progress. We have seen the discovery of the Röntgen rays born of observation. To the same methods are due the discovery of Hertzian waves and vibrations of radium, and we await wonderful things from the Marconi telegraph. While there has been no period in which thought has gained so much from positive study as the present century, and this same century promises new light in the field of speculative philosophy, and upon spiritual questions the theories upon the matter have themselves led to most interesting metaphysical concepts. We may say that in preparing the method of observation, we have also prepared the way leading to spiritual discovery. The education of the senses makes men observers, and not only accomplishes the general work of adaptation to the present epoch of civilization, but also prepares them directly for practical life. We have had up to the present time, I believe, a most imperfect idea of what is necessary in the practical living of life. We have always started from ideas, and have proceeded thence to motor activities. Thus, for example, the method of education has always been to teach intellectually, and then to have the child follow the principles he has been taught. In general, when we are teaching, we talk about the object which interests us, and then we try to lead the scholar, when he has understood, to perform some kind of work with the object itself. But often the scholar who has understood the idea finds great difficulty in the execution of the work which we give him, because we have left out of his education a factor of the utmost importance, namely the perfecting of the senses. I may perhaps illustrate this statement with a few examples. We ask the cook to buy only fresh fish. She understands the idea and tries to follow it in her marketing, but if the cook has not been trained to recognize through sight and smell the signs which indicate freshness in the fish, she will not know how to follow the order we have given her. Such a lack will show itself much more plainly in culinary operations. A cook may be trained in book matters, and may know exactly the recipes and the length of time advised in her cookbook. She may be able to perform all the manipulations necessary to give the desired appearance to the dishes, but when it is a question of deciding from the odor of the dish the exact moment of its being properly cooked, or with the eye or the taste the time at which she must put in some given condiment, Then she will make a mistake if her senses have not been sufficiently prepared. She can only gain such ability through long practice, and such practice on the part of the cook is nothing else than a belated education of the senses, an education which often can never be properly attained by the adult. This is one reason why it is so difficult to find good cooks. Something of the same kind is true of the physician, the student of medicine who studies theoretically the character of the pulse, and sits down by the bed of the patient with the best will in the world to read the pulse. But if his fingers do not know how to read the sensations, his studies will have been in vain. Before he can become a doctor, he must gain a capacity for discriminating between sense stimuli. The same may be said for the pulsations of the heart, which the student studies in theory, but which the ear can learn to distinguish only through practice. We may say the same for all the delicate vibrations and movements, in the reading of which the hand of the physician is too often deficient. The thermometer is the more indispensable to the physician, the more his sense of touch is unadapted and untrained in the gathering of the thermic stimuli. It is well understood that the physician may be learned and most intelligent without being a good practitioner, and that to make a good practitioner long practice is necessary. In reality, this long practice is nothing else than a tardy and often inefficient exercise of the senses. After he has assimilated the brilliant theories, the physician sees himself forced to the unpleasant labor of the semiography, that is, to making a record of the symptoms revealed by his observation of and experiments with the patients. He must do this if he is to receive from these theories any practical results. Here, then, we have the beginner proceeding in a stereotyped way to tests of palpation, percussion, and auscultation for the purpose of identifying the throbs, the resonance, the tones, the breathings, and the various sounds which alone can enable him to formulate a diagnosis. Hence the deep and unhappy discouragement of so many young physicians, and above all the loss of time, for it is often a question of lost years. Then there is the immorality of allowing a man to follow a profession of so great responsibility, when, as is often the case, he is so unskilled and inaccurate in the taking of symptoms. The whole art of medicine is based upon an education of the senses. The schools instead prepare physicians through a study of the classics. All very well and good, but the splendid intellectual development of the physician falls impotent before the insufficiency of his senses. One day I heard a surgeon giving to a number of poor mothers a lesson on the recognition of the first deformities noticeable in little children from the disease of rickets. It was his hope to lead these mothers to bring to him their children who were suffering from this disease, while the disease was yet in the earliest stages, and when medical help might still be efficacious. The mothers understood the idea, but they did not know how to recognize these first signs of deformity, because they were lacking in the sensory education through which they might discriminate between signs deviating only slightly from the normal. Therefore, those lessons were useless. If we think of it for a minute, we will see that almost all the forms of adulteration in foodstuffs are rendered possible by the torpor of the senses, which exists in the greater number of people. Fraudulent industry feeds upon the lack of sense education in the masses, as any kind of fraud is based upon the ignorance of the victim. We often see the purchaser throwing himself upon the honesty of the merchant, or putting his faith in the company or the label upon the box. This is because purchasers are lacking in the capacity of judging directly for themselves. They do not know how to distinguish with their senses the different qualities of various substances. In fact, we may say that in many cases intelligence is rendered useless by lack of practice, and this practice is almost always sense education. Everyone knows in practical life the fundamental necessity of judging with exactness between various stimuli. But very often, sense education is most difficult for the adult, just as it is difficult for him to educate his hand when he wishes to become a pianist. It is necessary to begin the education of the senses in the formative period, if we wish to perfect this sense development with the education which is to follow. The education of the senses should be begun methodically in infancy, and should continue during the entire period of instruction which is to prepare the individual for life in society. Aesthetic and moral education are closely related to this sensory education. Multiply the sensations and develop the capacity of appreciating fine differences in stimuli, and we refine the sensibility and multiply man's pleasures. Beauty lies in harmony, not in contrast, and harmony is refinement. Therefore, there must be a fineness of the senses if we are to appreciate harmony. The aesthetic harmony of nature is lost upon him who has coarse senses. The world to him is narrow and barren. In life about us there exist inexhaustible fonts of aesthetic enjoyment, before which men pass as insensible as the brutes seeking their enjoyment in those sensations which are crude and showy, since they are the only ones accessible to them. Now, from the enjoyment of gross pleasures, vicious habits very often spring. Strong stimuli, indeed, do not render acute, but blunt the senses, so that they require stimuli more and more accentuated and more gross. Onanism, so often found among normal children of the lower classes, alcoholism, fondness for watching sensual acts of adults, these things represent the enjoyment of those unfortunate ones whose intellectual pleasures are few and whose senses are blunted and dulled. Such pleasures kill the man within the individual and call to life the beast. Indeed, from the physiological point of view, the importance of the education of the senses is evident from an observation of the scheme of the diagrammatic arc, which represents the functions of the nervous system. The external stimulus acts upon the organ of sense, and the impression is transmitted along the centripetal way to the nerve center. The corresponding motor impulse is elaborated and is transmitted along the centrifugal path to the organ of motion, provoking a movement. Although the arc represents diagrammatically the mechanism of reflex spinal actions, it may still be considered as a fundamental key explaining the phenomena of the more complex nervous mechanisms. Man, with the peripheral sensory system, gathers various stimuli from his environment. He puts himself thus in direct communication with his surroundings. The psychic life develops, therefore, in relation to the system of nerve centers, and human activity, which is eminently social activity, manifests itself through acts of the individual, manual work, writing, spoken language, etc., by means of the psychomotor organs. Education should guide and perfect the development of the three periods, the two peripheral and the central, or, better still, since the process fundamentally reduces itself to the nerve centers, education should give to psychosensory exercises the same importance which it gives to psychomotor exercises. Otherwise, we isolate man from his environment. Indeed, when with intellectual culture we believe ourselves to have completed education, we have but made thinkers whose tendency will be to live without the world. We have not made practical men. If, on the other hand, wishing through education to prepare for practical life, we limit ourselves to exercising the psychomotor phase, we lose sight of the chief end of education, which is to put man in direct communication with the external world. Since professional work almost always requires man to make use of his surroundings, the technical schools are not forced to return to the very beginnings of education, sense exercises, in order to supply the great and universal lack. End of Chapter 14. General Notes on the Education of the Senses. Recording by Carol Stripling.
Chapter 15 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leni. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori, translated by N. E. George. Chapter 15, Intellectual Education. To lead the child from the education of the senses to ideas. Edouard Séguin. The sense exercises constitute a species of auto-education, which, if these exercises be many times repeated, leads to a perfecting of the child's psychosensory processes. The directress must intervene to lead the child from sensations to ideas, from the concrete to the abstract, and to the association of ideas. For this, she should use a method tending to isolate the inner attention of the child and to fix it upon the perceptions, as in the first lessons his objective attention was fixed, through isolation, upon single stimuli. The teacher, in other words, when she gives a lesson, must seek to limit the field of the child's consciousness to the object of the lesson, as, for example, during the sense education she isolated the sense which she wished the child to exercise. For this, knowledge of a special technique is necessary. The educator must, to the greatest possible extent, limit his intervention, yet he must not allow the child to weary himself in an undue effort of auto-education. It is here that the factor of individual limitation and differing degrees of perception are most keenly felt in the teacher. In other words, in the quality of this intervention lies the art which makes up the individuality of the teacher. A definite and undoubted part of the teacher's work is that of teaching an exact nomenclature. She should, in most cases, pronounce the necessary names and adjectives without adding anything further. These words she should pronounce distinctly and in a clear, strong voice, so that the various sounds composing the word may be distinctly and plainly perceived by the child. So, for example, touching the smooth and rough cards in the first tactile exercise, she should say, "This is smooth. This is rough," repeating the words with varying modulations of the voice, always letting the tones be clear and the enunciation very distinct. Smooth, 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 rough, rough, rough. In the same way, when treating of the sensations of heat and cold, she must say, "This is cold. This is hot. This is ice cold. This is tepid." She may then begin to use the generic terms: heat, more heat, less heat, etc. First, the lessons in nomenclature must consist simply in provoking the association of the name with the object, or with the abstract idea which the name represents. Thus, the object and the name must be united when they are received by the child's mind, and this makes it most necessary that no other word besides the name be spoken. Second, the teacher must always test whether or not her lesson has attained the end she had in view, and her tests must be made to come within the restricted field of consciousness provoked by the lesson on nomenclature. The first test will be to find whether the name is still associated in the child's mind with the object. She must allow the necessary time to elapse, letting a short period of silence intervene between the lesson and the test. Then she may ask the child, pronouncing slowly and very clearly the name or the adjective she has taught, "Which is smooth? Which is rough?" The child will point to the object with his finger, and the teacher will know that he has made the desired association. But if he has not done this, that is, if he makes a mistake, she must not correct him, but must suspend her lesson to take it up again another day. Indeed, why correct him? If the child has not succeeded in associating the name with the object, the only way in which to succeed would be to repeat both the action of the sense stimuli and the name, in other words, to repeat the lesson. But when the child has failed, we should know that he was not at that instant ready for the psychic association which we wish to provoke in him, and we must therefore choose another moment. If we should say, in correcting the child, "No, you have made a mistake," all these words, which, being in the form of a reproof, would strike him more forcibly than others, such as smooth or rough, would remain in the mind of the child, retarding the learning of the names. On the contrary, the silence which follows the error leaves the field of consciousness clear, and the next lesson may successfully follow the first. In fact, by revealing the error, we may lead the child to make an undue effort to remember, or we may discourage him, and it is our duty to avoid, as much as possible, all unnatural effort and all depression. Third, if the child has not committed any error, the teacher may provoke the motor activity corresponding to the idea of the object, that is, to the pronunciation of the name. She may ask him, "What is this?" and the child should respond, "Smooth." The teacher may then interrupt, teaching him how to pronounce the word correctly and distinctly, first drawing a deep breath, and then saying in a rather loud voice, "Smooth." When he does this, the teacher may note his particular speech defect, or the special form of baby talk to which he may be addicted. In regard to the generalization of the ideas received, and by that I mean the application of these ideas to his environment, I do not advise any lessons of this sort for a certain length of time, even for a number of months. There will be children who, after having touched a few times the stuffs, or merely the smooth and rough cards, will quite spontaneously touch the various surfaces about them, repeating "smooth, rough, it is velvet," etc. In dealing with normal children, we must await this spontaneous investigation of the surroundings, or, as I like to call it, this voluntary explosion of the exploring spirit. In such cases, the children experience a joy at each fresh discovery. They are conscious of a sense of dignity and satisfaction which encourages them to seek for new sensations from their environment and to make themselves spontaneous observers. The teacher should watch with the most solicitous care to see when and how the child arrives at this generalization of ideas. For example, one of our little 4-year-olds, while running about in the court one day, suddenly stood still and cried out, "Oh, the sky is blue!" and stood for some time looking up into the blue expanse of the sky. One day, when I entered one of the children's houses, 5 or 6 little ones gathered quietly about me and began caressing, lightly, my hands and my clothing, saying, "It is smooth, it is velvet, this is rough." A number of others came near and began, with serious and intent faces, to repeat the same words, touching me as they did so. The directress wished to interfere to release me, but I signed to her to be quiet, and I myself did not move, but remained silent, admiring the spontaneous intellectual activity of my little ones. The greatest triumph of our educational method should always be this: to bring about the spontaneous progress of the child. One day, a little boy, following one of our exercises in design, had chosen to fill in with colored pencils the outline of a tree. To color the trunk, he laid hold upon a red crayon. The teacher wished to interfere, saying, "Do you think trees have red trunks?" I held her back and allowed the child to color the tree red. This design was precious to us. it showed that the child was not yet an observer of his surroundings. My way of treating this was to encourage the child to make use of the games for the chromatic sense. He went daily into the garden with the other children, and could at any time see the tree trunks. When the sense exercises should have succeeded in attracting the child's spontaneous attention to colors about him, then, in some happy moment, he would become aware that the tree trunks were not red, just as the other child during his play had become conscious of the fact that the sky was blue. In fact, the teacher continued to give the child outlines of trees to fill in. He one day chose a brown pencil with which to color the trunk, and made the branches and leaves green. Later, he made the branches brown also, using green only for the leaves. Thus, we have the test of the child's intellectual progress. We cannot create observers by saying, "Observe," but by giving them the power and the means for this observation, and these means are procured through education of the senses. Once we have aroused such activity, auto-education is assured, for refined, well-trained senses lead us to a closer observation of the environment, and this, with its infinite variety, attracts the attention and continues the psychosensory education. If, on the other hand, in this matter of sense education, we single out definite concepts of the quality of certain objects, these very objects become associated with, or a part of, the training, which is in this way limited to those concepts taken and recorded. So the sense training remains unfruitful. When, for example, a teacher has given in the old way a lesson on the names of the colors, she has imparted an idea concerning that particular quality, but she has not educated the chromatic sense. The child will know these colors in a superficial way, forgetting them from time to time, and at best his appreciation of them will lie within the limits prescribed by the teacher. When, therefore, the teacher of the old methods shall have provoked the generalization of the idea, saying, for example, "What is the color of this flower, of this ribbon?" the attention of the child will, in all probability, remain torpidly fixed upon the examples suggested by her. We may liken the child to a clock, and may say that, with the old-time way, it is very much as if we were to hold the wheels of the clock quiet, and move the hands about the clock face with our fingers. The hands will continue to circle the dial, just so long as we apply, through our fingers, the necessary motor force. Even so is it with that sort of culture which is limited to the work which the teacher does with the child. The new method, instead, may be compared to the process of winding, which sets the entire mechanism in motion. This motion is in direct relation with the machine, and not with the work of winding. So the spontaneous psychic development of the child continues indefinitely, and is in direct relation to the psychic potentiality of the child himself, and not with the work of the teacher. The movement, or the spontaneous psychic activity, starts in our case from the education of the senses, and is maintained by the observing intelligence. Thus, for example, the hunting dog receives his ability, not from the education given by his master, but from the special acuteness of his senses, and as soon as this physiological quality is applied to the right environment, the exercise of hunting, the increasing refinement of the sense perceptions, gives the dog the pleasure and then the passion for the chase. The same is true of the pianist, who, refining at the same time his musical sense and the agility of his hand, comes to love more and more to draw new harmonies from the instrument. This double perfection proceeds until at last the pianist is launched upon a course which will be limited only by the personality which lies within him. Now, a student of physics may know all the laws of harmony which form a part of his scientific culture, and yet he may not know how to follow a most simple musical composition. His culture, however vast, will be bound by the definite limits of his science. Our educational aim with very young children must be to aid the spontaneous development of the mental, spiritual, and physical personality, and not to make of the child a cultured individual in the commonly accepted sense of the term. So, after we have offered to the child such didactic material as is adapted to provoke the development of his senses, we must wait until the activity known as observation develops. And herein lies the art of the educator, in knowing how to measure the action by which we help the young child's personality to develop. To one whose attitude is right, little children soon reveal profound individual differences, which call for very different kinds of help from the teacher. Some of them require almost no intervention on her part, while others demand actual teaching. It is necessary, therefore, that the teaching shall be rigorously guided by the principle of limiting to the greatest possible point the active intervention of the education. Here are a number of games and problems which we have used effectively in trying to follow this principle. Games of the blind. The games of the blind are used for the most part as exercises in general sensibility, as follows. The stuffs. We have in our didactic material a pretty little chest composed of drawers within which are arranged rectangular pieces of stuff in great variety. There are velvet, satin, silk, cotton, linen, etc. We have the child touch each of these pieces, teaching the appropriate nomenclature and adding something regarding the quality, as coarse, fine, soft. Then we call the child and seat him at one of the tables where he can be seen by his companions, blindfold him, and offer him the stuffs one by one. He touches them, smooths them, crushes them between his fingers, and decides. It is velvet, it is fine linen, it is rough cloth, etc. This exercise provokes general interest. When we offer the child some unexpected foreign object, as for example a sheet of paper, a veil, the little assembly trembles as it awaits his response. Wait. We place the child in the same position, call his attention to the tablets used for the education of the sense of weight, have him notice again the already well-known differences of weight, and then tell him to put all the dark tablets, which are the heavier ones, at the right, and all the light ones, which are the lighter, to the left. We then blindfold him and he proceeds to the game, taking each time 2 tablets. Sometimes he takes 2 of the same color, sometimes 2 of different colors, but in a position opposite to that in which he must arrange them on his desk. These exercises are most exciting when, for example, the child has in his hands 2 of the dark tablets and changes them from one hand to the other, uncertain, and finally places them together on the right. The children watch in a state of intense eagerness, and a great sigh often expresses their final relief. The shouts of the audience when the entire game is followed without an error gives the impression that their little friend sees with his hands the colors of the tablets. Dimension and form. We use games similar to the preceding one, having the child distinguish between different coins, the cubes and bricks of fribble, and dry seeds, such as beans and peas. But such games never awaken the intense interest aroused by the preceding ones. They are, however, useful, and serve to associate with the various objects those qualities peculiar to them, and also to fix the nomenclature. Application of the education of the visual sense to the observation of the environment. Nomenclature. This is one of the most important phases of education. Indeed, nomenclature prepares for an exactness in the use of language which is not always met with in our schools. Many children, for example, use interchangeably the words thick and big, long and high. With the methods already described, the teacher may easily establish, by means of the didactic material, ideas which are very exact and clear, and may associate the proper word with these ideas. Method of using the didactic material. Dimensions. The directress, after the child has played for a long time with the 3 sets of solid insets and has acquired a security in the performance of the exercise, takes out all the cylinders of equal height and places them in a horizontal position on the table, one beside the other. Then she selects the 2 extremes, saying, "This is the thickest, this is the thinnest." She places them side by side so that the comparison may be more marked, and then, taking them by the little button, she compares the bases, calling attention to the great difference. She then places them again beside each other in a vertical position in order to show that they are equal in height, and repeats several times, thick, thin. Having done this, she should follow it with the test, asking, "Give me the thickest, give me the thinnest." And finally, she should proceed to the test of nomenclature, asking, "What is this?" In the lessons which follow this, the directress may take away the 2 extreme pieces and may repeat the lesson with the 2 pieces remaining at the extremities, and so on until she has used all the pieces. She may then take these up at random, saying, "Give me one a little thicker than this one," or "Give me one a little thinner than this one." With the second set of solid insets, she proceeds in the same way. Here she stands the pieces upright, as each one has a base sufficiently broad to maintain it in this position, saying, "This is the highest, and this is the lowest." Then, placing the 2 extreme pieces side by side, she may take them out of the line and compare the bases, showing that they are equal. From the extremes, she may proceed as before, selecting each time the 2 remaining pieces most strongly contrasted. With the third solid inset, the directress, when she has arranged the pieces in gradation, calls the child's attention to the first one, saying, "This is the largest," and to the last one, saying, "This is the smallest." Then she places them side by side and observes how they differ both in height and in base. She then proceeds in the same way as in the other 2 exercises. Similar lessons may be given with a series of graduated prisms, of rods and of cubes. The prisms are thick and thin and of equal length. The rods are long and short and of equal thickness. The cubes are big and little and differ in size and in height. The application of these ideas to environment will come most easily when we measure the children with the anthropometer. They will begin among themselves to make comparisons, saying, "I am taller, you are thicker." These comparisons are also made when the children hold out their little hands to show that they are clean, and the directress stretches hers out also to show that she too has clean hands. Often the contrast between the dimensions of the hands calls forth laughter. The children make a perfect game of measuring themselves. They stand side by side, they look at each other, they decide. Often they place themselves beside grown persons and observe with curiosity and interest the greatest difference in height. Form. When the child shows that he can, with security, distinguish the forms of the plain geometric insets, the directress may begin the lessons in nomenclature. She should begin with 2 strongly contrasted forms, as the square and the circle, and should follow the usual method, using the 3 periods of Séguin. We do not teach all the names relative to the geometric figures, giving only those of the most familiar forms, such as square, circle, rectangle, triangle, oval. We now call attention to the fact that there are rectangles which are narrow and long, and others which are broad and short, while the squares are equal on all sides and can be only big and little. These things are most easily shown with the insets, for, though we turn the square about, it still enters its frame, while the rectangle, if placed across the opening, will not enter. The child is much interested in this exercise, for which we arrange in the frame a square and a series of rectangles, having the longest side equal to the side of the square, the other side gradually decreasing in the 5 pieces. In the same way, we proceed to show the difference between the oval, the ellipse, and the circle. The circle enters no matter how it is placed or turned about. The ellipse does not enter when placed transversely, but if placed lengthwise will enter, even if turned upside down. The oval, however, not only cannot enter the frame if placed transversely, but not even when turned upside down. It must be placed with the large curve toward the large part of the opening, and with the narrow curve toward the narrow portion of the opening. The circles, big and little, enter their frames no matter how they are turned about. I do not reveal the difference between the oval and the ellipse until a very late stage of the child's education, and then not to all children, but only to those who show a special interest in the forms by choosing the game often, or by asking about the differences. I prefer that such differences should be recognized later by the child, spontaneously, perhaps in the elementary school. It seems to many persons that in teaching these forms we are teaching geometry, and that this is premature in schools for such young children. Others feel that, if we wish to present geometric forms, we should use the solids, as being more concrete. I feel that I should say a word here to combat such prejudices. To observe a geometric form is not to analyze it, and in the analysis geometry begins. When, for example, we speak to the child of sides and angles and explain these to him, even though with objective methods, as Froebel advocates, for example, the square has 4 sides and can be constructed with 4 sticks of equal length, then indeed we do enter the field of geometry, and I believe that little children are too immature for these steps. But the observation of the form cannot be too advanced for a child at this age. The plane of the table at which the child sits while eating his supper is probably a rectangle. The plate which contains his food is a circle, and we certainly do not consider that the child is too immature to be allowed to look at the table and the plate. The insets which we present simply call the attention to a given form. As to the name, it is analogous to other names by which the child learns to call things. Why should we consider it premature to teach the child the words circle, square, oval, when in his home he repeatedly hears the word round used in connection with plates, etc.? He will hear his parents speak of the square table, the oval table, etc., and these words in common use will remain for a long time confused in his mind and in his speech, if we do not interpose such help as that we give in the teaching of forms. We should reflect upon the fact that many times a child, left to himself, makes an undue effort to comprehend the language of the adults and the meaning of the things about him. Opportune and rational instruction prevents such an effort, and therefore does not weary but relieves the child and satisfies his desire for knowledge. Indeed, he shows his contentment by various expressions of pleasure. At the same time, his attention is called to the word which, if he is allowed to pronounce badly, develops in him an imperfect use of language. This often arises from an effort on his part to imitate the careless speech of persons about him, while the teacher, by pronouncing clearly the word referring to the object which arouses the child's curiosity, prevents such effort and such imperfections. Here also we face a widespread prejudice, namely, the belief that the child, left to himself, gives absolute repose to his mind. If this were so, he would remain a stranger to the world, and instead we see him, little by little, spontaneously conquer various ideas and words. He is a traveler through life, who observes the new things among which he journeys, and who tries to understand the unknown tongue spoken by those about him. Indeed, he makes a great and voluntary effort to understand and to imitate. The instruction given to little children should be so directed as to lessen this expenditure of poorly directed effort, converting it instead into the enjoyment of conquest made easy and infinitely broadened. We are the guides of these travelers, just entering the great world of human thought. We should see to it that we are intelligent and cultured guides, not losing ourselves in vain discourse, but illustrating briefly and concisely the work of art in which the traveler shows himself interested, and we should then respectfully allow him to observe it as long as he wishes to. It is our privilege to lead him to observe the most important and the most beautiful things of life in such a way that he does not lose energy and time in useless things, but shall find pleasure and satisfaction throughout his pilgrimage. I have already referred to the prejudice that it is more suitable to present the geometric forms to the child in the solid rather than in the plane, giving him, for example, the cube, the sphere, the prism. Let us put aside the physiological side of the question, showing that the visual recognition of the solid figure is more complex than that of the plane, and let us view the question only from the more purely pedagogical standpoint of practical life. The greater number of objects which we look upon every day present more nearly the aspect of our plane geometric insets. In fact, doors, window frames, framed pictures, the wooden or marble top of a table are indeed solid objects, but with one of the dimensions greatly reduced, and with the two dimensions determining the form of the plane surface made most evident. When the plane form prevails, we say that the window is rectangular, the picture frame oval, this table square, etc. Solids having a determined form prevailing in the plane surface are almost the only ones which come to our notice, and such solids are clearly represented by our plane geometric insets. The child will very often recognize in his environment forms which he has learned in this way, but he will rarely recognize the solid geometric forms. That the table leg is a prism, or a truncated cone, or an elongated cylinder will come to his knowledge long after he has observed that the top of the table upon which he places things is rectangular. We do not, therefore, speak of the fact of recognizing that a house is a prism or a cube. Indeed, the pure solid geometric forms never exist in the ordinary objects about us. These present, instead, a combination of forms. So, putting aside the difficulty of taking in at a glance the complex form of a house, the child recognizes in it not an identity of form, but an analogy. He will, however, see the plane geometric forms perfectly represented in windows and doors, and in the faces of many solid objects in use at home. Thus, the knowledge of the forms given him in the plane geometric insets will be for him a species of magic key opening the external world and making him feel that he knows its secrets. I was walking one day upon the Pincian Hill with a boy from the elementary school. He had studied geometric design and understood the analysis of plane geometric figures. As we reached the highest terrace, from which we could see the Piazza del Popolo with the city stretching away behind it, I stretched out my hand, saying, "Look, all the works of man are a great mass of geometric figures." And, indeed, rectangles, ovals, triangles, and semicircles, perforated or ornamented in 100 different ways the grey rectangular facades of the various buildings. Such uniformity in such an expanse of buildings seemed to prove the limitation of human intelligence, while, in an adjoining garden plot, the shrubs and flowers spoke eloquently of the infinite variety of forms in nature. The boy had never made these observations. He had studied the angles, the sides, and the construction of outline geometric figures, but without thinking beyond this, and feeling only annoyance at this arid work. At first he laughed at the idea of man's massing geometric figures together. Then he became interested, looked long at the buildings before him, and an expression of lively and thoughtful interest came into his face. To the right of the Ponte Margherita was a factory building in the process of construction, and its steel framework delineated a series of rectangles. "What tedious work!" said the boy, alluding to the workman. And then, as we drew near the garden and stood for a moment in silence, admiring the grass and the flowers which sprang so freely from the earth, "It is beautiful," he said. But that word beautiful referred to the inner awakening of his own soul. This experience made me think that in the observation of the plain geometric forms, and in that of the plants which they saw growing in their own little gardens, there existed for the children precious sources of spiritual as well as intellectual education. For this reason, I have wished to make my work broad, leading the child not only to observe the forms about him, but to distinguish the work of man from that of nature, and to appreciate the fruits of human labor. A. Free design. I give the child a sheet of white paper and a pencil, telling him that he may draw whatever he wishes to. Such drawings have long been of interest to experimental psychologists. Their importance lies in the fact that they reveal the capacity of the child for observing, and also show his individual tendencies. Generally, the first drawings are unformed and confused, and the teacher should ask the child what he wished to draw, and should write it underneath the design that it may be a record. Little by little, the drawings become more intelligible, and verily reveal the progress which the child makes in the observation of the forms about him. Often, the most minute details of an object have been observed and recorded in the crude sketch. And, since the child draws what he wishes, he reveals to us which are the objects that most strongly attract his attention. B. Design consisting of the filling in of outlined figures. These designs are most important, as they constitute the preparation for writing. They do for the color sense what free design does for the sense of form. In other words, they reveal the capacity of the child in the matter of observation of colors, as the free design showed us the extent to which he was an observer of form in the objects surrounding him. I shall speak more fully of this work in the chapter on writing. The exercises consist in filling in with colored pencil certain outlines drawn in black. These outlines present the simple geometric figures and various objects with which the child is familiar in the schoolroom, the home, and the garden. The child must select his color, and in doing so, he shows us whether he has observed the colors of the things surrounding him. Free plastic work. These exercises are analogous to those in free design and in the filling in of figures with colored pencils. Here, the child makes whatever he wishes with clay. That is, he models those objects which he remembers most distinctly and which have impressed him most deeply. We give the child a wooden tray containing a piece of clay, and then we await his work. We possess some very remarkable pieces of clay work done by our little ones. Some of them reproduce, with surprising minuteness of detail, objects which they have seen. And what is most surprising, these models often record not only the form, but even the dimensions of the objects which the child handled in school. Many little ones model the objects which they have seen at home, especially kitchen furniture, water jugs, pots, and pans. Sometimes we are shown a simple cradle containing a baby brother or sister. At first, it is necessary to place written descriptions upon these objects, as it is necessary to do with the free design. Later on, however, the models are easily recognizable, and the children learn to reproduce the geometric solids. These clay models are undoubtedly very valuable material for the teacher, and make clear many individual differences, thus helping her to understand her children more fully. In our method, they are also valuable as psychological manifestations of development according to age. Such designs are precious guides also for the teacher in the matter of her intervention in the child's education. The children who, in this work, reveal themselves as observers will probably become spontaneous observers of all the world about them, and may be led toward such a goal by the indirect help of exercises tending to fix and to make more exact the various sensations and ideas. These children will also be those who arrive most quickly at the act of spontaneous writing. Those whose clay work remains unformed and indefinite will probably need the direct revelation of the directress, who will need to call their attention in some material manner to the objects around them. Geometric analysis of figures: sides, angles, center, base. The geometric analysis of figures is not adapted to very young children. I have tried a means for the introduction of such analysis, limiting this work to the rectangle and making use of a game which includes the analysis without fixing the attention of the child upon it. This game presents the concept most clearly. The rectangle of which I make use is the plane of one of the children's tables, and the game consists in laying the table for a meal. I have, in each of the children's houses, a collection of toy table furnishings, such as may be found in any toy store. Among these are dinner plates, soup tureen, salt cellars, glasses, decanters, little knives, forks, spoons, etc. I have them lay the table for 6, putting 2 places on each of the longer sides and 1 place on each of the shorter sides. One of the children takes the objects and places them as I indicate. I tell him to place the soup tureen in the center of the table, this napkin in a corner. Place this plate in the center of the short side. Then I have the child look at the table and I say, "Something is lacking in this corner. We want another glass on this side. Now let us see if we have everything properly placed on the 2 longer sides. Is everything ready on the 2 shorter sides? Is there anything lacking in the 4 corners?" I do not believe that we may proceed to any more complex analysis than this before the age of 6 years, for I believe that the child should one day take up one of the plain insets and spontaneously begin to count the sides and the angles. Certainly, if we taught them such ideas, they would be able to learn, but it would be a mere learning of formulae and not applied experience. Exercises in the chromatic sense. I have already indicated what color exercises we follow. Here, I wish to indicate more definitely the succession of these exercises and to describe them more fully. Designs and pictures. We have prepared a number of outline drawings which the children are to fill in with colored pencil and, later on, with a brush, preparing for themselves the watercolor tints which they will use. The first designs are of flowers, butterflies, trees, and animals, and we then pass to simple landscapes containing grass, sky, houses, and human figures. These designs help us in our study of the natural development of the child as an observer of his surroundings, that is, in regard to color. The children select the colors and are left entirely free in their work. If, for example, they color a chicken red or a cow green, this shows that they have not yet become observers. But I have already spoken of this in the general discussion of the method. These designs also reveal the effect of the education of the chromatic sense. As the child selects delicate and harmonious tints, or strong and contrasting ones, we can judge of the progress he has made in the refinement of his color sense. The fact that the child must remember the color of the objects represented in the design encourages him to observe those things which are about him. And then, too, he wishes to be able to fill in more difficult designs. Only those children who know how to keep the color within the outline and to reproduce the right colors may proceed to more ambitious work. These designs are very easy and often very effective, sometimes displaying real artistic work. The directress of the school in Mexico, who studied for a long time with me, sent me 2 designs, one representing a cliff in which the stones were colored most harmoniously in light violet and shades of brown, trees in 2 shades of green, and the sky a soft blue. The other represented a horse with a chestnut coat and black mane and tail. End of Chapter 15, Intellectual Education.
Chapter 16 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, March 2008. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 16. Methods for the Teaching of Reading and Writing. Spontaneous Development of Graphic Language. While I was directress of the Orthophrenic School at Rome, I had already begun to experiment with various didactic means for the teaching of reading and writing. These experiments were practically original with me. Itard and Séquin do not present any rational method through which writing may be learned. In the pages above quoted, it may be seen how Itard proceeded in the teaching of the alphabet, and I give here what Séquin says concerning the teaching of writing. Quote, "To have a child pass from design to writing, which is its most immediate application, the teacher need only call D, a portion of a circle, resting its extremities upon a vertical A, two obliques reunited at the summit and cut by a horizontal, etc., etc. We no longer need worry ourselves as to how the child shall learn to write. He designs, then writes. It need not be said that we should have the child draw the letters according to the laws of contrast and analogy. For instance, O beside I, B with P, T opposite L, etc." Unquote. According to Séquin, then, we do not need to teach writing. The child who draws will write, but writing for this author means printed capitals. Nor does he, in any other place, explain whether his pupil shall write in any other way. He instead gives much space to the description of the design which prepares for, and which includes, writing. This method of design is full of difficulties, and was only established by the combined attempts of Itard and Séquin. Quote, Chapter 40. Design. In design, the first idea to be acquired is that of the plane destined to receive the design. The second is that of the trace, or delineation. Within these two concepts lies all design, all linear creation. These two concepts are correlative. Their relation generates the idea or the capacity to produce the lines in this sense, that lines may only be called such when they follow a methodical and determined direction. The trace without direction is not a line, produced by chance, it has no name. The rational sign, on the contrary, has a name, because it has a direction, and since all writing or design is nothing other than a composite of the diverse directions followed by a line, we must, before approaching what is commonly called writing, insist upon these notions of plane and line. The ordinary child acquires these by instinct, but an insistence upon them is necessary in order to render the idiot careful and sensitive in their application. Through methodical design he will come into rational contact with all parts of the plane and will, guided by imitation, produce lines at first simple, but growing more complicated. The pupil may be taught, first, to trace the diverse species of lines. Second, to trace them in various directions and in different positions relative to the plane. Third, to reunite these lines to form figures varying from simple to complex. We must, therefore, teach the pupil to distinguish straight lines from curves, vertical from horizontal, and from the various oblique lines, and must finally make clear the principal points of conjunction of two or more lines in forming a figure. This rational analysis of design, from which writing will spring, is so essential in all its parts, that a child who, before being confided to my care, already wrote many of the letters, has taken 6 days to learn to draw a perpendicular or a horizontal line. He spent 15 days before imitating a curve and an oblique. Indeed, the greater number of my pupils are for a long time incapable of even imitating the movements of my hand upon the paper, before attempting to draw a line in a determined direction. The most imitative, or the least stupid ones, produce a sign diametrically opposite to that which I show them, and all of them confound the points of conjunction of two lines, no matter how evident this is. It is true that the thorough knowledge I have given them of lines and of configuration helps them to make the connection which must be established between the plane and the various marks with which they must cover the surface. But in the study rendered necessary by the deficiency of my pupils, the progression in the matter of the vertical, the horizontal, the oblique, and the curve must be determined by the consideration of the difficulty of comprehension and of execution which each offers to a torpid intelligence and to a weak, unsteady hand. I do not speak here of merely having them perform a difficult thing, since I have them surmount a series of difficulties, and for this reason I ask myself if some of these difficulties are not greater and some less, and if they do not grow one from the other, like theorems. Here are the ideas which have guided me in this respect. The vertical is a line which the eye and the hand follow directly, going up and down. The horizontal line is not natural to the eye, nor to the hand, which lowers itself and follows a curve, like the horizon from which it has taken its name, starting from the center and going to the lateral extremity of the plane. The oblique line presupposes more complex comparative ideas, and the curve demands such firmness and so many differences in its relation to the plane that we would only lose time in taking up the study of these lines. The most simple line, then, is the vertical, and this is how I have given my pupils an idea of it. The first geometric formula is this: only straight lines may be drawn from one given point to another. Starting from this axiom, which the hand alone can demonstrate, I have fixed 2 points upon the blackboard, and have connected them by means of a vertical. My pupils try to do the same between the dots they have upon their paper, but with some the vertical descends to the right of the point, and with others to the left, to say nothing of those whose hand diverges in all directions. To arrest these various deviations, which are often far more defects of the intelligence and of the vision than of the hand, I have thought it wise to restrict the field of the plane, drawing 2 vertical lines to left and right of the points which the child is to join by means of a parallel line halfway between the 2 enclosing lines. If these 2 lines are not enough, I place 2 rulers vertically upon the paper, which arrest the deviations of the hand absolutely. These material barriers are not, however, useful for very long. We first suppress the rulers and return to the 2 parallel lines, between which the idiot learns to draw the third line. We then take away one of the guiding lines, and leave sometimes that on the right, sometimes that on the left, finally taking away this last line, and at last the dots, beginning by erasing the one at the top, which indicates the starting point of the line and of the hand. The child thus learns to draw a vertical without material control, without points of comparison. The same method, the same difficulty, the same means of direction are used for the straight horizontal lines. If by chance these lines begin well, we must await until the child curves them, departing from the center and proceeding to the extremity as nature commands him, and because of the reason which I have explained. If the 2 dots do not suffice to sustain the hand, we keep it from deviating by means of the parallel lines or of the rulers. Finally, have him trace a horizontal line, and by uniting with a vertical ruler, we form a right angle. The child will begin to understand in this way what the vertical and horizontal lines really are, and will see the relation of these 2 ideas as he traces a figure. In the sequence of the development of lines, it would seem that the study of the oblique should immediately follow that of the vertical and the horizontal, but this is not so. The oblique which partakes of the vertical in its inclination, and of the horizontal in its direction, and which partakes of both in its nature, since it is a straight line, presents perhaps, because of its relation to other lines, an idea too complex to be appreciated without preparation." Unquote. Thus Séquin goes on through many pages to speak of the oblique in all directions, which he has his pupils trace between two parallels. He then tells of the 4 curves, which he has them draw to right and left of a vertical, and above and below a horizontal, and concludes, quote, "So we find the solution of the problems for which we sought, the vertical line, the horizontal, the oblique, and 4 curves, whose union forms the circle, contain all possible lines, all writing." Unquote. Quote, "Arrived at this point, Itard and I were for a long time at a standstill. The lines being known, the next step was to have the child trace regular figures, beginning of course with the simplest. According to the general opinion, Itard had advised me to begin with the square, and I had followed this advice for 3 months, without being able to make the child understand me." Unquote. After a long series of experiments, guided by his ideas of the genesis of geometric figures, Séguin became aware that the triangle is the figure most easily drawn. Quote, "When 3 lines meet thus, they always form a triangle, while 4 lines may meet in 100 different directions without remaining parallel, and therefore without presenting a perfect square. From these experiments and many others, I have deduced the first principles of writing and of design for the idiot, principles whose application is too simple for me to discuss further." Unquote. Such was the proceeding used by my predecessors in the teaching of writing to deficients. As for reading, Itard proceeded thus. He drove nails into the wall and hung upon them geometric figures of woods, such as triangles, squares, circles. He then drew the exact imprint of these upon the wall, after which he took the figures away and had the "boy of Aveyron" replace them upon the proper nails, guided by the design. From this design Itard conceived the idea of the plain geometric insets. He finally had large print letters made of wood, and proceeded in the same way as with the geometric figures, that is, using the design upon the wall, and arranging the nails in such a way that the child might place the letters upon them, and then take them off again. Later, Séguin used the horizontal plane instead of the wall, drawing the letters on the bottom of a box, and having the child superimpose solid letters. After 20 years, Séguin had not changed his method of practice. A criticism of the method used by Itard and Séguin for reading and writing seems to me superfluous. The method has 2 fundamental errors which make it inferior to the methods in use for normal children, namely, writing in printed capitals, and the preparation for writing through a study of rational geometry which we now expect only from students in the secondary schools. Séguin here confuses ideas in a most extraordinary way. He has suddenly jumped from the psychological observation of the child, and from his relation to his environment, to the study of the origin of lines and their relation to the plane. He says that the child will readily design a vertical line, but that the horizontal will soon become a curve because, quote, "nature commands it," unquote, and this command of nature is represented by the fact that man sees the horizon as a curved line. The example of Séguin serves to illustrate the necessity of a special education which shall fit man for observation, and shall direct logical thought. The observation must be absolutely objective, in other words, stripped of preconceptions. Séguin has in this case the preconception that geometric design must prepare for writing, and that hinders him from discovering the truly natural proceeding necessary to such preparation. He has besides the preconception that the deviation of a line, as well as the inexactness with which the child traces it, are due to, quote, "the mind and the eye, not to the hand," unquote. And so he wearies himself for weeks and months in explaining the directions of lines and in guiding the vision of the idiot. It seems as if Séguin felt that a good method must start from a superior point, geometry. The intelligence of the child is only considered worthy of attention in its relation to abstract things. And is not this a common defect? Let us observe mediocre men. They pompously assume erudition and disdain simple things. Let us study the clear thought of those whom we consider men of genius. Newton is seated tranquilly in the open air. An apple falls from the tree. He observes it, and asks, "Why?" Phenomena are never insignificant. The fruit which falls and universal gravitation may rest side by side in the mind of a genius. If Newton had been a teacher of children, he would have led the children to look upon the worlds on a starry night. But an erudite person might have felt it necessary first to prepare the child to understand the sublime calculus which is the key to astronomy. Galileo Galilei observed the oscillation of a lamp swung on high, and discovered the laws of the pendulum. In the intellectual life, simplicity consists in divesting one's mind of every preconception, and this leads to the discovery of new things, as in the moral life, humility and material poverty guide us toward high spiritual conquests. If we study the history of discoveries, we will find that they have come from real objective observation and from logical thought. These are simple things, but rarely found in one man. Does it not seem strange, for instance, that after the discovery by Laveran of the malarial parasite which invades the red blood corpuscles, we did not, in spite of the fact that we know the blood system to be a system of closed vessels, even so much as suspect the possibility that a stinging insect might inoculate us with the parasite? Instead, the theory that the evil emanated from low ground, that it was carried by the African winds, or that it was due to dampness, was given credence. Yet these were vague ideas, while the parasite was a definite biological specimen. When the discovery of the malarial mosquito came to complete logically the discovery of Laveran, this seemed marvelous, stupefying. Yet we know in biology that the reproduction of molecular vegetable bodies is by scission with alternate sporation, and that of molecular animals is by scission with alternate conjunction. That is, after a certain period in which the primitive cell has divided and subdivided into fresh cells, equal among themselves, there comes the formation of two diverse cells, one male and one female, which must unite to form a single cell, capable of recommencing the cycle of reproduction by division. All this being known at the time of Laveran, and the malarial parasite being known to be a protozoon, it would have seemed logical to consider its segmentation in the stroma of the red corpuscle as the phase of scission, and to await until the parasite gave place to the sexual forms, which must necessarily come in the phase succeeding scission. Instead, the division was looked upon as spore formation, and neither Laveran nor the numerous scientists who followed the research knew how to give an explanation of the appearance of the sexual forms. Laveran expressed an idea, which was immediately received, that these two forms were degenerate forms of the malarial parasite, and therefore incapable of producing the changes determining the disease. Indeed, the malaria was apparently cured at the appearance of the two sexual forms of the parasite, the conjunction of the two cells being impossible in the human blood. The theory then recent of Morel upon human degeneration, accompanied by deformity and weakness, inspired Laveran in his interpretation, and everybody found the idea of the illustrious pathologist a fortunate one, because it was inspired by the great concepts of the Morellian theory. Had anyone instead limited himself to reasoning thus: the original form of the malarial insect is a protozoon. It reproduces itself by scission under our eyes. When the scission is finished, we see two diverse cells, one a half moon, the other thread-like. These are the feminine and masculine cells, which must, by conjunction, alternate the scission. Such a reasoner would have opened the way to the discovery. But so simple a process of reasoning did not come. We might almost ask ourselves how great would be the world's progress if a special form of education prepared men for pure observation and logical thought. A great deal of time and intellectual force are lost in the world, because the false seems great and the truth so small and insignificant. I say all this to defend the necessity which I feel we face of preparing the coming generations by means of more rational methods. It is from these generations that the world awaits its progress. We have already learned to make use of our surroundings, but I believe that we have arrived at a time when the necessity presents itself for utilizing human force through a scientific education. To return to Séguin's method of writing, it illustrates another truth, that it is the tortuous path we follow in our teaching. This, too, is allied to an instinct for complicating things, analogous to that which makes us so prone to appreciate complicated things. We have Séguin teaching geometry in order to teach a child to write, and making the child's mind exert itself to follow geometrical abstractions, only to come down to the simple effort of drawing a printed D. After all, must the child not have to make another effort in order to forget the print and learn the script? And even we in these days still believe that in order to learn to write the child must first make vertical strokes. This conviction is very general, yet it does not seem natural that to write the letters of the alphabet, which are all rounded, it should be necessary to begin with straight lines and acute angles. In all good faith, we wonder that it should be difficult to do away with the angularity and stiffness with which the beginner traces the beautiful curve of the O. Yet, through what effort on our part, and on his, was he forced to fill pages and pages with rigid lines and acute angles? To whom is due this time-honored idea that the first sign to be traced must be a straight line? And why do we so avoid preparing for curves as well as angles? Let us for a moment divest ourselves of such preconceptions and proceed in a more simple way. We may be able to relieve future generations of all effort in the matter of learning to write. Is it necessary to begin writing with the making of vertical strokes? A moment of clear and logical thinking is enough to enable us to answer, no. The child makes too painful an effort in following such an exercise. The first steps should be the easiest, and the up and down stroke is, on the contrary, one of the most difficult of all the pen movements. Only a professional penman could fill a whole page and preserve the regularity of such strokes, but a person who writes only moderately well would be able to complete a page of presentable writing. Indeed, the straight line is unique, expressing the shortest distance between 2 points, while any deviation from that direction signifies a line which is not straight. These infinite deviations are therefore easier than that one trace which is perfection. If we should give to a number of adults the order to draw a straight line upon the blackboard, each person would draw a long line proceeding in a different direction, some beginning from one side, some from another, and almost all would succeed in making the line straight. Should we then ask that the line be drawn in a particular direction, starting from a determined point, the ability shown at first would greatly diminish, and we would see more irregularities, or errors. Almost all the lines would be long, for the individual must needs gather impetus in order to succeed in making his line straight. Should we ask that the lines be made short, and included within precise limits, the errors would increase, for we would thus impede the impetus which helps to conserve the definite direction. In the methods ordinarily used in teaching writing, we add to such limitations the further restriction that the instrument of writing must be held in a certain way, not as instinct prompts each individual. Thus we approach in the most conscious and restricted way the first act of writing, which should be voluntary. In this first writing we still demand that the single strokes be kept parallel, making the child's task a difficult and barren one, since it has no purpose for the child, who does not understand the meaning of all this detail. I had noticed in the notebooks of the deficient children in France, and Voisin also mentions this phenomenon, that the pages of vertical strokes, although they began as such, ended in lines of C's. This goes to show that the deficient child, whose mind is less resistant than that of the normal child, exhausts, little by little, the initial effort of imitation, and the natural movement gradually comes to take the place of that which was forced or stimulated. So the lines are transformed into curves, more and more like the letter C. Such a phenomenon does not appear in the copybooks of normal children, for they resist through effort until the end of the page is reached, and thus, as often happens, conceal the didactic error. But let us observe the spontaneous drawings of normal children. When, for example, picking up a fallen twig, they trace figures in the sandy garden path, we never see short, straight lines, but long and variously interlaced curves. Séguin saw the same phenomenon when the horizontal lines he made his pupils draw became curves so quickly instead, and he attributed the phenomenon to the imitation of the horizontal line. That vertical strokes should prepare for alphabetical writing seems incredibly illogical. The alphabet is made up of curves, therefore we must prepare for it by learning to make straight lines. But, says someone, in many letters of the alphabet the straight line does exist. True, but there is no reason why as a beginning of writing we should select one of the details of a complete form. We may analyze the alphabetical signs in this way, discovering straight lines and curves, as by analyzing discourse we find grammatical rules. But we all speak independently of such rules. Why then should we not write independently of such analysis, and without the separate execution of the parts constituting the letter? It would be sad indeed if we could speak only after we had studied grammar. It would be much the same as demanding that before we looked at the stars in the firmament, we must study infinitesimal calculus. It is much the same thing to feel that before teaching an idiot to write, we must make him understand the abstract derivation of lines and the problems of geometry. No less are we to be pitied if, in order to write, we must follow analytically the parts constituting the alphabetical signs. In fact, the effort, which we believe to be a necessary accompaniment to learning to write, is purely artificial effort, allied not to writing, but to the methods by which it is taught. Let us for a moment cast aside every dogma in this connection. Let us take no note of culture or custom. We are not here interested in knowing how humanity began to write, nor what may have been the origin of writing itself. Let us put away the conviction that long usage has given us, of the necessity of beginning writing by making vertical strokes, and let us try to be as clear and unprejudiced in spirit as the truth which we are seeking. "Let us observe an individual who is writing, and let us seek to analyze the acts he performs in writing." That is, the mechanical operations which enter into the execution of writing. This would be undertaking the philosophical study of writing, and it goes without saying that we should examine the individual who writes, not the writing, the subject, not the object. Many have begun with the object, examining the writing, and in this way many methods have been constructed. But a method starting from the individual would be decidedly original, very different from other methods which preceded it. It would indeed signify a new era in writing, based upon anthropology. In fact, when I undertook my experiments with normal children, if I had thought of giving a name to this new method of writing, I should have called it without knowing what the results would be, the anthropological method. Certainly my studies in anthropology inspired the method, but experience has given me, as a surprise, another title, which seems to me the natural one, the method of spontaneous writing. While teaching deficient children, I happened to observe the following fact. An idiot girl of 11 years, who was possessed of normal strength and motor power in her hands, could not learn to sew, or even to take the first step, darning, which consists in passing the needle first over, then under the woof, now taking up, now leaving, a number of threads. I set the child to weaving with the Froebel mats, in which a strip of paper is threaded transversely in and out among vertical strips of paper held fixed at top and bottom. I thus came to think of the analogy between the two exercises, and became much interested in my observation of the girl. When she had become skilled in the Froebel weaving, I led her back again to the sewing, and saw with pleasure that she was now able to follow the darning. From that time on our sewing classes began with a regular course in the Froebel weaving. I saw that the necessary movements of the hand in sewing had been prepared without having the child sew, and that we should really find the way to teach the child how before making him execute a task. I saw especially that preparatory movements could be carried on and reduced to a mechanism, by means of repeated exercises, not in the work itself, but in that which prepares for it. Pupils could then come to the real work, able to perform it without ever having directly set their hands to it before. I thought that I might in this way prepare for writing, and the idea interested me tremendously. I marveled at its simplicity, and was annoyed that I had not thought before of the method which was suggested to me by my observation of the girl who could not sew. In fact, seeing that I had already taught the children to touch the contours of the plain geometric insets, I had now only to teach them to touch with their fingers the forms of the letters of the alphabet. I had a beautiful alphabet manufactured, the letters being in flowing script, the low letters 8 centimeters high, and the taller ones in proportion. These letters were in wood, 1/2 centimeter in thickness, and were painted, the consonants in blue enamel, the vowels in red. The underside of these letter forms, instead of being painted, were covered with bronze, that they might be more durable. We had only one copy of this wooden alphabet, but there were a number of cards upon which the letters were painted in the same colors and dimensions as the wooden ones. These painted letters were arranged upon the cards in groups, according to contrast or analogy of form. Corresponding to each letter of the alphabet, we had a picture representing some object the name of which began with the letter. Above this the letter was painted in large script, and near it the same letter, much smaller and in its printed form. These pictures served to fix the memory of the sound of the letter, and the small printed letter, united to the one in script, was to form the passage to the reading of books. These pictures do not, indeed, represent a new idea, but they completed an arrangement which did not exist before. Such an alphabet was undoubtedly most expensive, and when made by hand the cost was $50. The interesting part of my experiment was, that after I had shown the children how to place the movable wooden letters upon those painted in groups upon the cards, I had them touch them repeatedly in the fashion of flowing writing. I multiplied these exercises in various ways, and the children thus learned to make the movements necessary to reproduce the form of the graphic signs without writing. I was struck by an idea which had never before entered my mind, that in writing we make two diverse forms of movement. For, besides the movement by which the form is reproduced, there is also that of manipulating the instrument of writing. And indeed, when the deficient children had become expert in touching all the letters, according to form, they did not yet know how to hold a pencil. To hold and to manipulate a little stick securely corresponds to the acquisition of a special muscular mechanism which is independent of the writing movement. It must, in fact, go along with the motions necessary to produce all of the various letter forms. It is, then, a distinct mechanism, which must exist together with the motor memory of the single graphic signs. When I provoked in the deficients the movement characteristic of writing by having them touch the letters with their fingers, I exercised mechanically the psychomotor paths and fixed the muscular memory of each letter. There remained the preparation of the muscular mechanism necessary in holding and managing the instrument of writing, and this I provoked by adding 2 periods to the one already described. In the second period, the child touched the letter, not only with the index finger of his right hand, but with 2, the index and the middle finger. In the third period, he touched the letters with a little wooden stick, held as a pen in writing. In substance, I was making him repeat the same movements, now with and now without holding the instrument. I have said that the child was to follow the visual image of the outlined letter. It is true that his finger had already been trained through touching the contours of the geometric figures, but this was not always a sufficient preparation. Indeed, even we grown people, when we trace a design through glass or tissue paper, cannot follow perfectly the line which we see and along which we should draw our pencil. The design should furnish some sort of control, some mechanical guide for the pencil, in order to follow with exactness the trace, sensible in reality only to the eye. The deficients, therefore, did not always follow the design exactly with either the finger or the stick. The didactic material did not offer any control in the work, or, rather, it offered only the uncertain control of the child's glance, which could, to be sure, see if the finger continued upon the sign or not. I now thought that in order to have the pupil follow the movements more exactly, and to guide the execution more directly, I should need to prepare letter forms so indented as to represent a furrow within which the wooden stick might run. I made the designs for this material, but the work being too expensive, I was not able to carry out my plan. After having experimented largely with this method, I spoke of it very fully to the teachers in my classes in didactic methods at the State Orthophrenic School. These lectures were printed, and I give below the words which, though they were placed in the hands of more than 200 elementary teachers, did not draw from them a single helpful idea. Professor Ferreri in an article speaks with amazement of this fact. Quote, "At this point we present the cards bearing the vowels painted in red. The child sees irregular figures painted in red. We give him the vowels in wood, painted red, and have him superimpose these upon the letters painted on the card. We have him touch the wooden vowels in the fashion of writing, and give him the name of each letter. The vowels are arranged on the cards according to analogy of form. Row 1, O, E, A. Row 2, I, blank, U. We then say to the child, for example, 'Find O, put it in its place.' Then, 'What letter is this?' We here discover that many children make mistakes in the letters if they only look at the letter. They could, however, tell the letter by touching it. Most interesting observations may be made, revealing various individual types, visual, motor. We have the child touch the letters drawn upon the cards, using first the index finger only, then the index with the middle finger, then with a small wooden stick held as a pen. The letter must be traced in the fashion of writing. The consonants are painted in blue, and are arranged upon the cards according to analogy of form. To these cards are annexed a movable alphabet in blue wood, the letters of which are to be placed upon the consonants as they were upon the vowels. In addition to these materials, there is another series of cards, where, besides the consonant, are painted 1 or 2 figures, the names of which begin with that particular letter. Near the script letter is a smaller printed letter, painted in the same color. The teacher, naming the consonant according to the phonetic method, indicates the letter, and then the card, pronouncing the names of the objects painted there, and emphasizing the first letter, as, for example, P, pear. Give me the consonant P. Put it in its place. Touch it, etc. In all this we study the linguistic defects of the child. Tracing the letter in the fashion of writing begins the muscular education which prepares for writing. One of our little girls taught by this method has reproduced all the letters with the pen, though she does not as yet recognize them all. She has made them about 8 centimeters high, and with surprising regularity. This child also does well in handwork. The child who looks, recognizes, and touches the letters in this manner of writing, prepares himself simultaneously for reading and writing. Touching the letters and looking at them at the same time fixes the image more quickly, through the cooperation of the senses. Later the two facts separate. Looking becomes reading, touching becomes writing. According to the type of the individual, some learn to read first, others to write." Unquote. I had thus, about the year 1899, initiated my method for reading and writing upon the fundamental lines it still follows. It was with great surprise that I noted the facility with which a deficient child, to whom I one day gave a piece of chalk, traced upon the blackboard in a firm hand the letters of the entire alphabet, writing for the first time. This had arrived much more quickly than I had supposed. As I have said, some of the children wrote the letters with a pen, and yet could not recognize one of them. I have noticed also in normal children that the muscular sense is most easily developed in infancy, and this makes writing exceedingly easy for children. It is not so with reading, which requires a much longer course of instruction, and which calls for a superior intellectual development, since it treats of the interpretation of signs and of the modulation of accents of the voice, in order that the word may be understood. And all this is a purely mental task, while in writing the child, under dictation, materially translates sounds into signs, and moves, a thing which is always easy and pleasant for him. Writing develops in the little child with facility and spontaneity, analogous to the development of spoken language, which is a motor translation of audible sounds. Reading, on the contrary, makes part of an abstract intellectual culture, which is the interpretation of ideas from graphic symbols, and is only acquired later on. My first experiments with normal children were begun in the first half of the month of November, 1907. In the 2 children's houses in San Lorenzo, I had, from the date of their respective inaugurations, January 6th in one and March 7th in the other, used only the games of practical life and of the education of the senses. I had not presented exercises for writing, because, like everybody else, I held the prejudice that it was necessary to begin as late as possible the teaching of reading and writing, and certainly to avoid it before the age of 6. But the children seemed to demand some conclusion of the exercises, which had already developed them intellectually in a most surprising way. They knew how to dress and undress, and to bathe themselves. They knew how to sweep the floors, dust the furniture, put the room in order, to open and close boxes, to manage the keys in the various locks. They could replace the objects in the cupboards in perfect order, could care for the plants. They knew how to observe things, and how to see objects with their hands. A number of them came to us and frankly demanded to be taught to read and write. Even in the face of our refusal, several children came to school and proudly showed us that they knew how to make an O on the blackboard. Finally, many of the mothers came to beg us as a favor to teach the children to write, saying, "Here in the children's houses the children are awakened, and learn so many things easily that if you only teach reading and writing they will soon learn, and will then be spared the great fatigue this always means in the elementary school." This faith of the mothers, that their little ones would, from us, be able to learn to read and write without fatigue, made a great impression upon me. Thinking upon the results I had obtained in the school for deficients, I decided, during the August vacation, to make a trial upon the reopening of the school in September. Upon second thought, I decided that it would be better to take up the interrupted work in September, and not to approach reading and writing until October, when the elementary schools opened. This presented the added advantage of permitting us to compare the progress of the children of the first elementary with that made by ours, who would have begun the same branch of instruction at the same time. In September, therefore, I began a search for someone who could manufacture didactic materials, but found no one willing to undertake it. I wished to have a splendid alphabet made, like the one used with the deficients. Giving this up, I was willing to content myself with the ordinary enamelled letters used upon shop windows, but I could find them in script form nowhere. My disappointments were many. So passed the whole month of October. The children in the first elementary had already filled pages of vertical strokes, and mine were still waiting. I then decided to cut out large paper letters, and to have one of my teachers colour these roughly on one side with a blue tint. As for the touching of the letters, I thought of cutting the letters of the alphabet out of sandpaper, and of gluing them upon smooth cards, thus making objects much like those used in the primitive exercises for the tactile sense. Only after I had made these simple things did I become aware of the superiority of this alphabet to that magnificent one I had used for my deficients, and in the pursuit of which I had wasted 2 months. If I had been rich, I would have had that beautiful but barren alphabet of the past. We wish the old things because we cannot understand the new, and we are always seeking after that gorgeousness which belongs to things already on the decline, without recognizing in the humble simplicity of new ideas the germ which shall develop in the future. I finally understood that a paper alphabet could easily be multiplied, and could be used by many children at one time, not only for the recognition of letters, but for the composition of words. I saw that in the sandpaper alphabet I had found the looked-for guide for the fingers which touched the letter. This was furnished in such a way that no longer the sight alone, but the touch, lent itself directly to teaching the movement of writing with exactness of control. In the afternoon after school, the 2 teachers and I, with great enthusiasm, set about cutting out letters from writing paper and others from sandpaper. The first we painted blue, the second we mounted on cards, and while we worked, there unfolded before my mind a clear vision of the method in all its completeness, so simple that it made me smile to think I had not seen it before. The story of our first attempts is very interesting. One day one of the teachers was ill, and I sent as a substitute a pupil of mine, Signorina Anna Fedeli, a professor of pedagogy in a normal school. When I went to see her at the close of the day, she showed me 2 modifications of the alphabet which she had made. One consisted in placing behind each letter a transverse strip of white paper, so that the child might recognize the direction of the letter, which he often turned about and upside down. The other consisted in the making of a cardboard case, where each letter might be put away in its own compartment, instead of being kept in a confused mass as at first. I still keep this rude case made from an old pasteboard box, which Signorina Fedeli had found in the court and roughly sewed with white thread. She showed it to me laughing and excusing herself for the miserable work, but I was most enthusiastic about it. I saw at once that the letters in the case were a precious aid to the teaching. Indeed, it offered to the eye of the child the possibility of comparing all of the letters and of selecting those he needed. In this way the didactic material described below had its origin. I need only add that at Christmas time, less than a month and a half later, while the children in the first elementary were laboriously working to forget their wearisome pothooks, and to prepare for making the curves of O and the other vowels, 2 of my little ones of 4 years old wrote, each one in the name of his companions, a letter of good wishes and thanks to Signor Edoardo Talamo. These were written upon notepaper, without blot or erasure, and the writing was adjudged equal to that which is obtained in the 3rd elementary grade. End of chapter 16. Method for the teaching of reading and writing.
Chapter 17 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 17. Description of the method and didactic material used. First period. Exercise tending to develop the muscular mechanism necessary in holding and using the instrument in writing. Design preparatory to writing, didactic material. Small wooden tables, metal insets, outline drawings, colored pencils. I have among my materials 2 little wooden tables, the tops of which form an inclined plane, sloping toward a narrow cornice, which prevents objects placed upon the table from slipping off. The top of each table is just large enough to hold 4 of the square frames into which the metal plane geometric insets are fitted, and is so painted as to represent 3 of these brown frames, each containing a square center of the same dark blue as the centers of the metal insets. The metal insets are in dimension and form a reproduction of the series of plain geometric insets in wood already described. Exercises. Placed side by side upon the teacher's desk, or upon one of the little tables belonging to the children, these 2 little tables may have the appearance of being one long table containing 8 figures. The child may select 1 or more figures, taking at the same time the frame of the inset. The analogy between these metal insets and the plain geometric insets of wood is complete. But in this case the child can freely use the pieces, where before he arranged them in the wooden frame. He first takes the metal frame, places it upon a sheet of white paper, and with a colored pencil draws around the contour of the empty center. Then he takes away the frame, and upon the paper there remains a geometric figure. This is the first time that the child has reproduced through design a geometric figure. Until now he has only placed the geometric insets above the figures delineated on the 3 series of cards. He now places upon the figure which he himself has drawn the metal inset, just as he placed the wooden inset upon the cards. His next act is to follow the contour of this inset with a pencil of a different color. Lifting the metal piece, he sees the figure reproduced upon the paper in 2 colors. Here, for the first time, is born the abstract concept of the geometric figure, for, from 2 metal pieces so different in form as the frame and the inset, there has resulted the same design, which is a line expressing a determined figure. This fact strikes the attention of the child. He often marvels to find the same figure reproduced by means of 2 pieces so different, and looks for a long time with evident pleasure at the duplicate design, almost as if it were actually produced by the objects which serve to guide his hand. Besides all this, the child learns to trace lines determining figures. There will come a day in which, with still greater surprise and pleasure, he will trace graphic designs determining words. After this, he begins the work which directly prepares for the formation of the muscular mechanism relative to the holding and manipulation of the instrument of writing. With a colored pencil of his own selection, held as the pen is held in writing, he fills in the figure which he has outlined. We teach him not to pass outside the contour, and in doing so we attract his attention to this contour, and thus fix the idea that a line may determine a figure. The exercise of filling in one figure alone causes the child to perform repeatedly the movement and manipulation which would be necessary to fill 10 copybook pages with vertical strokes. And yet, the child feels no weariness because, although he makes exactly the muscular coordination which is necessary to the work, he does so freely and in any way that he wishes, while his eyes are fixed upon a large and brightly colored figure. At first, the children fill pages and pages of paper with these big squares, triangles, ovals, trapezoids, coloring them red, orange, green, blue, light blue, and pink. Gradually, they limit themselves to the use of the dark blue and brown, both in drawing the figure and in filling it in, thus reproducing the appearance of the metal piece itself. Many of the children, quite of their own accord, make a little orange-colored circle in the center of the figure, in this way representing the little brass button by which the metal piece is to be held. They take great pleasure in feeling that they have reproduced exactly like true artists the objects which they see before them on the little shelf. Observing the successive drawings of a child, there is revealed to us a duplicate form of progression. First, little by little, the lines tend less and less to go outside the enclosing line until, at last, they are perfectly contained within it, and both the center and the frame are filled in with close and uniform strokes. Second, the strokes with which the child fills in the figures, from being at first short and confused, become gradually longer and more nearly parallel, until in many cases the figures are filled in by means of perfectly regular up and down strokes, extending from one side of the figure to the other. In such a case, it is evident that the child is master of the pencil. The muscular mechanism necessary to the management of the instrument of writing is established. We may therefore, by examining such designs, arrive at a clear idea of the maturity of the child in the matter of holding the pencil or pen in hand. To vary these exercises, we use the outline drawings already described. Through these designs, the manipulation of the pencil is perfected, for they oblige the child to make lines of various lengths, and make him more and more secure in his use of the pencil. If we could count the lines made by a child in the filling in of these figures, and could transform them into the signs used in writing, they would fill many, many copybooks. Indeed, the security which our children attain is likened to that of children in our ordinary third elementary grade, when, for the first time, they take a pen or a pencil in hand. They know how to manage it almost as well as a person who has written for a long time. I do not believe that any means can be found which will so successfully and, in so short a space of time, establish this mastery. And with it all, the child is happy and diverted. My old method for the deficients, that of following with a small stick the contours of raised letters, was, when compared with this, barren and miserable. Even when the children know how to write, they continue these exercises, which furnish an unlimited progression, since the designs may be varied and complicated. The children follow in each design essentially the same movements, and acquire a varied collection of pictures which grow more and more perfect, and of which they are very proud. For I not only provoke but perfect the writing through the exercises which we call preparatory. The control of the pen is rendered more and more secure, not by repeated exercises in the writing, but by means of these filled-in designs. In this way, my children perfect themselves in writing without actually writing. Second period. Exercising tending to establish the visual muscular image of the alphabetical signs, and to establish the muscular memory of the movements necessary to writing. Didactic material. Cards upon which the single letters of the alphabet are mounted in sandpaper, larger cards containing groups of the same letters. The cards upon which the sandpaper letters are mounted are adapted in size and shape to each letter. The vowels are in light-colored sandpaper and are mounted upon dark cards. The consonants and the groups of letters are in black sandpaper mounted upon white cards. The grouping is so arranged as to call attention to contrasted or analogous forms. The letters are cut in clear script form, shaded parts being made broader. we have chosen to reproduce the vertical script in use in the elementary schools. Exercises. In teaching the letters of the alphabet, we begin with the vowels and proceed to the consonants, pronouncing the sound, not the name. In the case of the consonants, we immediately unite the sound with one of the vowel sounds, repeating the syllable according to the usual phonetic method. The teaching proceeds according to the 3 periods already illustrated. First, association of the visual and muscular tactile sensation with the letter sound. The directress presents to the child 2 of the cards upon which vowels are mounted, or 2 of the consonants as the case may be. Let us suppose that we present the letters I and O, saying, "This is I, this is O." As soon as we have given the sound of a letter, we have the child trace it, taking care to show him how to trace it, and if necessary guiding the index finger of his right hand over the sandpaper letter in the sense of writing. Knowing how to trace will consist in knowing the direction in which a given graphic sign must be followed. The child learns quickly, and his finger, already expert in the tactile exercise, is led by the slight roughness of the fine sandpaper over the exact track of the letter. He may then repeat indefinitely the movements necessary to produce the letters of the alphabet without the fear of the mistakes of which a child writing with a pencil for the first time is so conscious. If he deviates, the smoothness of the card immediately warns him of his error. The children, as soon as they have become at all expert in this tracking of the letters, take great pleasure in repeating it with closed eyes, letting the sandpaper lead them in following the form which they do not see. Thus the perception will be established by the direct muscular tactile sensation of the letter. In other words, it is no longer the visual image of the letter, but the tactile sensation which guides the hand of the child in these movements, which thus become fixed in the muscular memory. There develop contemporaneously 3 sensations when the directress shows the letters to the child and has him trace it: the visual sensation, the tactile sensation, and the muscular sensation. In this way, the image of the graphic sign is fixed in a much shorter space of time than when it was, according to ordinary methods, acquired only through the visual image. It will be found that the muscular memory is in the young child the most tenacious and, at the same time, the most ready. Indeed, he sometimes recognizes the letters by touching them, when he cannot do so by looking at them. These images are, besides all this, contemporaneously associated with the alphabetical sound. Second, perception. The child should know how to compare and to recognize the figures when he hears the sounds corresponding to them. The directress asks the child, for example, "Give me O, give me I." If the child does not recognize the letters by looking at them, she invites him to trace them, but if he still does not recognize them, the lesson is ended and may be resumed another day. I have already spoken of the necessity of not revealing the error, and of not insisting in the teaching when the child does not respond readily. Third, language. Allowing the letters to lie for some instants upon the table, the directress asks the child, "What is this?" and he should respond, "O, I." In teaching the consonants, the directress pronounces only the sound, and as soon as she has done so unites with it a vowel, pronouncing the syllable thus formed and alternating this little exercise by the use of different vowels. She must always be careful to emphasize the sound of the consonant, repeating it by itself, as, for example, m, ma, me, mi, m. When the child repeats the sound, he isolates it and then accompanies it with the vowel. It is not necessary to teach all the vowels before passing to the consonants, and as soon as the child knows one consonant, he may begin to compose words. Questions of this sort, however, are left to the judgment of the educator. I do not find it practical to follow a special rule in the teaching of the consonants. Often the curiosity of the child concerning a letter leads us to teach that desired consonant. A name pronounced may awaken in him a desire to know what consonants are necessary to compose it, and this will or willingness of the pupil is a much more efficacious means than any rule concerning the progression of the letters. When the child pronounces the sounds of the consonants, he experiences an evident pleasure. It is a great novelty for him, this series of sounds, so varied and yet so distinct, presenting such enigmatic signs as the letters of the alphabet. There is mystery about all this, which provokes most decided interest. One day I was on the terrace, while the children were having their free games. I had with me a little boy of 2 years and a half, left with me for a moment by his mother. Scattered about upon a number of chairs were the alphabets which we use in the school. These had become mixed, and I was putting the letters back into their respective compartments. Having finished my work, I placed the boxes upon 2 of the little chairs near me. The little boy watched me. Finally he drew near to the box and took one of the letters in his hand. It chanced to be an F. At that moment the children who were running in single file passed us, and, seeing the letter, called out in chorus the corresponding sound and passed on. The child paid no attention to them, but put back the F and took up an R. The children running by again looked at him laughing, and then began to cry out, R, 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 R. Little by little the boy understood that, when he took a letter in hand, the children who were passing cried out a sound. This amused him so much that I wished to observe how long he would persist in the game without becoming tired. He kept it up for 3/4 of an hour. The children had become interested in the child, and grouped themselves about him, pronouncing the sounds in chorus, and laughing at his pleased surprise. He kept it up for 3/4 of an hour. The children had become interested in the child, and grouped themselves about him, pronouncing the sounds in chorus, and laughing at his pleased surprise. At last, after he had several times held up F, and had received from his public the same sound, he took the letter again, showing it to me, and saying, F, F, F. He had learned this from out of the great confusion of sounds which he had heard. The long letter which had first arrested the attention of the running children had made a great impression upon him. It is not necessary to show how the separate pronunciation of the alphabetical sounds reveals the condition of the child's speech. Defects, which are almost all related to the incomplete development of the language itself, manifest themselves, and the directress may take note of them one by one. In this way she will be possessed of a record of the child's progress, which will help her in her individual teaching, and will reveal much concerning the development of the language in this particular child. In the matter of correcting linguistic defects, we will find it helpful to follow the physiological rules relating to the child's development, and to modify the difficulties in the presentation of our lesson. When, however, the child's speech is sufficiently developed, and when he pronounces all the sounds, it does not matter which of the letters we select in our lessons. Many of the defects which have become permanent in adults are due to functional errors in the development of the language during the period of infancy. If, for the attention which we pay to the correction of linguistic defects in children in the upper grades, we would substitute a direction of the development of the language while the child is still young, our results would be much more practical and valuable. In fact, many of the defects in pronunciation arise from the use of a dialect, and these it is almost impossible to correct after the period of childhood. They may, however, be most easily removed through the use of educational methods especially adapted to the perfecting of the language in little children. We do not speak here of actual linguistic defects related to anatomical or physiological weaknesses, or to pathological facts which alter the function of the nervous system. I speak at present only of those irregularities which are due to a repetition of incorrect sounds, or to the imitation of imperfect pronunciation. Such defects may show themselves in the pronunciation of any one of the consonant sounds, and I can conceive of no more practical means for a methodical correction of speech defects than this exercise in pronunciation, which is a necessary part in learning the graphic language through my method. But such important questions deserve a chapter to themselves. Turning directly to the method used in teaching writing, I may call attention to the fact that it is contained in the 2 periods already described. Such exercises have made it possible for the child to learn and to fix the muscular mechanism necessary to the proper holding of the pen and to the making of the graphic signs. If he has exercised himself for a sufficiently long time in these exercises, he will be potentially ready to write all the letters of the alphabet and all of the simple syllables without ever having taken chalk or pencil in his hand. We have, in addition to this, begun the teaching of reading at the same time that we have been teaching writing. When we present a letter to the child enunciated sound, he fixes the image of this letter by means of the visual sense, and also by means of the muscular tactile sense. He associates the sound with its related sign, that is, he relates the sound to the graphic sign. But when he sees and recognizes, he reads, and when he traces, he writes. Thus his mind receives as one two acts which, later on, as he develops, will separate, coming to constitute the two diverse processes of reading and writing. By teaching these two acts contemporaneously, or better, by their fusion, we place the child before a new form of language without determining which of the acts constituting it should be most prevalent. We do not trouble ourselves as to whether the child in the development of this process first learns to read or to write, or if the one or the other will be the easier. We must rid ourselves of all preconceptions, and must await from experience the answer to these questions. We may expect that individual differences will show themselves in the prevalence of one or the other act in the development of different children. This makes possible the most interesting psychological study of the individual, and should broaden the work of this method, which is based upon the free expansion of individuality. Third period. Exercises for the composition of words. Didactic material. This consists chiefly of alphabets. The letters of the alphabet used here are identical in form and dimension with the sandpaper ones already described, but these are cut out of cardboard and are not mounted. In this way, each letter represents an object which can be easily handled by the child and placed wherever he wishes it. There are several examples of each letter, and I have designed cases in which the alphabets may be kept. These cases or boxes are very shallow, and are divided and subdivided into many compartments, in each one of which I have placed a group of 4 copies of the same letter. The compartments are not equal in size, but are measured according to the dimensions of the letters themselves. At the bottom of each compartment is glued a letter which is not to be taken out. This letter made of black cardboard and relieves the child of the fatigue of hunting about for the right compartment when he is replacing the letters in the case after he has used them. The vowels are cut from blue cardboard and the consonants from red. In addition to these alphabets, we have a set of the capital letters mounted in sandpaper upon cardboard, and another in which they are cut from cardboard. The numbers are treated in the same way. Exercises. As soon as the child knows some of the vowels and the consonants, we place before him the big box containing all the vowels and the consonants which he knows. The directress pronounces very clearly a word. For example, mama. Brings out the sound of the M very distinctly, repeating the sound a number of times. Almost always the little one with an impulse movement seizes an M and places it upon the table. The directress repeats ma, ma. The child selects the A and places it near the M. He then composes the other syllable very easily. But the reading of the word which he has composed is not so easy. Indeed, he generally succeeds in reading it only after a certain effort. In this case, I help the child, urging him to read and read the word with him once or twice, always pronouncing very distinctly, mama, mama. But once he has understood the mechanism of the game, the child goes forward by himself, and becomes intensely interested. We may pronounce any word, taking care only that the child understands separately the letters of which it is composed. He composes the new word, placing one after the other the signs corresponding to the word. It is most interesting indeed to watch the child at this work. Intensely attentive, he sits watching the box, moving his lips almost imperceptibly, and taking one by one the necessary letters, rarely committing an error in spelling. The movement of the lips reveals the fact that he repeats to himself an infinite number of times the words whose sounds he is translating into signs. Although the child is able to compose any word which is clearly pronounced, we generally dictate to him only those words which are well known, since we wish his composition to result in an idea. When these familiar words are used, he spontaneously rereads many times the word he has composed, repeating its sounds in a thoughtful, contemplative way. The importance of these exercises is very complex. The child analyzes, perfects, fixes his own spoken language, placing an object in correspondence to every sound which he utters. The composition of the word furnishes him with substantial proof of the necessity for clear and forceful enunciation. The exercise thus followed associates the sound which is heard with the graphic sign which represents it, and lays a most solid foundation for accurate and perfect spelling. In addition to this, the composition of the words is in itself an exercise of intelligence. The word which is pronounced presents to the child a problem which he must solve, and he will do so by remembering the signs, selecting them from among others, and arranging them in the proper order. He will have the proof of the exact solution to his problem when he rereads the word, this word which he has composed, and which represents for all those who know how to read it, an idea. When the child hears others read the word he has composed, he wears an expression of satisfaction and pride, and is possessed by a species of joyous wonder. He is impressed by this correspondence, carried on between himself and others by means of symbols. The written language represents for him the highest attainment reached by his own intelligence, and is at the same time the reward of a great achievement. When the pupil has finished the composition and the reading of the word we gave him, according to the habits of order which we try to establish in connection with all our work, put away all the letters, each one in its own compartment. In composition, pure and simple, therefore, the child unites the two exercises of comparison and of selection of the graphic signs. The first, when from the entire box of letters before him he takes those necessary; the second, when he seeks the compartment in which each letter must be replaced. There are, then, three exercises united in this one effort, all three uniting to fix the image of the graphic sign corresponding to the sounds of the word. The work of learning is in this case facilitated in three ways, and the ideas are acquired in a third of the time which would have been necessary with the old methods. We shall soon see that the child, on hearing the word or on thinking of a word which he already knows, will see with his mind's eye all the letters necessary to compose the word arrange themselves. He will reproduce this vision with a facility most surprising to us. One day a little boy 4 years old, running alone about the terrace, was heard to repeat many times, "To make Zara, I must have Zaira." Another time Professor Di Donato, in a visit to the children's house, pronounced his own name for a 4-year-old child. The child was composing the name using small letters and making it all one word, and had begun thus, Diton, Diton. The professor at once pronounced the word more distinctly, Didonato, whereupon the child, without scattering the letters, picked up the syllable to and placed it to one side, putting do in the empty space. He then placed an a after the n, and taking up the to which he had put aside, completed the word with it. This made it evident that the child, when the word was pronounced more clearly, understood that the syllable to did not belong at that place in the word, realized that it belonged at the end of the word, and therefore placed it aside until he should need it. This was most surprising in a child of 4 years, and amazed all of those present. It can be explained by the clear and, at the same time, complex vision of the signs which the child must have, if he is to form a word which he hears spoken. This extraordinary act was largely due to the orderly mentality which the child had acquired through repeated spontaneous exercises tending to develop his intelligence. These three periods contain the entire method for the acquisition of written language. The significance of such a method is clear. The psychophysiological acts which unite to establish reading and writing are prepared separately and carefully. The muscular movements peculiar to the making of the signs or letters are prepared apart, and the same is true of the manipulation of the instrument of writing. The composition of the words, also, is reduced to a psychic mechanism of association between images heard and seen. There comes a moment in which the child, without thinking of it, fills in the geometric figures with an up and down stroke, which is free and regular, a moment in which he touches the letters with closed eyes, and in which he reproduces their form, making his finger through the air, a moment in which the composition of words has become a psychic impulse, which makes the child, even when alone, repeat to himself, "To make Zara, I must have Zaira." Now this child, it is true, has never written, but he has mastered all the acts necessary to writing. The child who, when taking dictation, not only knows how to compose the word, but instantly embraces in his thought its composition as a whole, will be able to write, since he knows how to make, with his eyes closed, the movements necessary to produce these letters, and since he manages almost unconsciously the instrument of writing. More than this, the freedom with which the child has acquired this mechanical dexterity makes it possible for the impulse or spirit to act at any time through the medium of his mechanical ability. He should, sooner or later, come into his full power by way of a spontaneous explosion into writing. This is indeed the marvelous reaction which has come from my experiment with normal children. In one of the children's houses, directed by Signora Bettini, I had been especially careful in the way in which writing was taught, and we have had from this school most beautiful specimens of writing, and for this reason, perhaps I cannot do better than to describe the development of the work in this school. One beautiful December day, when the sun shone and the air was like spring, I went up on the roof with the children. They were playing freely about, and a number of them were gathered about me. I was sitting near a chimney, and said to a little 5-year-old boy who sat beside me, "Draw me a picture of this chimney," giving him as I spoke a piece of chalk. He got down obediently and made a rough sketch of the chimney on the tiles which formed the floor of this roof terrace. As is my custom with little children, I encouraged him, praising his work. The child looked at me, smiled, remained for a moment as if on the point of bursting into some joyous act, and then cried out, "I can write! I can write!" And kneeling down again, he wrote on the pavement the word hand. Then, full of enthusiasm, he wrote also chimney, roof. As he wrote, he continued to cry out, "I can write! I know how to write!" His cries of joy brought the other children, who formed a circle about him, looking down at his work in stupefied amazement. 2 or 3 of them said to me, trembling with excitement, "Give me the chalk, I can write too." And indeed they began to write various words, Mama, hand, John, chimney, Ada. Not one of them had ever taken chalk or any other instrument in hand for the purpose of writing. It was the first time that they had ever written, and they traced an entire word, as a child, when speaking for the first time, speaks the entire word. The first word spoken by a baby causes the mother ineffable joy. The child has chosen, perhaps, the word mother, seeming to render thus a tribute to maternity. The first word written by my little ones aroused within themselves an indescribable emotion of joy. Not being able to adjust in their minds the connection between the preparation and the act, they were possessed by the illusion that, having now grown to the proper size, they knew how to write. In other words, writing seemed to them only one among the many gifts of nature. They believe that, as they grow bigger and stronger, there will come some beautiful day when they shall know how to write. And indeed, this is what it is in reality. The child who speaks first prepares himself unconsciously, perfecting the psychomuscular mechanism which leads to the articulation of the word. In the case of writing, the child does almost the same thing, but the direct pedagogical help and the possibility of preparing the movements for writing in an almost material way causes the ability to write to develop much more rapidly and more perfectly than the ability to speak correctly. In spite of the ease with which this is accomplished, the preparation is not partial, but complete. The child possesses all the movements necessary for writing, and written language develops not gradually, but in an explosive way. That is, the child can write any word. Such was our first experience in the development of the written language in our children. Those first days we were a prey to deep emotions. It seems as if we walked in a dream, and as if we assisted at some miraculous achievement. The child who wrote a word for the first time was full of excited joy. He might be compared to the hen who has just laid an egg. Indeed, no one could escape from the noisy manifestations of the little one. He would call everyone to see, and if there were some who did not go, he ran to take hold of their clothes, forcing them to come and see. We all had to go and stand about the written word to admire the marvel, and to unite our exclamations of surprise with the joyous cries of the fortunate author. Usually the first word was written on the floor, and then the child knelt down before it in order to be nearer to his work and to contemplate it more closely. After the first word, the children, with a species of frenzied joy, continued to write everywhere. I saw children crowding about one another at the blackboard, and behind the little ones who were standing on the floor another line would form consisting of children mounted upon chairs, so that they might write above the heads of the little ones. In a fury at being thwarted, other children, in order to find a little place where they might write, overturned the chairs upon which their companions were mounted. Others ran toward the window shutters or the door, covering them with writing. In these first days we walked upon a carpet of written signs. Daily accounts showed us that the same thing was going on at home, and some of the mothers, in order to save their pavements, and even the crust of their loaves upon which they found words written made their children presents of paper and pencil. One of these children brought to me one day a little notebook entirely filled with writing, and the mother told me that the child had written all day long and all evening, and had gone to sleep in his bed with the paper and pencil in his hands. This impulsive activity, which we could not, in those first days, control, made me think upon the wisdom of nature, who develops the spoken language little by little, letting it go hand in hand with the gradual formation of ideas. Think of what the result would have been had nature acted imprudently as I had done. Suppose nature had first allowed the human being to gather, by means of the senses, a rich and varied material, and to acquire a store of ideas, and had then completely prepared in him the means for articulate language, saying finally to the child, "Mute until that hour. Go speak!" The result would have been a species of sudden madness, under the influence of which the child, feeling no restraints, would have burst into an exhausting torrent of the most strange and difficult words. I believe, however, that there exists between the two extremes a happy medium which is the true and practical way. We should lead the child more gradually to the conquest of written language, yet we should still have it come as a spontaneous fact, and his work should from the first be almost perfect. Figure A. It's a picture of children blindfolded and touching some material. The note says, A. Training the sense of touch. Learning the difference between rough and smooth by running fingers alternately over sandpaper and smooth cardboard, distinguishing different shapes by fitting geometric insets into place, distinguishing textures. B. Learning to write and read by touch. The child at the left is tracing sandpaper letters and learning to know them by touch. The boy and girl are making words out of cardboard letters. A. Children touching letters. The child on the left has acquired lightness and delicacy of touch by very thorough preparatory exercises. The one on the right has not had so much training. B. Making words with cardboard on script. End of Chapter 17. Description of the method and didactic material used.
Chapter 17, Part 2 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Stearns. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 17, Part 2. Description of the method and didactic material used. I believe, however, that there exists between the two extremes a happy medium which is the true and practical way. We should lead the child more gradually to the conquest of written language, yet we should still have it come as a spontaneous fact, and his work should from the first be almost perfect. Experience has shown us how to control this phenomenon, and how to lead the child more calmly to this new power. The fact that the children see their companions writing leads them, through imitation, to write as soon as they can. In this way, when the child writes, he does not have the entire alphabet at his disposal, and the number of words which he can write is limited. He is not even capable of making all of the words possible through a combination of the letters which he does know. He still has the great joy of the first written word, but this is no longer the source of an overwhelming surprise, since he sees just such wonderful things happening each day, and knows that sooner or later the same gift will come to all. This tends to create a calm and ordered environment, still full of beautiful and wonderful surprises. Making a visit to the Children's House, even during the opening weeks, one makes fresh discoveries. Here, for instance, are two little children who, though they fairly radiate pride and joy, are writing tranquilly. Yet these children, until yesterday, had never thought of writing. The directress tells me that one of them began to write yesterday morning at 11 o'clock, the other at 3 in the afternoon. We have come to accept the phenomenon with calmness, and tacitly recognize it as a natural form of the child's development.
The wisdom of the teacher shall decide when it is necessary to encourage a child to write. This can only be when he is already perfect in the 3 periods of the preparatory exercise, and yet does not write of his own accord. There is danger that, in retarding the act of writing, the child may plunge finally into a tumultuous effort, due to the fact that he knows the entire alphabet and has no natural check. The signs by which the teacher may almost precisely diagnose the child's maturity in this respect are the regularity of the parallel lines which fill in the geometric figures, the recognition with closed eyes of the sandpaper letters, the scrutiny and readiness shown in the composition of words. Before intervening by means of a direct invitation to write, it is best to wait at least a week in the hope that the child may write spontaneously. When he has begun to write spontaneously, the teacher may intervene to guide the process of the writing. The first help which she may give is that of ruling the blackboard, so that the child may be led to maintain regularity and proper dimensions in his writing. The second is that of inducing the child, whose writing is not firm, to repeat the tracing of the sandpaper letters. She should do this instead of directly correcting his actual writing, for the child does not perfect himself by repeating the act of writing, but by repeating the acts preparatory to writing. I remember a little beginner who, wishing to make his blackboard writing perfect, brought all of the sandpaper letters with him, and before writing touched 2 or 3 times all of the letters needed in the words he wished to write. If a letter did not seem to him to be perfect, he erased it and retouched the letter upon the card before rewriting. Our children, even after they have been writing for a year, continue to repeat the 3 preparatory exercises. They thus learn both to write and to perfect their writing without really going through the actual act. With our children, actual writing is a test. It springs from an inner impulse, and from the pleasure of explaining a superior activity. It is not an exercise. As the soul of the mystic perfects itself through prayer, even so in our little ones. The highest expression of civilization, written language, is acquired and improved through exercises which are akin to, but which are not, writing. There is educational value in this idea of preparing oneself before trying, and of perfecting oneself before going on. To go forward correcting his own mistakes, boldly attempting things which he does imperfectly, and of which he is as yet unworthy, dulls the sensitiveness of the child's spirit toward his own errors. My method of writing contains an educative concept, teaching the child that prudence which makes him avoid errors, that dignity which makes him look ahead, and which guides him to perfection, and that humility which unites him closely to those sources of good through which alone he can make a spiritual conquest, putting far from him the illusion that the immediate success is ample justification for continuing in the way he has chosen. The fact that all the children, those who are just beginning the 3 exercises, and those who have been writing for months, daily repeat the same exercise, unites them and makes it easy for them to meet upon an apparently equal plane. Here there are no distinctions of beginners and experts. All of the children fill in the figures with colored pencils, touch the sandpaper letters, and compose words with the movable alphabets. The little ones beside the big ones who help them. He who prepares himself and he who perfects himself both follow the same path. It is the same way in life, for, deeper than any social distinction, there lies an equality, a common meeting point, where all men are brothers, or, as in the spiritual life, aspirants and saints again and again pass through the same experiences. Writing is very quickly learned, because we begin to teach it only to those children who show a desire for it by a spontaneous attention to the lesson given by the directress to other children, or by watching the exercises in which the others are occupied. Some individuals learn without ever having received any lessons, solely through listening to the lessons given to others. In general, all children of 4 are intensely interested in writing, and some of our children have begun to write at the age of 3 1/2. We find that children particularly enthusiastic about tracing the sandpaper letters. During the first period of my experiments, when the children were shown the alphabet for the first time, I one day asked Signora Bettini to bring out to the terrace where the children were at play all of the various letters which she herself had made. As soon as the children saw them, they gathered about us, their fingers outstretched in their eagerness to touch the letters. Those who secured cards were unable to touch them properly because of the other children, who crowded about trying to reach the cards in our laps. I remember with what an impulsive movement the possessors of the cards held them on high like banners, and began to march, followed by all the other children, who clapped their hands and cried out joyously. The procession passed before us, and all, big and little, laughed merrily, while the mothers, attracted by the noise, leaned from the windows to watch the sight. The average time that elapses between the first trial of the preparatory exercises and the first written word is, for children of 4 years, from a month to a month and a half. With children of 5 years, the period is much shorter, being about a month. But one of our pupils learned to use in writing all the letters of the alphabet in 20 days. Children of 4 years, after they have been in school for 2 months and a half, can write any word from dictation, and can pass in writing with ink in a notebook. Our little ones are generally experts after 3 months' time, and those who have written for 6 months may be compared to the children in the 3rd elementary. Indeed, writing is one of the easiest and most delightful of all the conquests made by the child. If adults learned as easily as children under 6 years of age, it would be an easy matter to do away with illiteracy. We would probably find 2 grave hindrances to the attainment of such a brilliant success: the torpor of the muscular sense, and those permanent defects of spoken language, which would be sure to translate themselves into the written language. I have not made experiments along this line, but I believe that 1 school year would be sufficient to lead an illiterate person, not only to write, but to express his thoughts in written language. So much for the time necessary for learning. As to the execution, our children write well from the moment in which they begin. The form of the letters, beautifully rounded and flowing, is surprising in its similarity to the form of the sandpaper models. The beauty of our writing is rarely equaled by any scholars in the elementary schools who have not had special exercises in penmanship. I have made a close study of penmanship, and I know how difficult it would be to teach pupils of 12 or 13 years to write an entire word without lifting the pen, except for the few letters which require this. The up and down strokes with which they have filled their copybook make flowing writing almost impossible to them. Our little pupils, on the other hand, spontaneously and with a marvelous security, write entire words without lifting the pen, maintaining perfectly the slant of the letters and making the distance between each letter equal. This has caused more than one visitor to exclaim, "If I had not seen it, I should never have believed it." Indeed, penmanship is a superior form of teaching, and is necessary to correct defects already acquired and fixed. It is a long work, for the child, seeing the model, must follow the movements necessary to reproduce it, while there is no direct correspondence between the visual sensation and the movements which he must make. Too often penmanship is taught at an age when all the defects have become established, and when the physiological period in which the muscular memory is ready has been passed. We directly prepare the child, not only for writing, but also for penmanship, paying great attention to the beauty of form, having the children touch the letters in script, and to the flowing quality of the letters. The exercises in filling in prepare for this. Reading. Didactic Material. The didactic material for the lessons in reading consists in slips of paper or cards upon which are written in clear, large script words and phrases. In addition to these cards, we have a great variety of toys. Experience has taught me to distinguish clearly between writing and reading, and has shown me that the 2 acts are not absolutely contemporaneous. Contrary to the usually accepted idea, writing precedes reading. I do not consider as reading the test which the child makes when he verifies the word that he has written. He is translating signs into sounds, as he first translated sounds into signs. In this verification, he already knows the word, and has repeated it to himself while writing it. What I understand by reading is the interpretation of an idea from the written signs. The child who has not heard the word pronounced, and who recognizes it when he sees it composed upon the table with the cardboard letters, and who can tell what it means, this child reads. The word which he reads has the same relation to written language that the word which he hears bears to articulate language. Both serve to receive the language transmitted to us by others. So, until the child reads a transmission of ideas from the written word, he does not read. We may say, if we like, that writing, as described, is a fact in which the psychomotor mechanism prevails, while in reading there enters a work which is purely intellectual. But it is evident how our method for writing prepares for reading, making the difficulties almost imperceptible. Indeed, writing prepares the child to interpret, mechanically, the union of the letter sounds of which the written word is composed. When a child in our school knows how to write, he knows how to read the sounds of which the word is composed. It should be noticed, however, that when the child composes the words with a movable alphabet, or when he writes, he has time to think about the signs which he must select to form the word. The writing of a word requires a great deal more time than that necessary for reading the same word. The child who knows how to write, when placed before a word which he must interpret by reading, is silent for a long time, and generally reads the component sounds with the same slowness with which he would have written them. But the sense of the word becomes evident only when it is pronounced clearly and with a phonetic accent. Now, in order to place the phonetic accent, the child must recognize the word. That is, he must recognize the idea which the word represents. The intervention of a superior work of the intellect is necessary if he is to read. Because of all this, I proceed in the following way with the exercises in reading, and as will be evident, I do away entirely with the old-time primer. I prepare a number of little cards, made from ordinary writing paper. On each of these I write in large clear script some well-known word, one which has already been pronounced many times by the children, and which represents an object actually present or well known to them. If the word refers to an object which is before them, I place this object under the eyes of the child, in order to facilitate his interpretation of the word. I will say, in this connection, the objects used in these writing games are for the most part toys, of which we have a great many in the children's houses. Among these toys are the furnishings of a doll's house, balls, dolls, flocks of sheep or various animals, tin soldiers, railways, and an infinite variety of simple figures. If writing serves to correct, or better, to direct and perfect the mechanism of the articulate language of the child, reading serves to help the development of ideas and relates them to the development of the language. Indeed, writing aids the physiological language and reading aids the social language. We begin then, as I have indicated, with the nomenclature, that is, with the reading of names of objects which are well known or present. There is no question of beginning with words that are easy or difficult, for the child already knows how to read any word, that is, he knows how to read the sounds which compose it. I allow the little one to translate the written word slowly into sounds, and if the interpretation is exact, I limit myself to saying faster. The child reads more quickly the second time, but still often without understanding. I then repeat faster, faster. He reads faster each time, repeating the same accumulation of sounds, and finally the word bursts upon his consciousness. Then he looks upon it as if he recognized a friend, and assumes the air of satisfaction which so often radiates our little ones. This completes the exercise for reading. It is a lesson which goes very rapidly, since it is only presented to a child who is already prepared through writing. Truly, we have buried the tedious and stupid ABC primer side by side with the useless copybooks. When the child has read the word, he places the explanatory card under the object whose name it bears, and the exercise is finished. One of the most interesting discoveries was made in the effort to devise a game through which the children might, without effort, learn to read words. we spread out upon one of the large tables a great variety of toys. Each one of them had a corresponding card upon which the name of the toy was written. We folded these little cards and mixed them up in a basket, and the children who knew how to read were allowed to take turns in drawing these cards for the basket. Each child had to carry his card back to his desk, unfold it quietly, and read it mentally, not showing it to those about him. He then had to fold it up again, so that the secret which it contained should remain unknown. Taking the folded card in his hand, he went to the table. He had then to pronounce clearly the name of a toy and present the card to the directress in order that she might verify the word he had spoken. The little card thus became current coin with which he might acquire the toy he had named. For, if he pronounced the word clearly and indicated the correct object, the directress allowed him to take the toy and to play with it as long as he wished. When each child had had a turn, the directress called the first child and let him draw a card from another basket. This card he read as soon as he had drawn it. It contained the name of one of his companions who did not yet know how to read, and for that reason could not have a toy. The child who had read the name then offered to his little friend the toy with which he had been playing. We taught the children to present these toys in a gracious and polite way, accompanying the act with a bow. In this way we did away with every idea of class distinction and inspired the sentiment of kindness toward those who did not possess the same blessings as ourselves. This reading game proceeded in a marvelous way. The contentment of these poor children in possessing even for a little while such beautiful toys can be easily imagined. But what was my amazement when the children, having learned to understand the written cards, refused to take the toys. They explained that they did not wish to waste time in playing, and, with a species of insatiable desire, preferred to draw out and read the cards one after another. I watched them, seeking to understand the secret of these souls, of whose greatness I had been so ignorant. As I stood in meditation among the eager children, the discovery that it was knowledge they loved, and not the silly game, filled me with wonder, and made me think of the greatness of the human soul. We therefore put away the toys, and set about making hundreds of written slips, containing names of children, cities, and objects, and also of colors and qualities known through the sense exercises. We placed these slips in open boxes, which we left where the children could make free use of them. I expected that childish inconsistency would at least show itself in a tendency to pass from one box to another. But no, each child finished emptying the box under his hand before passing to another, being very insatiable in the desire to read. Coming into the school one day, I found that the directress had allowed the children to take the tables and chairs out upon the terrace, and was having school in the open air. A number of little ones were playing in the sun, while others were seated in a circle about the tables containing the sandpaper letters and the movable alphabet. A little apart sat the directress, holding upon her lap a long narrow box full of written slips, and all along the edge of her box were little hands, fishing for the beloved cards. "You may not believe me," said the directress, "but it is more than an hour since we began this, and they are not satisfied yet." We tried the experiment of bringing balls and dolls to the children, but without result. Such futilities had no power beside the joys of knowledge. Seeing these surprising results, I had already thought of testing the children with print, and had suggested that the directress print the word under the written word upon a number of slips. But the children forestalled us. There was in the hall a calendar upon which many of the words were printed in clear type, while others were done and got the characters. In their mania for reading, the children began to look at this calendar, and, to my inexpressible amazement, read not only the print, but the Gothic script. There, therefore, remained nothing but the presentation of a book, and I did not feel that any of those available were suited to our method. The mothers soon had proofs of the progress of their children, finding in the pockets of some of them little slips of paper upon which were written rough notes of marketing done, bread, salt, etc. Our children were making lists of the marketing they did for their mothers. Other mothers told us that their children no longer ran through the streets, but stopped to read the signs over the shops. A 4-year-old boy, educated in a private house by the same method, surprised us in the following way. The child's father was a deputy and received many letters. He knew that his son had for 2 months been taught by means of exercises apt to facilitate the learning of reading and writing, but he had paid slight attention to it, and, indeed, put little faith in the method. One day, as he sat reading, with a boy playing near, a servant entered, and placed upon the table a large number of letters that had just arrived. The little boy turned his attention to these, and holding up each letter, read aloud the address. To his father this seemed a veritable miracle. As to the average time required for learning to read and write, experience would seem to show that, starting from the moment in which the child writes, the passage from such an inferior stage of the graphic language to the superior stage of reading averages a fortnight. Security in reading is, however, arrived at much more slowly than perfection in writing. In the greater majority of cases, the child who writes beautifully still reads rather poorly. Not all children of the same age are at the same point in this matter of reading and writing. We not only do not force a child, but we do not even invite him, or in any way attempt to coax him to do that which he does not wish to do. So it sometimes happens that certain children, not having spontaneously presented themselves for these lessons, are left in peace, and do not know how to read or write. If the old-time method, which tyrannized over the will of the child and destroyed his spontaneity, does not believe in making a knowledge of written language obligatory before the age of 6, much less do we. I am not ready to decide, without a wider experience, whether the period when the spoken language is fully developed is, in every case, the proper time for beginning to develop the written language. In any case, almost all of the normal children treated with our method began to write at 4 years, and at 5 know how to read and write, at least as well as children who have finished the first elementary. They could enter the second elementary a year in advance of the time when they are admitted to first. Games for the reading of phrases. As soon as my friends saw that the children could read print, they made me gifts of beautifully illustrated books. Looking through these books of simple fairy lore, I felt sure that the children would not be able to understand them. The teachers, feeling entirely satisfied as to the ability of their pupils, tried to show me I was wrong, having different children read to me, and saying that they read much more perfectly than the children who had finished the second elementary. I did not, however, allow myself to be deceived, and made 2 trials. I first had the teacher tell one of the stories to the children while I observed to what extent they were spontaneously interested in it. The attention of the children wandered after a few words. I had forbidden the teacher to recall to order those who did not listen, and thus, little by little, a hum arose in the schoolroom, due to the fact that each child, not caring to listen, had returned to his usual occupation. It was evident that the children, who seemed to read these books with such pleasure, did not take pleasure in the sense, but enjoyed the mechanical ability they had acquired, which consisted in translating the graphic signs into the sounds of a word they recognized, and, indeed, the children did not display the same constancy in reading the books which they showed toward the written slips, since in the books they met with so many unfamiliar words. My second test was to have one of the children read the book to me. I did not interrupt with any of those explanatory remarks by means of which a teacher tries to help the child follow the thread of the story he is reading, saying, for example, "Stop a minute. Do you understand? What have you read? You told me how the little boy went to drive in a big carriage, didn't you? Pay attention to what the book says," etc. I gave the book to a little boy, sat down beside him in a friendly fashion, and when he had read, I asked him simply and seriously, as one would speak to a friend, "Did you understand what you were reading?" He replied, "No," but the expression of his face seemed to ask an explanation of my demand. In fact, the idea that through the reading a series of words the complex thoughts of others might be communicated to us, was to be for my children one of the beautiful conquests of the future, a new source of surprise and joy. The book has recourse to logical language, not to the mechanism of the language. Before the child can understand and enjoy a book, the logical language must be established in him. Between knowing how to read the words and how to read the sense, a book there lies the same distance that exists between knowing how to pronounce a word and how to make a speech. I, therefore, stopped the reading from books and waited. One day, during a free conversation period, 4 children arose at the same time, and with expressions of joy on their faces, ran to the blackboard and wrote phrases upon the order of the following: "Oh, how glad we are that our garden has begun to bloom!" It was a great surprise for me, and I was deeply moved. These children had arrived spontaneously at the art of composition, just as they had spontaneously written their first word. The mechanical preparation was the same, and the phenomenon developed logically. Logical articulate language had, when the time was ripe, provided the corresponding explosion in written language. I understood that the time had come when we might proceed to the reading of phrases. I had recourse to the means used by the children, that is, I wrote upon the blackboards, "Do you love me?" The children read it slowly aloud, were silent for a moment as if thinking, then cried out, "Yes, yes!" I continued to write. Then make the silence and watch me. They read this aloud, almost shouting, but it had barely finished when a solemn silence began to establish itself, interrupted only by the sounds of the chairs as the children took positions in which they could sit quietly. Thus began between me and them a communication by means of written language, a thing which interested the children intensely. Little by little they discovered a great quality of writing, that it transmits thought. Whenever I began to write, they fairly trembled in their eagerness to understand what was my meaning without hearing me speak a word. Indeed, graphic language does not need spoken words. It can only be understood in all its greatness when it is completely isolated from spoken language. This introduction to reading was followed by the following game, which is greatly enjoyed by the children. Upon a number of cards I wrote long sentences describing certain actions which the children were to carry out. For example, close the window blinds, open the front door, then wait a moment, and arrange things as they were at first. Very politely ask 8 of your companions to leave their chairs, and to form in double file in the center of the room. Then have them march forward and back upon tiptoe, making no noise. Ask 3 of your oldest companions, who sing nicely, if they will please come into the center of the room. Arrange them in a nice row, and sing with them a song that you have selected, etc., etc. As soon as I finished writing, the children seized the cards, and taking them to their seats, read them spontaneously, with great intensity of attention, and all amid the most complete silence. I asked then, "Do you understand?" "Yes, yes." "Then do what the card tells you," said I, and was delighted to see the children rapidly and accurately follow the chosen action. A great activity, a movement of a new sort, was born in the room. There were those who closed the blinds, and then reopened them, others who made their companions run on tiptoe, or sing, others wrote upon the blackboard, or took certain objects from the cupboards. Surprise and curiosity produced a general silence, and the lesson developed amid the most intense interest. It seemed as if some magic force had gone forth from me, stimulating an activity hitherto unknown. This magic was graphic language, the great conquest of civilization. And how deeply the children understood the importance of it! When I went out, they gathered about me with expressions of gratitude and affection, saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you for the lesson." This has become one of the favorite games. We first establish profound silence, then present a basket containing folded slips, upon each one of which is written a long phrase describing an action. All those children who know how to read may draw a slip and read it mentally, once or twice, until they are certain they understand it. They then give the slip back to the directress and set about carrying out the action. Since many of these actions call for the help of the other children who do not know how to read, and since many of them call for the handling and use of the materials, a general activity develops amid marvelous order, while the silence is only interrupted by the sound of little feet running lightly, and by the voices of the children who sing. This is an unexpected revelation of the perfection of spontaneous discipline. Experience has shown us that composition must precede logical reading, as writing preceded the reading of the word. It has also shown that reading, if it is to teach the child to receive an idea, should be mental and not vocal. Reading aloud implies the exercise of two mechanical forms of the language, articulate and graphic, and is therefore a complex task. Who does not know that a grown person who is to read a paper in public prepares for this by making himself master of the content? Reading aloud is one of the most difficult intellectual actions. The child, therefore, who begins to read by interpreting thought should read mentally. The written language must isolate itself from the articulate when it rises to the interpretation of logical thought. Indeed, it represents the language which transmits thought at a distance, while the senses and the muscular mechanism are silent. It is a spiritualized language which puts into communication all men who know how to read. Education having reached such a point in the children's houses, the entire elementary school must, as a logical consequence, be changed. How to reform the lower grades in the elementary schools, eventually carrying them on according to our methods, is a great question which cannot be discussed here. I can only say that the first elementary would be completely done away with by our infant education, which includes it. The elementary classes in the future should begin with children such as ours, who know how to read and write, children who know how to take care of themselves, how to dress and undress, and to wash themselves, children who are familiar with the rules of good conduct and courtesy, and who are thoroughly disciplined in the highest sense of the term, having developed and become masters of themselves through liberty, children who possess, besides a perfect mastery of the articulate language, the ability to read written language in an elementary way, and who begin to enter upon the conquest of logical language. These children pronounce clearly, write in a firm hand, and are full of grace in their movements. They are the earnest of a humanity grown in the cult of beauty, the infancy of an all-conquering humanity, since they are intelligent and patient observers of their environment, and possess in the form of intellectual liberty the power of spontaneous reasoning. For such children we should found an elementary school worthy to receive them and to guide them further along the path of life and of civilization, a school loyal to the same educational principles of respect for the freedom of the child and for his spontaneous manifestations, principles which shall form the personality of these little men. Vogliamo augurare la buona Pascale in Gignore Eduardo, Bellama e alla Principessa Maria, diremo che conducana chi I loro chi bambina, lo sciate fer a me, l'ora vero io per lui, 4 April 1909. Examples of writing down with pen by a child 5 years, 1/4 reduction. Translation. We would like to wish a joyous Easter to the civil engineer Eduardo Talamo and the Princess Maria. We will ask them to bring their pretty children here. Leave it to me. I will write for all. April 7th, 1909. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Jennifer Stearns, Concord, New Hampshire.
Chapter 18 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bologna Times. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 18. Language in Childhood. Graphic language, comprising dictation and reading, contains articulate language in its complete mechanism, auditory channels, central channels, motor channels, and in the manner of development called forth by my method, it is based essentially on articulate language. Graphic language, therefore, may be considered from 2 points of view. A. That of the conquest of a new language of eminent social importance, which adds itself to the articulate language of natural man, and this is the cultural significance which is commonly given to graphic language, which is therefore taught in the schools without any consideration of its relation to spoken language, but solely with the intention of offering to the social being a necessary instrument in his relations with his fellows. B. That of the relation between graphic and articulate language, and in this relation of an eventual possibility of utilizing the written language to perfect the spoken, a new consideration upon which I wish to insist and which gives to graphic language a physiological importance. Moreover, as spoken language is at the same time a natural function of man and an instrument which he utilizes for social ends, so written language may be considered in itself, in its formation, as an organic ensemble of new mechanisms which are established in the nervous system and as an instrument which may be utilized for social ends. In short, it is a question of giving to written language not only a physiological importance, but also a period of development independent of the high functions which it is destined to perform later. It seems to me that graphic language bristles with difficulties in its beginning, not only because it has heretofore been taught by irrational methods, but because we have tried to make it perform, as soon as it has been acquired, the high function of teaching the written language which has been fixed by centuries of perfecting in a civilized people. Think how irrational have been the methods we have used. We have analyzed the graphic signs rather than the physiological acts necessary to produce the alphabetical signs, and this without considering that any graphic sign is difficult to achieve, because the visual representation of the signs have no hereditary connection with the motor representations necessary for producing them. As, for example, the auditory representations of the word have with the motor mechanism of the articulate language. It is, therefore, always a difficult thing to provoke a stimulative motor action unless we have already established the movement before the visual representation of the sign is made. It is a difficult thing to arouse an activity that shall produce a motion unless that motion shall have been previously established by practice and by the power of habit. Thus, for example, the analysis of writing into little straight lines and curves has brought us to present to the child a sign without significance, which therefore does not interest him, and whose representation is incapable of determining a spontaneous motor impulse. The artificial act constituted, therefore, an effort of the will which resulted for the child in rapid exhaustion, exhibited in the form of boredom and suffering. To this effort was added the effort of constituting synchronously the muscular associations coordinating the movements necessary to the holding and manipulating the instrument of writing. All sorts of depressing feelings accompanied such efforts and conduced to the production of imperfect and erroneous signs which the teachers had to correct, discouraging the child still more with the constant criticism of the error and of the imperfection of the signs traced. Thus, while the child was urged to make an effort, the teacher depressed rather than revived his psychical forces. Although such a mistaken course was followed, the graphic language, so painfully learned, was nevertheless to be immediately utilized for social ends, and, still imperfect and immature, was made to do service in the syntactical construction of the language, and in the ideal expression of the superior psychic centers. One must remember that in nature the spoken language is formed gradually, and it is already established in words when the superior psychic centers use these words in what Kussmaul calls dictorium, in the syntactical grammatical formation of language which is necessary to the expression of complex ideas, that is, in the language of the logical mind. In short, the mechanism of language is a necessary antecedent of the higher psychic activities which are to utilize it. There are, therefore, two periods in the development of language. A lower one which prepares the nervous channel and the central mechanisms which are to put the sensory channels in relation with the motor channels, and a higher one determined by the higher psychic activities which are exteriorized by means of the preformed mechanisms of language. Thus, for example, in the scheme which Kussmaul gives on the mechanism of articulate language, we must first of all distinguish a sort of cerebral diastaltic arc, representing the pure mechanism of the word, which is established in the first formation of the spoken language. Let E be the ear, and T the motor organs of speech, taken as a whole and here represented by the tongue. A the auditory center of speech, and M the motor center. The channels EA and MT are peripheral channels, the former centripetal and the latter centrifugal, and the channel AM is the intercentral channel of association. The center A, in which reside the auditive images of words, may be again subdivided into three, as in the following scheme, viz. Sound, SO, syllables, SY, and words, W. That partial centers for sounds and syllables can really be formed, the pathology of language seems to establish, for in some forms of centrosensory dysphasia, the patients can pronounce only sounds, or at most sounds and syllables. Small children, too, are at the beginning particularly sensitive to simple sounds of language, with which, indeed, and especially with S, their mothers caress them and attract their attention, while later the child is sensitive to syllables, with which also the mother caresses him, saying ba ba, punf, tuff. Finally, it is the simple word, dissyllabic in most cases, which attracts the child's attention. But for the motor centers also the same thing may be repeated. The child utters at the beginning simple or double sounds, as for example ble, gle, ch, an expression which the mother greets with joy. Then distinctly syllabic sounds begin to manifest themselves in the child, ga, ba, and finally the dissyllabic word, usually labial, mama. We say that the spoken language begins with the child when the word pronounced by him signifies an idea. When, for example, seeing his mother and recognizing her, he says mama, and seeing a dog says tete, and wishing to eat says papa. Thus we consider language begun when it is established in relation to perception, while the language itself is still, in its psychomotor mechanism, perfectly rudimentary. That is, when above the diastaltic arc, where the mechanical formation of the language is still unconscious, the recognition of the word takes place. That is, the word is perceived and associated with the object which it represents. Language is considered to have begun. On this level, later, language continues the process of perfecting in proportion as the hearing perceives better the component sounds of the words and the psychomotor channels become more permeable to articulation. This is the first stage of spoken language, which has its own beginning and its own development, leading through the perceptions to the perfecting of the primordial mechanism of the language itself. And at this stage precisely is established what we call articulate language, which will later be the means which the adult will have at his disposal to express his own thoughts, and which the adult will have great difficulty in perfecting or correcting when it has once been established. In fact, a high stage of culture sometimes accompanies an imperfect articulate language which prevents the aesthetic expression of one's thoughts. The development of articulate language takes place in the period between the age of 2 and the age of 7, the age of perceptions in which the attention of the child is spontaneously turned towards external objects, and the memory is particularly tenacious. It is the age also of motility, in which all the psychomotor channels are becoming permeable and the muscular mechanisms establish themselves. In this period of life, by the mysterious bond between the auditory channel and the motor channel of the spoken language, it would seem that the auditory perceptions have the direct power of provoking the complicated movements of articulate speech which develop instinctively after such stimuli as if awaking from the slumber of heredity. It is well known that it is only at this age that it is possible to acquire all the characteristic modulations of a language which it would be vain to attempt to establish later. The mother tongue alone is well pronounced because it was established in the period of childhood, and the adult who learns to speak a new language must bring to it the imperfections characteristic of the foreigner's speech. Only children who under the age of 7 years learn several languages at the same time can receive and reproduce all the characteristic mannerisms of accent and pronunciation. Thus also the defects acquired in childhood, such as dialectic defects or those established by bad habits, become indelible in the adult. What develops later, the superior language, the dictorium, no longer has its origin in the mechanism of language, but in the intellectual development which makes use of the mechanical language. As the articulate language develops by the exercise of its mechanism and is enriched by perception, the dictorium develops with syntax and is enriched by intellectual culture. Going back to the scheme of language, we see that above the arc which defines the lower language is established the dictorium, D, from which now come the motor impulses of speech, which is established as spoken language fit to manifest the ideation of the intelligent man. This language will be enriched little by little by intellectual culture and perfected by the grammatical study of syntax. Hitherto, as a result of a preconception, it has been believed that written language should enter only into the development of the dictorium as the suitable means for the acquisition of culture and of permitting grammatical analysis and construction of the language. Since spoken words have wings, it has been admitted that intellectual culture could only proceed by the aid of a language which was stable, objective, and capable of being analyzed, such as the graphic language. But why, when we acknowledge the graphic language as a precious, nay, indispensable instrument of intellectual education, for the reason that it fixes the ideas of men and permits of their analysis and of their assimilation in books, where they remain indelibly written as an ineffaceable memory of words, which are therefore always present, and by which we can analyze the syntactical structure of the language, why shall we not acknowledge that it is useful in the more humble task of fixing the words which represent perception and of analyzing their component sounds? Compelled by a pedagogical prejudice, we are unable to separate the idea of a graphic language from that of a function which heretofore we have made it exclusively perform, and it seems to us that by teaching such a language to children still in the age of simple perceptions and of motility, we are committing a serious psychological and pedagogical error. But let us rid ourselves of this prejudice and consider the graphic language in itself, reconstructing its psychophysiological mechanism. It is far more simple than the psychophysiological mechanism of the articulate language, and is far more directly accessible to education. Writing especially is surprisingly simple, for let us consider dictated writing. We have a perfect parallel with spoken language, since a motor action must correspond with heard speech. Here there does not exist, to be sure, the mysterious hereditary relations between the heard speech and the articulate speech. But the movements of writing are far simpler than those necessary to the spoken word, and are performed by large muscles, all external, upon which we can directly act, rendering the motor channels permeable and establishing psychomuscular mechanisms. This indeed is what is done by my method, which prepares the movements directly, so that the psychomotor impulse of the heard speech finds the motor channels already established and is manifested in the act of writing, like an explosion. The real difficulty is in the interpretation of the graphic signs, but we must remember that we are in the age of perceptions, where the sensations in the memory as well as the primitive associations are involved precisely in the characteristic progress of natural development. Moreover, our children are already prepared by various exercises of the senses, and by methodical construction of ideas and mental associations to perceive the graphic signs. Something like a patrimony of perceptive ideas offers material to the language in the process of development. The child who recognizes a triangle and calls it a triangle can recognize a letter S and denominate it by the sound S. This is obvious. Let us not talk of premature teaching, ridding ourselves of prejudices. Let us appeal to experience, which shows that in reality children proceed without effort, nay, rather with evident manifestations of pleasure, to the recognition of graphic signs presented as objects. And with this premise, let us consider the relations between the mechanisms of the two languages. The child of 3 or 4 has already long begun his articulate language according to our scheme, but he finds himself in the period in which the mechanism of articulate language is being perfected, a period contemporary with that in which he is acquiring a content of language along with the patrimony of perception. The child has perhaps not heard perfectly in all their component parts the words which he pronounces, and if he has heard them perfectly, they may have been pronounced badly, and consequently have left an erroneous auditory perception. It would be well that the child, by exercising the motor channels of articulate language, should establish exactly the movements necessary to a perfect articulation before the age of easy motor adaptations is past, and by the fixation of erroneous mechanisms the defects become incorrigible. To this end the analysis of speech is necessary. As when we wish to perfect the language, we first start children at composition and then pass to grammatical study, and when we wish to perfect the style, we first teach to write grammatically and then come to the analysis of style. So when we wish to perfect the speech, it is first necessary that the speech exist, and then it is proper to proceed to its analysis. When, therefore, the child speaks, but before the completion of the development of speech which renders it fixed in mechanisms already established, the speech should be analyzed with a view to perfecting it. Now, as grammar and rhetoric are not possible with the spoken language, but demand recourse to the written language which keeps ever before the eye of the discourse to be analyzed, so it is with speech. The analysis of the transient is impossible. The language must be materialized and made stable. Hence the necessity of the written word, or the word represented by graphic signs. In the third stage of my method for writing, that is, composition of speech, is included the analysis of the word not only into signs, but into the component sounds, the signs representing its translation. The child, that is, divides the heard word, which he perceives integrally as a word, knowing also its meanings, into sounds and syllables. Let me call attention to the following diagram, which represents the interrelation of the two mechanisms for writing and for articulate speech. The peripheric channels are indicated by heavy lines, the central channels of association by dotted lines, and those referring to association in relation to the development of the heard speech by light lines. E, ear; so, auditory center of sounds; sy, auditory center of syllables; w, center of word; m, motor center of articulate speech; t, external organs of articulate speech, tongue; h, external organs of writing, hand; mc, motor center of writing; vc, visual center of graphic signs, and V, organ of vision. Whereas, in the development of spoken language, the sound composing the word might be imperfectly perceived, here in the teaching of the graphic sign corresponding to the sound, which teaching consists in presenting to the child a sandpaper letter, naming it distinctly and making the child see it and touch it. Not only is the perception of the heard sound clearly fixed, separately and clearly, but this perception is associated with two others, the centromotor perception and the centrovisual perception of the written sign. The triangle BC MC so represents the association of three sensations in relation with the analysis of speech. When the letter is presented to the child and he is made to touch and see it while it is being named, the centripetal channels ESO, H, MC, SO, V, VC, SO are acting, and when the child is made to name the letter alone or accompanied by a vowel, the external stimulus acts in V and passes through the channels V, VC, SO, M, T, and V, CV, SO, Psi, M, T. When these channels of association have been established by presenting visual stimuli in the graphic sign, the corresponding movements of articulate language can be provoked and studied one by one in their defects, while by maintaining the visual stimulus of the graphic sign which provokes articulation and accompanying it by the auditory stimulus of the corresponding sound uttered by the teacher, their articulation can be perfected. This articulation is by innate conditions connected with the heard speech. That is, in the course of the pronunciation provoked by the visual stimulus, and during the repetition of the relative movements of the organs of the language, the auditory stimulus which is introduced into the exercise contributes to the perfecting of the pronunciation of the isolated or syllabic sounds composing the spoken word. When later the child writes under dictation, translating into signs the sounds of speech, he analyzes the heard speech into its sounds, translating them into graphic movements through channels already rendered permeable by the corresponding muscular sensations. Defects of language due to lack of education. Defects and imperfections of language are in part due to organic causes, consisting in malformations or in pathological alterations of the nervous system, but in part they are connected with the functional defects acquired in the period of the formation of language and consist in an erratic pronunciation of the component sounds of the spoken word. Such errors are acquired by the child who hears words imperfectly pronounced, or hears bad speech. The dialectic accent enters into this category, but there are also vicious habits which make the natural defects of the articulate language of childhood persist in the child, or which provoke him by imitation the defects of language peculiar to the persons who surrounded him in his childhood. The normal defects of child language are due to the fact that the complicated muscular agencies of the organs of articulate language do not yet function well, and are consequently incapable of reproducing the sound which was the sensory stimulus of a certain innate movement. The association of the movements necessary to the articulation of the spoken words is established little by little. The result is a language made of words with sounds which are imperfect and often lacking, whence incomplete words. Such defects are grouped under the name glossitis, and are especially due to the fact that the child is not yet capable of directing the movements of his tongue. They comprise chiefly sigmatism or imperfect pronunciation of S, rhotacism or imperfect pronunciation of R, lambdacism or imperfect pronunciation of L, gammacism or imperfect pronunciation of G, iotacism, defective pronunciation of the gutturals, mogolalia, imperfect pronunciation of the labials, and according to some authors, as Prior, mogilalia is made to include the suppression of the first sound of a word. Some defects of pronunciation which concern the utterance of the vowel sound as well as that of the consonant are due to the fact that the child reproduces perfectly sounds imperfectly heard. In the first case, then, it is a matter of functional insufficiencies of the peripheral motor organ and hence of the nervous channels, and the cause lies in the individual. Whereas in the second case the error is caused by the auditory stimulus and the cause lies outside. These defects often persist, however, attenuated, in the boy and the adult, and produce finally an erroneous language to which will later be added in writing orthographical errors, such for example as dialectic orthographical errors. If one considers the charm of human speech, one is bound to acknowledge the inferiority of one who does not possess a correct spoken language, and an aesthetic conception in education cannot be imagined unless special care be devoted to perfecting articulate language. Although the Greeks had transmitted to Rome the art of educating in language, this practice was not resumed by humanism, which cared more for the aesthetics of the environment and the revival of artistic works than for the perfecting of the man. Today we are just beginning to introduce the practice of correcting by pedagogical methods the serious defects of language, such as stammering, but the idea of linguistic gymnastics tending to its perfection has not yet penetrated into our schools as a universal method and as a detail of the great work of the aesthetic perfecting of man. Some teachers of deaf-mutes and intelligent devotees of orthophony are trying nowadays with small practical success to introduce into the elementary schools the correction of the various forms of blositas, as a result of statistical studies which have demonstrated the wide diffusion of such defects among the pupils. The exercises consist essentially in silence cures which procure calm and repose for the organs of language, and in patient repetition of the separate vowel and consonant sounds. To these exercises is added also respiratory gymnastics. This is not the place to describe in detail the methods of these exercises, which are long and patient and quite out of harmony with the teachings of the school. But in my methods are to be found all exercises for the corrections of language. A. Exercises of silence, which prepare the nervous channels of language to receive new stimuli perfectly. B. Lessons which consist first of the distinct pronunciation by the teacher of few words, especially of nouns which must be associated with a concrete idea. By this means clear and perfect auditory stimuli of language are started, stimuli which are repeated by the teacher when the child has conceived the idea of the object represented by the word, recognition of the object. Finally, of the provocation of articulate language on the part of the child, who must repeat the word alone aloud, pronouncing its separate sounds. C. Exercises in graphic language, which analyze the sounds of speech and cause them to be repeated separately in several ways. That is, when the child learns the separate letters of the alphabet, and when he composes or writes words, repeating their sounds which he translates separately into composed or written speech. D. Gymnastic exercises, which comprise, as we have seen, both repertory exercises and those of articulation. I believe that in the schools of the future the conception will disappear, which is beginning today, of correcting in the elementary schools the defects of language, and will be replaced by the more rational one of avoiding them by caring for the development of language in the children's houses, that is, in the very age in which language is being established in the child. End of Chapter 18, Language in Childhood.
Chapter
Chapter 19 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 19. Teaching of Numeration. Introduction to Arithmetic. Children of 3 years already know how to count as far as 2 or 3 when they enter our schools. They therefore very easily learn numeration, which consists in counting objects. A dozen different ways may serve toward this end, and daily life presents many opportunities. When the mother says, for instance, "There are 2 buttons missing from your apron," or "We need 3 more plates at table." One of the first means used by me is that of counting with money. I obtain new money, and if it were possible, I should have good reproductions made in cardboard. I have seen such money used in a school for deficients in London. The making of change is a form of numeration so attractive as to hold the attention of the child. I present the 1, 2, and 4 centime pieces, and the children, in this way, learn to count to 10. No form of instruction is more practical than that tending to make children familiar with the coins in common use, and no exercise is more useful than that of making change. It is so closely related to real life that it interests all children immensely. Having taught numeration in this empiric mode, I pass to more methodical exercises, having as didactic material one of the set of blocks already used in the education of the senses, namely the series of 10 rods heretofore used for the teaching of length. The shortest of these rods corresponds to a decimeter, the longest to a meter, while the intervening rods are divided into sections a decimeter in length. The sections are painted alternately red and blue. Some day, when a child has arranged the rods, placing them in order of length, we have him count the red and blue signs, beginning with the smallest piece, that is, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, etc., always going back to 1 in the counting of each rod, and starting from the side A. We then have him name the single rods from the shortest to the longest, according to the total number of the sections which each contains, touching the rods at the sides B on which side the stair ascends. This results in the same numeration as when we counted the longest rod, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wishing to know the number of rods, we count them from side A, and the same numeration results, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This correspondence of the 3 sides of the triangle causes the child to verify his knowledge, and as the exercise interests him, he repeats it many times. We now unite to the exercises in numeration the earlier sensory exercises in which the child recognized the long and short rods. Having mixed the rods upon a carpet, the directress selects one, and showing it to the child, has him count the sections, for example, 5. She then asks him to give her the next one in length. He selects it by his eye, and the directress has him verify his choice by placing the 2 pieces side by side and by counting their sections. Such exercises may be repeated in great variety, and through them the child learns to assign a particular name to each one of the pieces in the long stair. We may now call them piece number 1, piece number 2, etc., and finally, for brevity, may speak of them in the lessons as 1, 2, 3, etc. The numbers as represented by the graphic signs. At this point, if the child already knows how to write, we may present the figures cut in sandpaper and mounted upon cards. In presenting these, the method is the same used in teaching the letters. This is 1, this is 2. Give me 1. Give me 2. What number is this? The child traces the number with his fingers as he did with the letters. Exercises with numbers. Association of the graphic sign with the quantity. I have designed 2 trays, each divided into 5 little compartments. At the back of each compartment may be placed a card bearing a figure. The figures in the first tray should be 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and in the second, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The exercise is obvious. It consists in placing within the compartments a number of objects corresponding to the figure indicated upon the card at the back of the compartment. We give the children various objects in order to vary the lesson, but chiefly make use of large wooden pegs so shaped that they will not roll off the desk. We place a number of these before the child, whose part is to arrange them in their places, 1 peg corresponding to the card marked 1, etc. When he has finished, he takes his tray to the directress that she may verify his work. The lesson on 0. We wait until the child, pointing to the compartment containing the card marked 0, asks, "And what must I put in here?" We then reply, "Nothing. 0 is nothing." But often this is not enough. It is necessary to make the child feel what we mean by nothing. To this end, we make use of little games which vastly entertain the children. I stand among them, and turning to one of them, who has already used this material, I say, "Come, dear, come to me 0 times." The child almost always comes to me, and then runs back to his place. "But, my boy, you came 1 time, and I told you to come 0 times." Then he begins to wonder, "But what must I do then?" "Nothing. 0 is nothing." "But how shall I do nothing?" Don't do anything. You must sit still. You must not come at all, not any times. 0 times, no times at all." I repeat these exercises until the children understand, and they are then immensely amused at remaining quiet when I call to them to come to me 0 times, or to throw me 0 kisses. They themselves often cry out, "0 is nothing! 0 is nothing!" Exercises for the memory of numbers. When the children recognize the written figure, and when this figure signifies to them the numerical value, I give them the following exercise. I cut the figures from old calendars and mount them upon slips of paper, which are then folded and dropped into a box. The children draw out the slips, carry them still folded to their seats, where they look at them and refold them, conserving the secret. Then, one by one, or in groups, these children, who are naturally the oldest ones in the class, go to the large table of the directress, where groups of various small objects have been placed. Each one selects the quantity of objects corresponding to the number he has drawn. The number, meanwhile, has been left at the child's place, a slip of paper mysteriously folded. The child, therefore, must remember his number, not only during the movements which he makes in coming and going, but while he collects his pieces, counting them one by one. The directress may here make interesting individual observations upon the number memory. When the child has gathered up his objects, he arranges them upon his own table in columns of 2, and if the number is uneven, he places the odd piece at the bottom and between the last two objects. The arrangement of the pieces is therefore as follows. The crosses represent the objects, while the circle stands for the folded slip containing the figure. Having arranged his objects, the child awaits the verification. The directress comes, opens the slip, reads the number, and counts the pieces. When we first played this game, it often happened that the children took more objects than were called for upon the card, and this was not always because they did not remember the number, but arose from a mania for having the greatest number of objects. A little of that instinctive greediness, which is common to primitive and uncultured man. The directress seeks to explain to the children that it is useless to have all those things upon the desk, and that the point of the game lies in taking the exact number of objects called for. Little by little they enter into this idea, but not so easily as one might suppose. It is a real effort of self-denial, which holds the child within the set limit, and makes him take, for example, only 2 of the objects placed at his disposal, while he sees others taking more. I therefore consider this game more an exercise of will-power than of numeration. The child, who has the 0, should not move from his place when he sees all his companions rising and taking freely of the objects which are inaccessible to him. Many times 0 falls to the lot of a child who knows how to count perfectly, and who would experience great pleasure in accumulating and arranging a fine group of objects in the proper order upon his table, and in awaiting with security the teacher's verification. It is most interesting to study the expressions upon the faces of those who possess 0. The individual differences which result are almost a revelation of the character of each one. Some remain impassive, assuming a bold front in order to hide the pain of the disappointment. Others show this disappointment by involuntary gestures. Still others cannot hide the smile which is called forth by the singular situation in which they find themselves, and which will make their friends curious. There are little ones who follow every movement of their companions with a look of desire, almost of envy, while others show instant acceptance of the situation. No less interesting are the expressions with which they confess to the holding of the 0, when asked during the verification, "And you haven't taken anything?" "I have 0. It is 0. These are the usual words, but the expressive face, the tone of the voice, show widely varying sentiments. Rare indeed are those who seem to give with pleasure the explanation of an extraordinary fact. The greater number either look unhappy or merely resigned. We therefore give lessons upon the meaning of the game, saying, "It is hard to keep the 0 secret. Hold the paper tightly and don't let it slip away. It is the most difficult of all." Indeed, after a while, the very difficulty of remaining quiet appeals to the children, and when they open the slip marked 0, it can be seen that they are content to keep the secret. Addition and subtraction from 1 to 20, multiplication and division. The didactic material which we use for the teaching of the first arithmetical operations is the same already used for numeration. That is, the rods graduated as to length, which, arranged on the scale of the meter, contain the first idea of the decimal system. The rods, as I have said, have come to be called by the numbers which they represent, 1, 2, 3, etc. They are arranged in order of length, which is also in order of numeration. The first exercise consists in trying to put the shorter pieces together in such a way as to form tens. The most simple way of doing this is to take successively the shortest rods, from 1 up, and place them at the end of the corresponding long rods, from 10 down. This may be accompanied by the commands, "Take 1 and add it to 9. Take 2 and add it to 8. Take 3 and add it to 7. Take 4 and add it to 6. In this way, we make 4 rods equal to 10. There remains the 5, but turning this upon its head in the long sense, it passes from one end of the 10 to the other, and thus makes clear the fact that 2 times 5 makes 10. These exercises are repeated, and little by little the child is taught the more technical language. 9 plus 1 equals 10. 8 plus 2 equals 10. 7 plus 3 equals 10. 6 plus 4 equals 10. And for the 5, which remains, 2 times 5 equals 10. At last, if he can write, we teach the signs plus and equal and times. Then this is what we see in the neat notebooks of our little ones. 9 plus 1 equals 10. 8 plus 2 equals 5. 5 times 2 equals 10. 7 plus 3 equals 10. 6 plus 4 equals 10. When this is well learned and has been put upon the paper with great pleasure by the children, we call their attention to the work which is done when the pieces grouped together to form tens are taken apart and put back in their original positions. From the 10 last formed, we take away 4, and 6 remains. From the next, we take away 3, and 7 remains. From the next, 2, and 8 remains. From the last, we take away 1, and 9 remains. Speaking of this properly, we say 10 less 4 equals 6. 10 less 3 equals 7. 10 less 2 equals 8. 10 less 1 equals 9. In regard to the remaining 5, it is the half of 10, and by cutting the long rod in two, that is, dividing 10 by 2, we would have 5. 10 divided by 2 equals 5. The written record of all this reads, 10 minus 4 equals 6. 10 minus 3 equals 7. 10 divided by 2 equals 5. 10 minus 2 equals 8. 10 minus 1 equals 9. Once the children have mastered this exercise, they multiply it spontaneously. Can we make 3 in 2 ways? We place the 1 after the 2, and then write, in order that we may remember what we have done, 2 plus 1 equals 3. Can we make 2 rods equal to number 4? 3 plus 1 equals 4, and 4 minus 3 equals 1. 4 minus 1 equals 3. Rod number 2, in its relation to rod number 4, is treated as was 5 in relation to 10. That is, we turn it over and show that it is contained in 4 exactly 2 times. 4 divided by 2 equals 2. 2 times 2 equals 4. Another problem. Let us see with how many rods we can play this same game. We can do it with 3 and 6, and with 4 and 8. That is, 2 times 2 equals 4, 3 times 2 equals 6, 4 times 2 equals 8, 5 times 2 equals 10. 10 divided by 2 equals 5, 8 divided by 2 equals 4, 6 divided by 2 equals 3, 4 divided by 2 equals 2. At this point, we find that the cubes with which we played the number memory games are of help. From this arrangement, one sees at once which are the numbers which can be divided by 2, all those which have not an odd cube at the bottom. These are the even numbers, because they can be arranged in pairs, 2 by 2, and the division by 2 is easy, all that is necessary being to separate the 2 lines of 2's that stand one under the other. Counting the cubes of each file, we have the quotient. To recompose the primitive number, we need only reassemble the 2 files thus: 2 times 3 equals 6. All this is not difficult for children of 5 years. The repetition soon becomes monotonous, but the exercises may be most easily changed. Taking again a set of long rods, and instead of placing rod number 1 after 9, place it after 10. In the same way, place 2 after 9 and 3 after 8. In this way we make rods of a greater length than 10, lengths which we must learn to name 11, 12, 13, etc., as far as 20. The little cubes, too, may be used to fix these higher numbers. Having learned the operations through 10, we proceed with no difficulty to 20. The one difficulty lies in the decimal numbers, which require certain lessons. Lessons on decimals, arithmetical calculations beyond 10. The necessary didactic material consists of a number of square cards, upon which the figure 10 is printed in large type, and of other rectangular cards, half the size of the square, and containing the single numbers from 1 to 9. We place the numbers in a line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then, having no more numbers, we must begin over again, and take the 1 again. This 1 is like that section in the set of rods, which, in rod number 10, extends beyond 9. Counting along the stair as far as 9, there remains this one section which, as there are no more numbers, we again designate as 1. But this is a higher 1 than the first, and to distinguish it from the first, we put near it a 0, a sign which means nothing. Here, then, is 10. Covering the 0 with the separate rectangular number cards in the order of their succession, we see formed 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. These numbers are composed by adding to rod number 10, first rod number 1, then 2, then 3, etc., until we finally add rod number 9 to rod number 10, thus obtaining a very long rod, which, when its alternating red and blue sections are counted, gives us 19. The directress may then show to the child the cards, giving the number 16, and he may place rod 6 after rod 10. She then takes away the card bearing 6 and places over the 0 the card bearing the figure 8, whereupon the child takes away rod 6 and replaces it with rod 8, thus making 18. Each of these acts may be recorded thus: 10 plus 6 equals 16, 10 plus 18 equals 18, etc. We proceed in the same way to subtraction. When the number itself begins to have a clear meaning to the child, the combinations are made upon one long card, arranging the rectangular cards bearing the 9 figures upon the 2 columns of numbers shown in the figures A and B. Upon the card A, we superimpose upon the 0 of the second 10 the rectangular card bearing the 1, and under this the one bearing 2, etc. Thus, while the 1 of the 10 remains the same, the numbers to the right proceed from 0 to 9 thus. In card B, the applications are more complex. The cards are superimposed in numerical progression by tens. Almost all our children count to 100, a number which is given to them in response to the curiosity they showed in regard to learning it. I do not believe that this phase of the teaching needs further illustrations. Each teacher may multiply the practical exercises and the arithmetical operations, using simple objects which the children can readily handle and divide. End of Chapter 19. Teaching of Numeration. Introduction to Arithmetic. Recording by Melissa.
Chapter 20 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leni. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by N. E. George. Chapter 20. Sequence of Exercises. In the practical application of the method, it is helpful to know the sequence, or the various series, of exercises which must be presented to the child successively. In the first edition of my book, there was clearly indicated a progression for each exercise. But in the Children's Houses, we began contemporaneously with the most varied exercises, and it develops that there exist grades in the presentation of the material in its entirety. These grades have, since the first publication of the book, become clearly defined through experience in the Children's Houses. Sequence and grades in the presentation of material and in the exercises. First grade. As soon as the child comes to the school, he may be given the following exercises: moving the seats in silence, practical life; lacing, buttoning, hooking, etc. The cylinders, sense exercises. Among these, the most useful exercise is that of the cylinders, solid insets. The child here begins to fix his attention. He makes his first comparison, his first selection, in which he exercises judgment. Therefore, he exercises his intelligence. Among these exercises with the solid insets, there exists the following progression from easy to difficult. A. The cylinders in which the pieces are of the same height and of decreasing diameter. B. The cylinders decreasing in all dimensions. C. Those decreasing only in height. Second grade. Exercises of practical life. To rise and be seated in silence. To walk on the line. Sense exercises. Material dealing with dimensions. The long stair. The prisms or big stair. The cubes. Here, the child makes exercises in the recognition of dimensions, as he did in the cylinders, but under a very different aspect. The objects are much larger. The differences much more evident than they were in the preceding exercises, but here only the eye of the child recognizes the differences and controls the errors. In the preceding exercises, the errors were mechanically revealed to the child by the didactic material itself. The impossibility of placing the objects in order in the block in any other than their respective spaces gives this control. Finally, while in the preceding exercises the child makes much more simple movements, being seated he places little objects in order with his hands, in these new exercises he accomplishes movements which are decidedly more complex and difficult and makes small muscular efforts. He does this by moving from the table to the carpet, rises, kneels, carries heavy objects. We notice that the child continues to be confused between the two last pieces in the growing scale, being for a long time unconscious of such an error after he has learned to put the other pieces in correct order. Indeed, the difference between these pieces being through the varying dimensions the same for all, the relative difference diminishes with the increasing size of the pieces themselves. For example, the little cube, which has a base of 2 centimeters, is double the size, as to base, of the smallest cube, which has a base of 1 centimeter, while the largest cube, having a base of 10 centimeters, differs by barely 1/10 from the base of the cube next it in the series, the one of 9 centimeters base. Thus, it would seem that, theoretically, in such exercises we should begin with the smallest piece. We can, indeed, do this with the material through which size and length are taught, but we cannot do so with the cubes, which must be arranged as a little tower. This column of blocks must always have as its base the largest cube. The children, attracted above all by the tower, begin very early to play with it. Thus, we often see very little children playing with the tower, happy in believing that they have constructed it, when they have inadvertently used the next to the largest cube as the base. But when the child, repeating the exercise, corrects himself of his own accord in a permanent fashion, we may be certain that his eye has become trained to perceive even the slightest differences between the pieces. In the 3 systems of blocks, through which dimensions are taught, that of length has pieces differing from each other by 10 centimeters, while in the other two sets the pieces differ only 1 centimeter. Theoretically, it would seem that the long rods should be the first to attract the attention and to exclude errors. This, however, is not the case. The children are attracted by this set of blocks, but they commit the greatest number of errors in using it, and only after they have for a long time eliminated every error in constructing the other two sets do they succeed in arranging the long stair perfectly. This may then be considered as the most difficult among the series through which dimensions are taught. Arrived at this point in his education, the child is capable of fixing his attention, with interest, upon the thermic and tactile stimuli. The progression in the sense development is not, therefore, in actual practice identical with the theoretical progression which psychometry indicates in the study of its subjects. Nor does it follow the progression which physiology and anatomy indicate in the description of the relations of the sense organs. In fact, the tactile sense is the primitive sense. The organ of touch is the most simple and the most widely diffused. But it is easy to explain how the most simple sensations, the least complex organs, are not the first through which to attract the attention in a didactic presentation of sense stimuli. Therefore, when the education of the attention has been begun, we may present to the child the rough and smooth surfaces, following certain thermic exercises described elsewhere in this book. These exercises, if presented at the proper time, interest the children immensely. It is to be remembered that these games are of the greatest importance in the method, because upon them, in union with the exercises for the movement of the hand, which we introduce later, we base the acquisition of writing. Together with the two series of sense exercises described above, we may begin what we call the pairing of the colors, that is, the recognition of the identity of two colors. This is the first exercise of the chromatic sense. Here also it is only the eye of the child that intervenes in the judgment, as it was with the exercises in dimension. This first color exercise is easy, but the child must already have acquired a certain grade of education of the attention through preceding exercises, if he is to repeat this one with interest. Meanwhile, the child has heard music, has walked on the line, while the directress played a rhythmic march. Little by little, he has learned to accompany the music spontaneously with certain movements. This, of course, necessitates the repetition of the same music. To acquire the sense of rhythm, the repetition of the same exercise is necessary, as in all forms of education dealing with spontaneous activity. The exercises in silence are also repeated. Third grade. Exercises of practical life. The children wash themselves, dress and undress themselves, dust the tables, learn to handle various objects, etc. Sense exercise. We now introduce the child to the recognition of gradations of stimuli, tactile gradations, chromatic, etc., allowing him to exercise himself freely. We begin to present the stimuli for the sense of hearing, sounds, noises, and also the baric stimuli, the little tablets differing in weight. Contemporaneously with the gradations, we may present the plain geometric insets. Here begins the education of the movement of the hand in following the contours of the insets, an exercise which, together with the other and contemporaneous one of the recognition of tactile stimuli in gradation, prepares for writing. The series of cards bearing the geometric forms we give after the child recognizes perfectly the same forms in the wooden insets. These cards serve to prepare for the abstract signs, of which writing consists. The child learns to recognize a delineated form, and after all the preceding exercises have formed within him an ordered and intelligent personality, they may be considered the bridge by which he passes from the sense exercises to writing, from the preparation to the actual entrance into instruction. Fourth grade. Exercises of practical life. The children sat and cleared the table for luncheon. They learned to put a room in order. They are now taught the most minute care of their persons in the making of the toilet, how to brush their teeth, to clean their nails, etc. They have learned, through the rhythmic exercises on the line to walk with perfect freedom and balance. They know how to control and direct their own movements, how to make the silence, how to move various objects without dropping or breaking them and without making a noise. Sense exercises. In this stage, we repeat all the sense exercises. In addition, we introduce the recognition of musical notes by the help of the series of duplicate bells. Exercises related to writing. Design. The child passes to the plain geometric insets in metal. He has already coordinated the movements necessary to follow the contours. Here, he no longer follows them with his finger, but with a pencil, leaving the double sign upon a sheet of paper. Then, he fills in the figures with colored pencils, holding the pencil as he will later hold the pen in writing. Contemporaneously, the child is taught to recognize and touch some of the letters of the alphabet made in sandpaper. Exercises in arithmetic. At this point, repeating the sense exercises, we present the long stare with a different aim from that with which it has been used up to the present time. We have the child count the different pieces according to the blue and red sections, beginning with the rod consisting of one section and continuing through that composed of 10 sections. We continue such exercises and give other more complicated ones. In design, we pass from the outlines of the geometric insets to such outline figures as the practice of 4 years has established and which will be published as models in design. These have an educational importance and represent in their content and in their gradations one of the most carefully studied details of the method. They serve as a means for the continuation of the sense education and help the child to observe his surroundings. They thus add to his intellectual refinement, and, as regards writing, they prepare for the high and low strokes. After such practice, it will be easy for the child to make high or low letters, and this will do away with the ruled notebooks, such as are used in Italy in the various elementary classes. In the acquiring of the use of written language, we go as far as the knowledge of the letters of the alphabet and of composition with the movable alphabet. In arithmetic, as far as a knowledge of the figures. The child places the corresponding figures beside the number of blue and red sections on each rod of the long stair. The children now take the exercise with the wooden pegs. Also, the game which consists in placing under the figures on the table a corresponding number of colored counters. These are arranged in columns of 2s, thus making the question of odd and even numbers clear. This arrangement is taken from Séguin. 5th grade. We continue the preceding exercises. We begin more complicated rhythmic exercises. In design, we begin A. The use of watercolors. B. Free drawing from nature, flowers, etc. Composition of words and phrases with the movable alphabet. A. Spontaneous writing of words and phrases. B. Reading from slips prepared by the directress. We continue the arithmetical operations which we began with the long stair. The children at this stage present most interesting differences of development. They fairly run toward instruction and order their intellectual growth in a way that is remarkable. This joyous growth is what we so rejoice in, and we watch in these children humanity growing in the spirit according to its own deep laws. And only he who experiments can say how great may be the harvest from the sowing of such seed. End of chapter 20, sequence of exercises.
Chapter 21, General Review of Discipline. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Montessori Method
By Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 21. The accumulated experience we have had since the publication of the Italian version has repeatedly proved to us that in our classes of little children, numbering 40 and even 50, the discipline is much better than in ordinary schools. For this reason, I have thought that an analysis of the discipline obtained by our method, which is based upon liberty, would interest my American readers. Whoever visits a well-kept school such as, for instance, the one in Rome, directed by my pupil Anna Maccheroni, is struck by the discipline of the children. There are 40 little beings, from 3 to 7 years old, each one intent on his own work. One is going through one of the exercises for the senses, one is doing an arithmetical exercise, one is handling the letters, one is drawing, one is fastening and unfastening the pieces of cloth on one of our little wooden frames, still another is dusting. Some are seated at the tables, some on rugs on the floor. There are muffled sounds of objects lightly moved about, of children tiptoeing. Once in a while comes a cry of joy, only partly repressed. "Teacher! Teacher!" An eager call, "Look! See what I've done!" But as a rule, there is entire absorption in the work at hand. The teacher moves quietly about, goes to any child who calls her, supervising operations in such a way that anyone who needs her finds her at his elbow, and whoever does not need her is not reminded of her existence. Sometimes hours go by without a word. They seem little men, as they were called by some visitors to the Children's House, or, as another suggested, judges in deliberation. In the midst of such intense interest in work, it never happens that quarrels arise over the possession of an object. If one accomplishes something especially fine, his achievement is a source of admiration and joy to others. No heart suffers from another's wealth, but the triumph of one is a delight to all. Very often he finds ready imitators. They all seem happy and satisfied to do what they can, without feeling jealous of the deeds of others. The little fellow of 3 works peaceably beside the boy of 7, just as he is satisfied with his own height, and does not envy the older boy's stature. Everything is growing in the most profound peace. If the teacher wishes the whole assembly to do something, for instance, leave the work which interests them so much, all she needs to do is to speak a word in a low tone, or make a gesture, and they are all attention. They look toward her with eagerness, anxious to know how to obey. Many visitors have seen the teacher write orders on the blackboard, which were obeyed joyously by the children. Not only the teachers, but anyone who asks the pupils to do something is astonished to see them obey in the minutest detail and with obliging cheerfulness. Often a visitor wishes to hear how a child, now painting, can sing. The child leaves his painting to be obliging, but the instant his courteous action is completed he returns to his interrupted work. Sometimes the smaller children finish their work before they obey. A very surprising result of this discipline came to our notice during the examinations of the teachers who had followed my course of lectures. These examinations were practical, and accordingly groups of children were put at the disposition of the teachers being examined, who, according to the subject drawn by lot, took the children through a given exercise. While the children were waiting their turn, they were allowed to do just as they pleased. They worked incessantly, and returned to their undertakings as soon as the interruption caused by the examination was over. Every once in a while, one of them came to show us a drawing made during the interval. Miss George of Chicago was present many times when this happened, and Madame Pujols, who founded the first Children's House in Paris, was astonished at the patience, the perseverance, and the inexhaustible amiability of the children. One might think that such children had been severely repressed were it not for their lack of timidity, for their bright eyes, for their happy, free aspect, for the cordiality of their invitations to look at their work, for the way in which they take visitors about and explain matters to them. These things make us feel that we are in the presence of the masters of the house, and the fervor with which they throw their arms around the teacher's knees, with which they pull her down to kiss her face, shows that their little hearts are free to expand as they will. Anyone who has watched them setting the table must have passed from one surprise to another. Little 4-year-old waiters take the knives and forks and spoons and distribute them to the different places. They carry trays holding as many as 5 water glasses, and finally they go from table to table, carrying big tureens full of hot soup. Not a mistake is made, not a glass is broken, not a drop of soup is spilled. All during the meal, unobtrusive little waiters watch the table assiduously. Not a child empties his soup plate without being offered more. If he is ready for the next course, a waiter briskly carries off his soup plate. Not a child is forced to ask for more soup, or to announce that he has finished. Remembering the usual condition of 4-year-old children, who cry, who break whatever they touch, who need to be waited on, everyone is deeply moved by the sight I have just described, which evidently results from the development of energies latent in the depths of the human soul. I have often seen the spectators at this banquet of little ones moved to tears. But such discipline could never be obtained by commands, by sermonizings, in short, through any of the disciplinary devices universally known. Not only were the actions of those children set in an orderly condition, but their very lives were deepened and enlarged. In fact, such discipline is on the same plane with school exercises extraordinary for the age of the children, and it certainly does not depend upon the teacher, but upon a sort of miracle occurring in the inner life of each child. If we try to think of parallels in the life of adults, we are reminded of the phenomenon of conversion, of the superhuman heightening of the strength of martyrs and apostles, of the constancy of missionaries, of the obedience of monks. Nothing else in the world, except such things, is on a spiritual height equal to the discipline of the children's houses. To obtain such discipline, it is quite useless to count on reprimands or spoken exhortations. Such means might perhaps at the beginning have an appearance of efficacy, but very soon, the instant that real discipline appears, all of this falls miserably to the earth, an illusion confronted with reality. Night gives way to day. The first dawning of real discipline comes through work. At a given moment it happens that a child becomes keenly interested in a piece of work, showing it by the expression of his face, by his intense attention, by his perseverance in the same exercise. That child has set foot upon the road leading to discipline. Whatever be his undertaking, an exercise for the senses, an exercise in buttoning up or lacing together, or washing dishes, it is all one and the same. On our side we can have some influence upon the permanence of this phenomenon, by means of repeated lessons of silence. The perfect immobility, the attention alert to catch the sound of the names whispered from a distance, then the carefully coordinated movements executed so as not to strike against chair or table, so as barely to touch the floor with the feet. All this is a most efficacious preparation for the task of setting in order the whole personality, the motor forces and the psychical. Once the habit of work is formed, we must supervise it with scrupulous accuracy, graduating the exercises as experience has taught us. In our effort to establish discipline, we must rigorously apply the principles of the method. It is not to be obtained by words. No man learns self-discipline through hearing another man speak. The phenomenon of discipline needs as preparation a series of complete actions, such as are presupposed in the genuine application of a really educative method. Discipline is reached always by indirect means. The end is obtained, not by attacking the mistake and fighting it, but by developing activity in spontaneous work. This work cannot be arbitrarily offered, and it is precisely here that our method enters. It must be work which the human being instinctively desires to do, work towards which the latent tendencies of life naturally turn, or towards which the individual step by step ascends. Such is the work which sets the personality in order, and opens wide before it infinite possibilities of growth. Take for instance the lack of control shown by a baby. It is fundamentally a lack of muscular discipline. The child is in a constant state of disorderly movement. He throws himself down, he makes queer gestures, he cries. What underlies all this is a latent tendency to seek that coordination of movement which will be established later. The baby is a man not yet sure of the movements of the various muscles of the body, not yet master of the organs of speech. He will eventually establish these various movements, but for the present he is abandoned to a period of experimentation full of mistakes, and of fatiguing efforts toward a desirable end latent in his instinct, but not clear in his consciousness. To say to the baby, "Stand still as I do," brings no light into his darkness. Commands cannot aid in the process of bringing order into the complex psychomuscular system of an individual in process of evolution. We are confused at this point by the example of the adult who through a wicked impulse prefers disorder, and who may, granted that he can, obey a sharp admonishment which turns his will in another direction, towards that order which he recognizes, and which it is within his capacity to achieve. In the case of the little child, it is a question of aiding the natural evolution of voluntary action. Hence it is necessary to teach all the coordinated movements, analyzing them as much as possible, and developing them bit by bit. Thus, for instance, it is necessary to teach the child the various degrees of immobility leading to silence, the movements connected with rising from a chair and sitting down, with walking, with tiptoeing, with following a line drawn on the floor, keeping an upright equilibrium. The child is taught to move objects about, to set them down more or less carefully, and finally the complex movements connected with dressing and undressing himself, analyzed on the lacing and buttoning frames at school. and for even each of these exercises, the different parts of the movement must be analyzed. Perfect immobility and the successive perfectioning of action is what takes the place of the customary command, "Be quiet! Be still!" It is not astonishing, but very natural that the child by means of such exercises should acquire self-discipline, so far as regards the lack of muscular discipline natural to his age. In short, he responds to nature because he is in action, but these actions being directed towards an end have no longer the appearance of disorder, but of work. This is discipline which represents an end to be attained by means of a number of conquests. The child disciplined in this way is no longer the child he was at first, who knows how to be good passively, but he is an individual who has made himself better, who has overcome the usual limits of his age, who has made a great step forward, who has conquered his future in his present. He has therefore enlarged his dominion. He will not need to have someone always at hand to tell him vainly, confusing two opposing conceptions, "Be quiet, be good." The goodness he has conquered cannot be summed up by inertia. His goodness is now all made up of action. As a matter of fact, good people are those who advance towards the good, that good which is made up of their own self-development and of external acts of order and usefulness. In our efforts with the child, external acts are the means which stimulate internal development, and they again appear as its manifestation, the two elements being inextricably intertwined. Work develops the child spiritually, but the child with a fuller spiritual development works better, and his improved work delights him. Hence he continues to develop spiritually. Discipline is, therefore, not a fact, but a path in following which the child grasps the abstract conception of goodness with an exactitude which is fairly scientific. But beyond everything else he savors the supreme delights of that spiritual order which is attained indirectly through conquests directed towards determinate ends. In that long preparation the child experiences joys, spiritual awakenings, and pleasures which form his inner treasure house, the treasure house in which he is steadily storing up the sweetness and strength which will be the sources of righteousness. In short, the child has not only learned to move about and to perform useful acts, he has acquired a special grace of action which makes his gestures more correct and attractive, and which beautifies his hands, and indeed his entire body, now so balanced and so sure of itself. A grace which refines the expression of his face and his serenely brilliant eyes, and which shows us that the flame of spiritual life has been lighted in another human being. It is obviously true that coordinated actions, developed spontaneously, little by little, that is, chosen and carried out in the exercises by the child himself, must call for less effort than the disorderly actions performed by the child who is left to his own devices. True rest for muscles, intended by nature for action, is in orderly action, just as true rest for the lungs is the normal rhythm of respiration taken in pure air. To take action away from the muscles is to force them away from their natural motor impulse, and hence, besides tiring them, means forcing them into a state of degeneration, just as the lungs forced into immobility would die instantly, and the whole organism with them. It is therefore necessary to keep clearly in mind the fact that rest, for whatever naturally acts, lies in some specified form of action, corresponding to its nature. To act in obedience to the hidden precepts of nature, that is rest, and in this special case, since man is meant to be an intelligent creature, the more intelligent his acts are, the more he finds repose in them. When a child acts only in a disorderly, disconnected manner, his nervous force is under a great strain, while on the other hand his nervous energy is positively increased and multiplied by intelligent actions which give him real satisfaction, and a feeling of pride that he has overcome himself, that he finds himself in a world beyond the frontiers formerly set up as insurmountable, surrounded by the silent respect of the one who has guided him without making his presence felt. This multiplication of nervous energy represents a process which can be physiologically analyzed, and which comes from the development of the organs by rational exercise, from better circulation of the blood, from the quickened activity of all the tissues, all factors favorable to the development of the body and guaranteeing physical health. The spirit aids the body in its growth. The heart, the nerves, and the muscles are helpful in their evolution by the activity of the spirit, since the upward path for soul and body is one and the same. By analogy, it can be said of the intellectual development of the child, that the mind of infancy, although characteristically disorderly, is also a means searching for its end, which goes through exhausting experiments, left, as it frequently is to its own resources, and too often really persecuted. Once in our public park in Rome, the Pincian Gardens, I saw a baby of about a year and a half, a beautiful smiling child who was working away trying to fill a little pail by shoveling gravel into it. Beside him was a smartly dressed nurse, evidently very fond of him, the sort of nurse who would consider that she gave the child the most affectionate and intelligent care. It was time to go home, and the nurse was patiently exhorting the baby to leave his work, and let her put him into the baby carriage. Seeing that her exhortations made no impression on the little fellow's firmness, she herself filled the pail with gravel and set pail and baby into the carriage with the fixed conviction that she had given him what he wanted. I was struck by the loud cries of the child, and by the expression of protest against violence and injustice which wrote itself on his little face. What an accumulation of wrongs weighed down that nascent intelligence! The little boy did not wish to have the pail full of gravel. He wished to go through the motions necessary to fill it, thus satisfying a need of his vigorous organism. The child's unconscious aim was his own self-development, not the external fact of a pail full of little stones. The vivid attractions of the external world were only empty apparitions. The need of his life was a reality. As a matter of fact, if he had filled his pail, he would probably have emptied it out again in order to keep on filling it up until his inner self was satisfied. It was the feeling of working towards this satisfaction which, a few moments before, had made his face so rosy and smiling. Spiritual joy, exercise, and sunshine were the three rays of light ministering to his splendid life. The commonplace episode in the life of that child is a detail of what happens to all children, even the best and most cherished. They are not understood because the adult judges them by his own measure. He thinks that the child's wish is to obtain some tangible object, and lovingly helps him to do this, whereas the child as a rule has for his unconscious desire his own self-development. Hence he despises everything already attained, and yearns for that which is still to be sought for. For instance, he prefers the action of dressing himself to the state of being dressed, even finely dressed. He prefers the act of washing himself to the satisfaction of being clean. He prefers to make a little house for himself, rather than merely to own it. His own self-development is his true and almost his only pleasure. The self-development of the little baby up to the end of his first year consists to a large degree in taking in nutrition, but afterwards it consists in aiding the orderly establishment of the psychophysiological functions of his organism. That beautiful baby in the Pincian Gardens is the symbol of this. He wished to coordinate his voluntary actions, to exercise his muscles by lifting, to train his eye to estimate distances, to exercise his intelligence in the reasoning connected with his undertaking, to stimulate his willpower by deciding his own actions. Whilst she who loved him, believing that his aim was to possess some pebbles, made him wretched. A similar error is that which we repeat so frequently when we fancy that the desire of the student is to possess a piece of information. We aid him to grasp intellectually this detached piece of knowledge, and preventing by this means his self-development, we make him wretched. It is generally believed in schools that the way to attain satisfaction is to learn something, but by leaving the children in our schools in liberty, we have been able with great clearness to follow them in their natural method of spontaneous self-development. To have learned something is for the child only a point of departure. When he has learned the meaning of an exercise, then he begins to enjoy repeating it, and he does repeat it in an infinite number of times, with the most evident satisfaction. He who enjoys executing that act because by means of it he is developing his psychic activities. There results from the observation of this fact a criticism of what is done today in many schools. Often, for instance, when the pupils are questioned, the teacher says to someone who is eager to answer, "No, not you, because you know it," and puts her question specially to the pupils who she thinks are uncertain of the answer. Those who do not know are made to speak, those who do know to be silent. This happens because of the general habit of considering the act of knowing something as final. And yet, how many times it happens to us in ordinary life to repeat the very thing we know best, the thing we care most for, the thing to which some living force in us responds. We love to sing musical phrases very familiar, hence enjoyed and become a part of the fabric of our lives. We love to repeat stories of things which please us, which we know very well, even though we are quite aware that we are saying nothing new. No matter how many times we repeat the Lord's Prayer, it is always new. No two persons could be more convinced of mutual love than sweethearts, and yet they are the very ones who repeat endlessly that they love each other. But in order to repeat in this manner, there must first exist the idea to be repeated. A mental grasp of the idea is indispensable to the beginning of repetition. The exercise which develops life consists in the repetition, not in the mere grasp of the idea. When a child has attained this stage of repeating an exercise, he is on the way to self-development, and the external sign of this condition is his self-discipline. This phenomenon does not always occur. The same exercises are not repeated by children of all ages. In fact, repetition corresponds to a need. Here steps in the experimental method of education. It is necessary to offer those exercises which correspond to the need of development felt by an organism. And if the child's age has carried him past a certain need, it is never possible to obtain, in its fullness, a development which missed its proper moment. Hence children grow up, often fatally and irrevocably, imperfectly developed. Another very interesting observation is that which relates to the length of time needed for the execution of actions. Children who are undertaking something for the first time are extremely slow. Their life is governed in this respect by laws especially different from ours. Little children accomplish slowly and perseveringly various complicated operations agreeable to them, such as dressing, undressing, cleaning the room, washing themselves, setting the table, eating, etc. In all this they are extremely patient, overcoming all the difficulties presented by an organism still in process of formation. But we, on the other hand, noticing that they are tiring themselves out or wasting time in accomplishing something which we would do in a moment and without the least effort, put ourselves in the child's place and do it ourselves. Always with the same erroneous idea that the end to be obtained is the completion of the action, we dress and wash the child, we snatch out of his hands objects which he loves to handle, we pour the soup into his bowl, we feed him, we set the table for him. And after such services, we consider him, with that injustice always practiced by those who domineer over others, even with benevolent intentions, to be incapable and inept. We often speak of him as impatient, simply because we are not patient enough to allow his actions to follow laws of time differing from our own. We call him tyrannical, exactly because we employ tyranny towards him. This stain, this false imputation, this calumny on childhood has become an integral part of the theories concerning childhood, in reality so patient and gentle. The child, like every strong creature fighting for the right to live, rebels against whatever offends that occult impulse within him which is the voice of nature, and which he ought to obey, and he shows by violent actions, by screaming and weeping, that he has been overborne and forced away from his mission in life. He shows himself to be a rebel, a revolutionist, an iconoclast, against those who do not understand him, and who, fancying that they are helping him, are really pushing him backward in the highway of life. Thus even the adult who loves him rivets about his neck another calumny, confusing his defense of his molested life with a form of innate naughtiness characteristic of little children. What would become of us if we fell into the midst of a population of jugglers, or of lightning change impersonators of the variety hall? What should we do if, as we continued to act in our usual way, we saw ourselves assailed by these sleight-of-hand performers, hustled into our clothes, fed so rapidly that we could scarcely swallow, if everything we tried to do was snatched from our hands and completed in a twinkling, and we ourselves reduced to impotence and a humiliating inertia? Not knowing how else to express our confusion, we would defend ourselves with blows and yells from these madmen, and they, having only the best will in the world to serve us, would call us haughty, rebellious, and incapable of doing anything. We, who know our own milieu, would say to those people, "Come into our countries and you will see the splendid civilization we have established. You will see our wonderful achievements." These jugglers would admire us infinitely, hardly able to believe their eyes, as they observed our world so full of beauty and activity, so well regulated, so peaceful, so kindly, but all so much slower than theirs. Something of this sort occurs between children and adults. It is exactly in the repetition of the exercise that the education of the senses consists. Their aim is not that the child shall know colors, forms, and the different qualities of objects, but that he refine his senses through an exercise of attention, of comparison, of judgment. These exercises are true intellectual gymnastics. Such gymnastics, reasonably directed by means of various devices, aid in the formation of the intellect, just as physical exercises fortify the general health and quicken the growth of the body. The child who trains his various senses separately by means of external stimuli concentrates his attention and develops piece by piece his mental activities, just as with separately prepared movements he trains his muscular activities. These mental gymnastics are not merely psychosensory, but they prepare the way for spontaneous association of ideas, for ratiocination developing out of definite knowledge, for a harmoniously balanced intellect. They are the powder trains that bring about those mental explosions which delight the child so intensely when he makes discoveries in the world about him, when he, at the same time, ponders over and glories in the new things which are revealed to him in the outside world, and in the exquisite emotions of his own growing consciousness. And finally, when there spring up within him, almost by a process of spontaneous ripening, like the internal phenomena of growth, the external products of learning, writing and reading. I happened once to see a 2-year-old child, son of a medical colleague of mine, who, fairly fleeing away from his mother who had brought him to me, threw himself on the litter of things covering his father's desk, the rectangular writing pad, the round cover of the inkwell. I was touched to see the intelligent little creature trying his best to go through the exercises which our children repeat with such endless pleasure till they have fully committed them to memory. The father and the mother pulled the child away, reproving him, and explaining that there was no use trying to keep that child from handling his father's desk furniture. The child is restless and naughty. How often we see all children reproved, because, though they are told not to, they will take hold of everything. Now it is precisely by means of guiding and developing this natural instinct to take hold of everything, and to recognize the relations of geometrical figures, that we prepare our little 4-year-old men for the joy and triumph they experience later over the phenomenon of spontaneous writing. The child who throws himself on the writing pad, the cover to the inkwell, and such objects, always struggling in vain to attain his desire, always hindered and thwarted by people stronger than he, always excited and weeping over the failure of his desperate efforts, is wasting nervous force. His parents are mistaken if they think that such a child ever gets any real rest, just as they are mistaken when they call haughty the little man longing for the foundations of his intellectual edifice. The children in our schools are the ones who are really at rest, ardently and blessedly free to take out and put back in their right places or grooves the geometric figures offered to their instinct for higher self-development. And they, rejoicing in the most entire spiritual calm, have no notion that their eyes and hands are initiating them into the mysteries of a new language. The majority of our children become calm as they go through such exercises, because their nervous system is at rest. Then we say that such children are quiet and good. External discipline, so eagerly sought after in ordinary schools, is more than achieved. However, as a calm man and a self-disciplined man are not one and the same, so here the fact which manifests itself externally by the calm of the children is in reality a phenomenon merely physical and partial compared to the real self-discipline which is being developed in them. Often, and this is another misconception, we think all we need to do to obtain a voluntary action from a child is to order him to do it. We pretend that this phenomenon of a forced voluntary action exists, and we call this pretext the obedience of the child. We find little children specially disobedient, or rather their resistance, by the time they are 4 or 5 years old, has become so great that we are in despair, and are almost tempted to give up trying to make them obey. We force ourselves to praise little children the virtue of obedience, a virtue which, according to our accepted prejudices, should belong specially to infancy, should be the infantile virtue, yet we fail to learn anything from the fact that we are led to emphasize it so strongly because we can only with the greatest difficulty make children practice it. It is a very common mistake, this of trying to obtain by means of prayers or orders or violence what is difficult or impossible to get. Thus, for instance, we ask little children to be obedient, and little children in their turn ask for the moon. We need only reflect that this obedience, which we treat so lightly, occurs later as a natural tendency in older children, and then as an instinct in the adult to realize that it springs spontaneously into being, and that it is one of the strongest instincts of humanity. We find that society rests on a foundation of marvelous obedience, and that civilization goes forward on a road made by obedience. Human organizations are often founded on an abuse of obedience. Associations of criminals have obedience as their keystone. How many times social problems center about the necessity of rousing man from a state of obedience which has led him to be exploited and brutalized? Obedience naturally is sacrifice. We are so accustomed to an infinity of obedience in the world, to a condition of self-sacrifice, to a readiness for renunciation, that we call matrimony the blessed condition, although it is made up of obedience and self-sacrifice. The soldier, whose lot in life is to obey if it kills him, is envied by the common people, while we consider anyone who tries to escape from obedience as a malefactor or a madman. Besides, how many people have had the deeply spiritual experience of an ardent desire to obey something or some person leading them along the path of life? More than this, a desire to sacrifice something for the sake of this obedience. It is therefore entirely natural that, loving the child, we should point out to him that obedience is the law of life, and there is nothing surprising in the anxiety felt by nearly everyone who is confronted with the characteristic disobedience of little children. But obedience can only be reached through a complex formation of the psychic personality. To obey, it is necessary not only to wish to obey, but also to know how to. Since when a command to do a certain thing is given, we presuppose a corresponding active or inhibitive power of the child, it is plain that obedience must follow the formation of the will and the mind. To prepare in detail this formation by means of detached exercises is therefore indirectly to urge the child towards obedience. The method which is the subject of this book contains in every part an exercise for the will power, when the child completes coordinated actions directed towards a given end, when he achieves something he set out to do, when he repeats patiently his exercises, he is training his positive willpower. Similarly, in a very complicated series of exercises, he is establishing through activity his powers of inhibition. For instance, in the lesson of silence, which calls for a long continued inhibition of many actions, while the child is waiting to be called, and later for a rigorous self-control when he is called, and would like to answer joyously and run to his teacher, but instead is perfectly silent, moves very carefully, taking the greatest pains not to knock against chair or table or to make a noise. Other inhibited exercises are the arithmetical ones, when the child, having drawn a number by lot, must take from the great mass of objects before him, apparently entirely at his disposition, only the quantity corresponding to the number in his hand, whereas, as experience has proved, he would like to take the greatest number possible. Furthermore, if he chances to draw the 0, he sits patiently with empty hands. Still, another training for the inhibitive willpower is in the lesson of 0, when the child, called upon to come up 0 times and give 0 kisses, stands quiet, conquering with a visible effort the instinct which would lead him to obey the call. The child at our school dinners who carries the big tureen full of hot soup isolates himself from every external stimulant which might disturb him, resists his childish impulse to run and jump, does not yield to the temptation to brush away the fly on his face, and is entirely concentrated on the great responsibility of not dropping or tipping the tureen. A little thing of 4 1/2, every time he set the tureen down at a table so that the little guests might help themselves, gave a hop and a skip, then took up the tureen again to carry it to another table, repressing himself to a sober walk. In spite of his desire to play, he never left his task before he had passed soup to the 20 tables, and he never forgot the vigilance necessary to control his actions. Willpower, like all other activities, is invigorated and developed through methodical exercises, and all our exercises for willpower are also mental and practical. To the casual onlooker, the child seems to be learning exactitude and grace of action, to be refining his senses, to be learning how to become his own master, how to be a man of prompt and resolute will. We often hear it said that a child's will should be broken, that the best education for the will of the child is to learn to give it up to the will of adults. Leaving out of the question the injustice which is at the root of every act of tyranny, this idea is irrational, because the child cannot give up what he does not possess. We prevent him in this way from forming his own willpower, and we commit the greatest and most blameworthy mistake. He never has time or opportunity to test himself, to estimate his own force and his own limitations, because he is always interrupted and subjected to our tyranny, and languishes in injustice because he is always being bitterly reproached for not having what adults are perpetually destroying. There springs up as a consequence of this childish timidity, which is a moral malady acquired by a will which could not develop, and with which the usual calumny which with the tyrant consciously or not, covers up his own mistakes we consider as an inherent trait of childhood. The children in our schools are never timid. One of their most fascinating qualities is the frankness with which they treat people, with which they go on working in the presence of others, and showing their work frankly, calling for sympathy. That moral monstrosity, a repressed and timid child, who is at his ease nowhere except alone with his playmates or with street urchins, because his willpower was allowed to grow only in the shade, disappears in our schools. He presents an example of thoughtless barbarism, which resembles the artificial compression of the bodies of those children intended for court dwarfs, museum monstrosities, or buffoons. Yet this is the treatment under which nearly all of the children of our time are growing up spiritually. As a matter of fact, in all the pedagogical congresses, one hears that the great peril of our time is the lack of individual character in the scholars. Yet these alarmists do not point out that this condition is due to the way in which education is managed, to scholarly slavery, which has for its specialty the repression of willpower and of force of character. The remedy is to enfranchise human development. Besides the exercises it offers for developing willpower, the other factor in obedience is the capacity to perform the act it becomes necessary to obey. One of the most interesting observations made by my pupil, Anna Maccheroni, at first in the school in Milan, and then in the Via Giusti in Rome, relates to the connection between obedience in a child and his knowing how. Obedience appears in the child as a latent instinct as soon as his personality begins to take form. For instance, a child begins to try a certain exercise, and suddenly sometime he goes through it perfectly. He's delighted, stares at it, and wishes to do it over again, but for some time the exercise is not a success. Then comes a time when he can do it nearly every time he tries, voluntarily, but makes mistakes if someone else asks him to do it. The external command does not as yet produce the voluntary act. When, however, the exercise always succeeds with absolute certainty, then an order from someone else brings about on the child's part orderly, adequate action. That is, the child is able each time to execute the command received. That these facts, with variations in individual cases, are laws of psychical development, is apparent from everyone's experience with children in school, or at home. One often hears a child say, "I did do such and such a thing, but now I can't." And a teacher disappointed by the incompetence of a pupil will say, "Yet that child was doing it all right, and now he can't." Finally, there is the period of complete development in which the capacity to perform some operation is permanently acquired. There are, therefore, 3 periods. A first, subconscious one, when in the confused mind of the child, order produces itself by a mysterious inner impulse from out of the midst of disorder, producing as an external result a completed act, which, however, being outside the field of consciousness, cannot be reproduced at will. A second, conscious period, when there is some action on the part of the will which is present during the process of the development and establishing of the acts. And a third period, when the will can direct and cause the acts, thus answering the command from someone else. Now, obedience follows a similar sequence. When in the first period of spiritual disorder, the child does not obey, it is exactly as if he were physically deaf, and out of hearing of commands. In the second period he would like to obey. He looks as though he understood the command and would like to respond to it, but cannot, or at least does not always succeed in doing it, is not quick to mind, and shows no pleasure when he does. In the third period he obeys at once, with enthusiasm, and as he becomes more and more perfect in the exercises, he is proud that he knows how to obey. This is the period in which he runs joyously to obey, and leaves at the most imperceptible request whatever is interesting him, so that he may quit the solitude of his own life and enter, with the act of obedience, into the spiritual existence of another. To this order, established in a consciousness formerly chaotic, are due all the phenomena of discipline and of mental development, which open out like a new creation. From minds thus set in order, when night is separated from day, come sudden emotions and mental feats which recall the biblical story of creation. The child has in his mind not only what he has laboriously acquired, but the free gifts which flow from spiritual life, the first flowers of affection, of gentleness, of spontaneous love for righteousness, which perfume the souls of such children and give promise to the fruits of the Spirit of St. Paul. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness. They are virtuous because they exercise patience in repeating their exercises. long-suffering in yielding to the commands and desires of others, good in rejoicing in the well-being of others without jealousy or rivalry. They live doing good in joyousness of heart and in peace, and they are eminently, marvelously industrious. But they are not proud of such righteousness because they were not conscious of acquiring it as a moral superiority. They have set their feet in the path leading to righteousness, simply because it was the only way to attain true self-development and learning, and they enjoy with simple hearts the fruits of peace that are to be gathered along that path. These are the first outlines of an experiment which shows a form of indirect discipline in which there is substituted for the critical and sermonizing teacher a rational organization of work and of liberty for the child. It involves a conception of life more usual in religious fields than in those of academic pedagogy, inasmuch as it has recourse to the spiritual energies of mankind, but it is founded on work and on liberty, which are the two paths to all civic progress. End of Chapter 21. General Review of Discipline.
Chapter 22 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elena. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori, translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 22. Conclusions and Impressions. In The Children's Houses, the old-time teacher who wore herself out maintaining discipline of immobility and who wasted her breath in loud and continual discourse has disappeared. For this teacher we have substituted the Didactic Material, which contains within itself the control of errors and which makes auto-education possible to each child. The teacher has thus become a director of the spontaneous work for the children. She is not a passive force, a silent presence. The children are occupied, each one in a different way, and the directress, watching them, can make psychological observations which, if collected in an orderly way and according to scientific standards, should do much towards the reconstruction of child psychology and the development of experimental psychology. I believe that I have, by my method, established the conditions necessary to the development of scientific pedagogy, and whoever adopts this method opens, in doing so, a laboratory of experimental pedagogy. From such work we must await the positive solution of all those pedagogical problems of which we talk today. For through such work there has already come the solution of some of these very questions, that of the liberty of the pupils, auto-education, the establishment of harmony between the work and activities of home life and school tasks, making both work together for the education of the child. The problem of religious education, the importance of which we do not fully realize, should also be solved by positive pedagogy. If religion is born with civilizations, its roots must lie deep in human nature. We have had most beautiful proof of an instinctive love of knowledge in the child, who has too often been misjudged in that he has been considered addicted to meaningless play and games devoid of thought. The child who left the game in his eagerness for knowledge has revealed himself as a true son of that humanity which has been throughout the centuries the creator of scientific and civil progress. We have belittled the Son of Man by giving him foolish and degrading toys, a world of idleness where he is suffocated by a badly conceived discipline. Now in his liberty, the child should show us, as well, whether man is by nature a religious creature. To deny, a priori, the religious sentiment in man, and to deprive humanity of the education of this sentiment, is to commit a pedagogical error similar to that of denying a priori to the child the love of learning for learning's sake. This ignorant assumption led us to dominate the scholar, to subject him to a species of slavery in order to render him apparently disciplined. The fact that we assume that religious education is only adapted to the adult may be akin to another profound error existing in education today, namely, that of overlooking the education of the senses At the very period when this education is possible, the life of the adult is practically an application of the senses to the gathering of sensations from their environment. A lack of preparation for this often results in inadequacy in practical life, in that lack of poise which causes so many individuals to waste their energies in purposeless effort. Not to form a parallel between the education of the senses as a guide to practical life and religious education as a guide to moral life, but for the sake of illustration, let me call attention to how often we find inefficiency, instability among irreligious persons, and how much precocious individual power is miserably wasted. How many men have had this experience? And when that spiritual awakening comes late, as sometimes it does, through the softening power of sorrow, the mind is unable to establish an equilibrium because he has grown too much accustomed to a life deprived of spirituality. We see equally piteous cases of religious fanaticism, or we look upon intimate dramatic struggles between the heart, ever seeking its own safe and quiet port, and the mind that constantly draws it back to the sea of conflicting ideas and emotions where peace is unknown. These are all psychological phenomena of the highest importance. They present perhaps the gravest of all our human problems. We Europeans are still filled with prejudices and hedged about with preconceptions in regards to these matters. We are slaves of thought. We believe that liberty of conscience and of thought consists in denying certain sentimental beliefs, while liberty can never exist where one struggles to stifle some other thing, but only where unlimited expansion is granted, where life is left free and untrammeled. He who really does not believe does not fear that which he does not believe, and does not combat that which for him does not exist. If he believes and fights, then he becomes an enemy to liberty. In America, the great positive scientist William James, who expounds the psychological theory of emotions, is also the man who illustrates the psychological importance of religious conscience. We cannot know the future of the progress of thought here. For example, in the children's houses, the triumph of discipline through the conquest of liberty and independence marked the foundation of the progress which the future will see in the matter of pedagogical methods. To me, it offers the greatest hope for human redemption through education. Perhaps in the same way, through the conquest of liberty of thought and of conscience, we are making our way towards a great religious triumph. Experience will show, and the psychological observations made along this line in the children's houses will undoubtedly be of the greatest interest. This book of methods, compiled by one person alone, must be followed by many others. It is my hope that, starting from the individual study of the child, educated with our method, other educators will set forth the results of their experiments. These are the pedagogical books which will await us in the future. From the practical side of the school, we have with our method the advantage of being able to teach in one room children of very different ages. In our children's houses, we have little ones of 2 years and a half who cannot as of yet make use of even the most simple of the sense exercises, and children of 5 and a half who, because of their development, might easily pass into the 3rd elementary. Each one of them perfects himself through his own powers and goes forward guided by that inner force which distinguishes him as an individual. One great advantage of such a method is that it will make instruction in the rural schools easier, and will be of great advantage in the schools in the small provincial towns where there are few children, yet where all the various grades are represented. Such schools are not able to employ more than one teacher. Our experience shows that one directress may guide a group of children varying in development from little ones of 3 years old to the 3rd elementary. Another great advantage lies in the extreme facility with which written language may be taught, making it possible to combat illiteracy and to cultivate the national tongue. As to the teacher, she may remain for the whole day among children in the most varying states of development, just as the mother remains in the house with children of all ages without becoming tired. The children work by themselves and, in doing so, make a conquest of active discipline and independence in all acts of daily life, just as through daily conquest they progress in intellectual development. Directed by an intelligent teacher who watches over their physical development as well as their intellectual and moral progress, children are able with our methods to arrive at a splendid physical development, and, in addition to this, there unfolds within them, in all its perfection, the soul which distinguishes the human being. We have been mistaken in thinking that the natural education of children should be purely physical. The soul, too, has its nature, which it was intended to perfect in the spiritual life, the dominating power of human existence throughout all time. Our methods take into consideration the spontaneous psychic development of the child and help this in ways that observation and experience have shown us to be wise. If physical care leads the child to take pleasure in bodily health, intellectual and moral care make possible for him the highest spiritual joy, and send him forward into a world where continual surprises and discoveries await him, not only in the external environment, but in the intimate recesses of his own soul. It is through such pleasures as these that the ideal man grows, and only such pleasures are worthy of a place in the education of the infancy of humanity. Our children are noticeably different from those who have grown up within the grey walls of the common schools. Our little pupils have the serene and happy aspect and the frank and open friendliness of the person who feels himself to be master of his own actions. When they run to gather about our visitors, speaking to them with sweet frankness, extending their little hands and with gentle gravity and well-bred cordiality, when they thank these visitors for the courtesy they have paid us in coming, the bright eyes and the happy voices make us feel that they are, indeed, unusual little men. When they display their work and their ability in a confidential and simple way, it is almost as if they called for a maternal approbation from all those who watch them. Often, a little one will seat himself on the floor beside some visitor, silently writing his name and adding a gentle word of thanks. It is as if they wish to make the visitor feel the affectionate gratitude which is in their hearts. When we see all these things, and when, above all, we pass with these children from the busy activities of the schoolroom at work into the absolute and profound silence which they have learned to enjoy so deeply, we are moved in spite of ourselves and feel that we have come in touch with the very souls of these little pupils. The children's house seems to exert a spiritual influence upon everyone. I have seen here men of affairs, great politicians preoccupied with problems of trade and of state, cast off like an uncomfortable garment the burdens of the world, and fall into a simple forgetfulness of self. They are affected by this vision of the human soul growing in its true nature, and I believe that this is what they mean when they call our little ones wonderful children, happy children, the infancy of humanity in a higher stage of evolution than our own. I understand how the great English poet Wordsworth, enamoured as he was of nature, demanded the secret of all her peace and beauty. It was at last revealed to him. The secret of all nature lies in the soul of a little child. He holds there the true meaning of that life which exists throughout humanity. But this beauty which lies about us in our infancy becomes obscured. Shades of the prison house begin to clothe us about the growing boy. At last the man perceives it die away and fade into the light of common day. Truly our social life is too often only the darkening and the death of the natural life that is in us. These methods tend to guard that spiritual life within man, to keep his real nature unspoiled, and to set it free from the oppressive and degrading yoke of society. It is a pedagogical method informed by the higher concept of Immanuel Kant. Perfect art returns to nature. End of recording. End of Chapter 22, Conclusions and Impressions. End of the Montessori Method by Maria Montessori, translated by Anne E. George.